No. Hey, we're live, D. I don't know about a countdown. I just hit go live. Because you said you didn't have the internet password, so I just I just hit go live. I don't know if there was a countdown that was supposed to be had, but we are here now.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine. Did you find it or it just connected
No,
you
it,
back up?
it finally came up, but it still had the prompt. It was asking me, and I was like, I don't know why it's asking me. It should be programmed in there. So
Uh,
it is what it is.
you better now?
Nothing was wrong with me.
You better?
Nothing was wrong with me.
Mm. How's your week, Neon?
My week has been low key week. How about you?
Oh, you could been great.
That's good.
Same old, same old. Same old getting denied, same old everything. I don't know what was I supposed to do. Was I supposed to hit a countdown or something?
The countdown really is for you, but I don't think you need a countdown if you're on here by yourself. So I give you a countdown to prompt you that we are starting and to go ahead and, get your last minute feels and thrills on before we start. So
I don't
doesn't
know.
matter.
Something going on with Spectrum over there because you in and out, you freezing here and there.
I don't know. So we got a couple of people on. Let me know. Give us like a one in the chat if I am coming in wonky or if I am freezing up because on Tam's end, I am freezing up on her end, but she's coming in to me fine, and I see myself fine, and I have all my systems are a go over here. So
What's
we are
going
going to
on?
figure it
What's
out.
going on, K? What's going on, CKZ? How you doing? CKC, how you doing?
Let's see.
Yeah, see there it go. It just froze again.
Okay, so I see mine on the. I see it. I saw it froze on the internet,
You
but
saw it froze on the internet.
yeah. So
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want it to be now. That's a struggle screen per your instructions. So I
Yeah.
mean, I'll go back behind the scenes, and if it gets a little better, then we'll go from
Yeah.
there.
I'm not sure what it is. I don't know. Is there are you downloading anything on another computer or anything?
Nope. Before this show, I closed down basically all my screens because my machine was humming. So I didn't want that background on there. So I'm closed out of technically everything.
No.
So it might just, I see I'm freezing again. So it might just be what's going on in the area. So
Yeah,
I will be behind the scenes.
it's the number of packets. Something wrong going on with the packets. Let me see. Are you Yeah, your eyes are blinking, so you're not frozen right now.
No, I'm not. I'm not frozen right now, but I do see that it's freezing on YouTube.
Okay.
So I've restarted the router and everything. So it might just be one of those slow news days over here. Yeah. So I will be behind the scenes if you need me.
All right.
Still got cute for the day. So who knows? But thank you guys for coming. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
All right. So let's get started. All right. I am Tam. D's in the background. D just left. We're on Women in Linux. I can use Chrome now. Couldn't use Chrome earlier, but now I can now. So we are Women in Linux. You can find us on social media everywhere. Women in Linux. Let's get started. If you want to um find us on the web, you can hit womeninlinux.org. If you want to connect with us after the show, you can hit connect here. It will drop you here. Put in your email address. It will drop you into our Slack group. In our Slack group, we have over 90 different channels. Now, the one thing I want to say is a lot of people come into the Slack group and they're always asking us for stuff or hey, can we how do we do this, that, and other. There's over 90 different channels to help people out. There's also a how-to guide for Slack, and there's also a section in there for one-on-ones. We do have a section in there for one-on-ones for you to have a one-on-one session with me or D to talk about career paths, resume writing, the whole nine. And then we also have weekly meetups. You can find our weekly meetups on meetup.com. And people are like, well, what are the meetups? The meetups are to talk about and show um, what we do in terms of Linux, how to install Linux, how to set it up, training, the whole nine. We do this every week. It has been a is we've had this meetup for the past 5 years now, going on 6 years. We meet every Wednesday. We were meeting from 7 to 9. Now we meet from 8 to 10 East Coast time. Only that just gives me an extra hour for what I need to do. All right. In this inside of here, I know people like to post links. They like to cut the links from Meetup and then post them in the Slack. Here's the problem with that. The problem with that is we don't get a count for our the number of members that we have. When you register for the meetups and stuff like that, what that allows us to do is go get more resources and bring them back to the group, right? And we also have a running count of the number of members that we want to, uh, expand to. So if we just have people clicking on the link and they never sign up for the meetup and whatnot, and they just come to the meetups and stuff like that, we can't get more resources. So it's important that you sign up for the meetup and not. And I see people do it all the time. They'll unregister for the meetup and just click the link, right? But what happens when we switch the links every single week? What happens then, right? Then you don't get then you don't get the invite, right? So that's why it's important for you to be on meetup.com where the links are posted, where the events are posted, where we keep up with everything at so you know what's going on. Like if you want to know, hey, we're having X, Y, and Z, we try to push it out through Meetup. Not only do we try to push it out through Meetup, we also try to link it back to our YouTube channel. So if we have something going on, you know where we have something going on at, right? So that's the whole reason for that. It's not to flood your inbox with stuff. It's to keep you abreast on, hey, we got an event coming up, or we make an announcement. And sometimes, and then our meetups on Wednesday are not on YouTube. We record them and put them on YouTube, but they're not on YouTube. And sometimes I might not record, right? So we just have to be mindful of that and as a community when we're doing things and when we're having stuff. Okay. All right. Next thing up, if you want to donate, you can donate with your time. You can always volunteer to do something. You can donate with your money, either or. Click donate here. It'll take you to the screen, and that's our donation and so forth, right? So feel free, and this should take you back to the website. I guess it didn't. I don't know where they're going. We got to fix that. It's going to .com. Do you got to fix that one? Because it's going to .com. I think that's what people be saying. Oh, I clicked there and they go there. Yeah, we'll fix that. All right. So those are the major things. All right. So let's see. All right. First things first is this. I posted this before. This is posted inside of the community tab. Right. This is posted in the community tab. Let me see how much bigger I can get it. Trying to get it as big as possible so you can see. That's fine right there. I'll just scroll over so you can see it. Right. All right. People are always asking, what are career options with Linux and so forth. I've posted this before. It's in the community tab. I've shown this before in the meetups. So your RHCS or RHCSA talks about Linux security, right? Automated installs, containers, and so forth. Then you drop down here, it's a sysadmin one or a container engineer. And then I went through and say, well, who's hiring for these type of jobs? This fluctuates. These just examples. Expenditure, Rackspace, Amazon. And you get anywhere from what I've seen, anywhere from 90 to 120,000. And sometimes the name of these are data center admin, on-prem admin, hybrid cloud admin. Because sometimes you'll take maybe you'll probably bring into like OpenShift one into this as well too. Again, these are all in combination of, right? So if you know Ansible, 9 times out of 10, you know Linux, right? This right here is actually like the RHCE is Ansible. But let's say you just know you don't go get the certification, you just do RHCE, RHCSA and Ansible, right? So NASA, CACI, General Dynamics, again around 106 or so forth. Automation engineer, automation test engineer, infrastructure engineer are usually gonna be where you're gonna find some names at, right? And then automation of infrastructure, automated testing of infrastructure, automated updates and networking, right? And that's using Ansible to do those things, right? All right. Now your RHCE is the person that's gonna be a little bit more senior, right? Maybe anywhere from probably 3 to 5 years. I look at the RHCSA maybe 1 to 2 years. With Ansible, you may learn that in the first 1 to 2 to 3 years. And then your RHCE, you're gonna most definitely be your RHCE is gonna be your Ansible person because that's what it is. But now you got a little bit more experience. You probably been playing around with some cloud. You've been playing around with a little bit more security. You got a little bit more probably used to some of the Red Hat products and so forth. So design and secure systems, immutable infrastructure, securing data center, Linux administrator, hybrid cloud engineer, Linux security engineer, Linux architect may be at a mid level of this situation, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So your average salary may be 110 to 148. And I said on average. I didn't say that it can't be higher. I'm not saying that it can't be lower. I'm just saying on average. And these averages were taken probably about a year or two ago, probably like 2 years ago for these. So it's probably increased by now, right? Now we start getting into OpenShift. And I didn't put OpenStack on here because most of the time, most people who do OpenShift probably have an understanding for OpenStack as well too. So now you're getting into 200 to 300. We got Deloitte, Ally Financial, Silence Data Solutions. Then we got Kubernetes engineer, container engineer, because you're gonna start playing with Kubernetes and so forth. Manage your scale and secure clusters, cloud native principles, Helm charts, serverless declarative API, and Kubernetes can exist in AWS, GCP, Amazon, and so forth, right? And then optional career choices are Kubernetes, OpenShift administrator, OpenShift developer, platform engineer, or platform developer, right? Now, Security Plus. Security Plus, I think you need to have Security Plus and the RHCSA. And the only reason why I say that is because Security Plus is just like your basic intro to cybersecurity and understanding. After Security Plus, most people go and dive into Kali Linux or they start going down the route of the CISSP, right? And getting some understanding of those things or information assurance or something of that nature. So this comes from CompTIA, right? And it's fulfills the skills for the DoD 8570 compliance. Monitor and secure hybrid environments, including cloud, mobile, and IoT. Identify, analyze, and respond to security events and incidents. Um, Again, some companies I had found at that time: AC4S, CSRA, Eagle Six, Technical Services, and Mission First Technologies. Right, and the average salary is about 69 to 81. But don't get it twisted like just getting the Security Plus and then go try to get a job. You're gonna need to know some type of operating system. So it could be Security Plus in Windows, it could be Security Plus in the cloud cert, it could be Security Plus in Linux, it could be either or. But again, you got to remember your skills are intangible assets that you're building on top of each other. And as you build those skills on top of each other, they're going to pay off at the end, right? You put some time in now and it pay off in the end. All right? So that's why I wanted to show you there. So this is the old job report. There's a newer one out, but I wanted to go back through this. I went through this last year. So let's go back over through this. All right, so this is the annual job report. Again, this came out September 2021. There's another one out. All right, so they talk about the hottest skills, talent acquisition and retention, training and certification, and then basically about the value of open source. And then DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So let's go here from the professional point of view on page 11. So from the professional point of view, having cloud and container technologies, DevOps, GitOps, DevSecOps, Linux development and administration, and network technologies. This right here is where we're playing at mostly. You're starting here to understand stuff, right? With Linux, right? What is Linux? How to maneuver, how to navigate. Understanding networking is just something you're gonna do throughout your career, and then you're gonna get into DevOps, DevSecOps, cloud, and container technologies. All this right here, all this really goes together. They're like, there's no way you can escape these things. They just go together. And the need for DevSecOps is everywhere. The need for DevSecOps even exists in the metaverse, in that world, if you want to look at it that way. It's just everywhere, right? And this was of 2021. A majority of the 88% professionals report that using DevOps practices is in their work today, compared to 75% last year and 58% before. It's more than a 50% increase of DevOps usage in 3 years. Indicates that the industry continues to move beyond quarterly release cycles. Right. All right. This is from the link. Let's go back up here. All right. The 2021's hottest skill sets: cloud engineer and container technologies, Linux development and administration, network technologies, DevOps practices, and security practices. DevOps practices, they actually, to me, should have been at the top, and then you follow the cloud and the container technologies, follow DevOps practices, and Linux and development and administration follows DevOps practices as well too, along with security practices, if we want to look at it that way. But these are things that I keep reiterating over and over and over again, where the need is at, where the skill is at. You even have DevOps practices in data engineering. You have DevOps practices in security. You have agile practices there as well too, right? So these are things that are the skills that are needed, right? All right. So let me go back up to the actual. All right, right here. All right. 97% of the managers say hiring open source talent is a priority. 88% of professionals use DevOps practices today. 88% of the managers are willing to pay for certifications, right? So you need to be including that in when you're talking about what your what your what does that look like when you're negotiating your salary? Don't wait till you get on the job and then try to negotiate for somebody to buy a course or something, a course you want to take. Get that up front. Um, 1 in 5 professionals have been discriminated against or felt left behind or unwelcome. 455% increase In demand for Kubernetes certification from 2019 to 2021. 455% increase. One and two pros, or half, or I guess I should say one half of pros ranked ability to architect solutions based on open source. 77% of employers want open source training to be vendor neutral. 92% of the hiring managers report difficulty finding open source talent, right? Trying to find talent, trying to find skills. Two-thirds, or yeah, I guess two-thirds of the developers need more training to do their jobs, right? So here, from the professional stand of view, what does the acquisition and retention look like? All right, let's blow that up some. It says the practice of hiring, and that looks a little small. I'll go up a little bit more. That may be good right there. The practice of hiring of delaying a hire until the right candidate emerge dropped from 50% to 43% in 2020 and only 22% this year. And this is of 2021. The decrease in delay tactics implies that employers have either realized that the exact right person is not out there, or they simply cannot afford to wait and must consider alternatives to close the skills gap. Interestingly, the second most common tactic to address talent shortages is delaying new technology projects or implementations, which 34% reported doing. This phenomenon may reflect that the true price to organizations of the continuous skills gap, as they are forced to delay projects, which can have a significant financial and operational repercussions. Right, right. It says this year more professionals have reported that it would be easy to find a new job if they wanted to at 66%. When you got skills, you got skills. You can go wherever you want to go. You can go wherever you want to go. See, it's sure less insurance unriskly updated what they want and what's what they ask. Yep. And is there any training for Apple software products? For the life of me, I can't. There used to be training out there. Apple used to have books. They used to have Apple certifications and stuff like that. I think they got away from that. I think Apple moved away from Apple certifications. But I'll look it up again. I used to have 10 books on Apple certifications, but this goes all the way back to like 2005, 2007. Probably more like 2006 actually. I used to have a ton of books on Apple certifications. It's funny, when I had moved to DC, I had applied prior to that. I had applied for a job to work at Apple, um, setting up their servers and so forth. And they ended up, I did the interview and they ended up offering me a job. And I was like, well, I've already moved. um it was not working at the Apple store. It was You would actually fly out to California for a couple of weeks, do some training, and you would come back and you would working remotely, but you would have to go into the Apple store here and there. But um it was building the Mac Pro and how people use the Mac Pro, and um authentication, setting up networks with Apple products and stuff like that. So it's totally a little different. Totally a little different, right? Um in 2020, only 40%, 41% said they could easily find a different role, reflecting the reflex of 2020. How about that? Pre 2020 and 2018, 55% said it would be easy. The 20% increase today compared to before 2020 implies that the market right now is very strong. Let's see. I don't like it when they do it like that. Changes in culture. Let's see. We're seeing a continued emphasis on self-paced e-learning, followed by certification to upskill cross-train existing teams for cloud-native journey. So there's a problem with this, right? There's a problem with this statement, and the problem with this statement is that it's self-paced e-learning. Now, depending on who you are, you don't want to learn when you get home. And depending on who you are, you're not gonna do it while you're at work, right? So when is a good time to do it, right? So that's one of those things. Let's just say I drop the link to the doc. I just give you the name of the doc because it's a PDF for me right now. They probably have a new one. The state of open source employment in 2021. All right. Let me pull that up. State of open source employment. It's from the Linux Foundation. It's something I had downloaded a while ago. It's called, yeah, it's the jobs report right here. And you all can go through and sign up how you want to do it, whatever. There you go. But what I've seen is some employers are letting people take an hour or two at work, sometimes 3 hours at work to uh to study. Some are saying like, hey, if you want this job, we pay you enough, you go study on your own, right? And then some are saying like, hey, we need for you to study. So we're gonna allot this time for you to study, but we're gonna study in a group, right? So we have an allotted time where the entire group studies together and goes over materials and so forth. So they can hold each other accountable and so forth. So it depends on the company. It depends on the workflow. It depends on the vibe of the team. It's just that's just what it is. Um, yep, yep. It gets harder when the more people you add into the mix. It gets harder, right? Dog, cat, house cleaning, cars. You know, it gets daunting. Facts on learning at home. I can learn at work too. Still harder when you get a little bit when you get a little older. I mean 50 plus. It depends on you. It depends. Some people it's hard for them to learn at 22, right? It's discipline is everything. Regimen is everything. Learn how you learn is everything. Like you have to have that mindset. So it depends on you as a person, right? I'm not gonna rule age out of it, but I'm not gonna rule age in it as well too, right? Just my thoughts. Let's see. Let's go back down. All right. So we talked about that. We talked about that. Now let's get into this Gartner report. Oh, I hate it when it does it like this. Zoom in. All right. So this Gartner report is emerging technology roadmap for large enterprises. I did this report last year. I talked about what is new and what's coming out. Where do you need to be sticking your hands into so you can understand what's going on, right? Let me read the comment. Is it normal to always get emails saying they have chosen another candidate every time I put in a work application? Yeah, 9 times out of 10, yeah. You probably need to connect with somebody at the organization or something like that. Where you, yep, back end engineer. It's all about the workflow. It's all about the workflow. Professor Black Ops, you can't be a grumpy old man. Well, let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. Are you gonna be grumpy, old, and broke? Or you gonna be just grumpy? Or you gonna be old and rich? I mean, you got different permutations that we can match up with that. The goal is we want to get we want to be rich, right? Yeah, some of the jobs on LinkedIn do have 100 plus candidates applying for them. Some of them do, some of them don't. It depends, right? I I I get emails every day. I have to get in touch with the people at Cyber Coders because they email me. I think I got 10 different recruiters emailing me from Cyber Coders every day. Hey, we got this job, and they all be different jobs. We got this job. We got this job. We got this job. We got a staff engineer. We got a blockchain engineer. Um, I've Meta, everybody emails like everybody's like, "Hey, we got a job," and I'm like, I just pass it on to everybody else. All right. So, all right. So now let's look at this from the center. Deployment completion of 2021 right here. This little part right here. I want to say right here that right, just in this inner circle, right? And then we have deployment completion of 2022, and then in pilot, right? Meaning there's a test, right? So here the deployment risk they're talking here, the risk factor awarded to each technology is based on the analysis of the potential risk, including the marketplace vendor, the maturity, the architectural fit, complexity, security risk, talent availability, regulatory compliance challenges, and implementation costs, and disruption to existing processes and services. Enterprise value. The value factor awarded to each technology is based on the analysis of the analysis of value drivers, including increasing cost efficiency, improving speed and agility, enabling resistance or resilience, I should say, enhancing employee productivity, and increasing revenue through improved products and or services. And they got some key takeaways for that, right? So let's go back up here. Um, let's look at what I like to. I want to stick to not being deployed in 2023. I mean 2022. But I want to go on the outside in pilot. This outside circle. I want to stick to the outside circle, right? Right. So while we're talking about this application security orchestration and correlation, I dropped a link in Slack yesterday, and I don't know if anybody paid attention to that link. Um, it was a live session that we were having. And it's in this live session that we were having, we were discussing hiring and retaining talent. I'm going to it's a meetup, and I think they meet every week. Hiring, retaining software security talent. It goes from 12 to 2 on Fridays every week. And I'm trying to get the meetup link here. I think they meet every week. But anyway, they have a Slack group. Oh, I can't move it over. Hold on. I gotta take this out of full mode so I can pull it over. All right. So I attended this, and it's like, what skills? There was about 30 of us on there. What skills, experience, and background should you seek when hiring software security positions? What are the effective approaches for building a team? How do you attract talent and keep your team engaged in such a competitive market? What are the what are the pros looking for in a position? So who was on the call? Well, the the security, the head of security for Tinder was there. The head of security for a particular division, I think from Amazon, was there. Let me open up because it's not on this Slack. It's on my Slack on my phone, and I could tell you exactly who was there. And I dropped this link yesterday. Um, see, Scott doesn't have a name. Let me look. Who all else was there? Tinder, and basically, we got to talking about um, how can we um do a better job of job descriptions. What are we looking for, and so forth, right? Um, how do you take what you've done? D, put that back up so I didn't get a chance to read it. Let's see. Hold on, let me get my screen together here. Hold on, let me get my screen together. Close that down. Said I'm in the top 6%. I'm trying to get accreditation. Yep. Um, see, as a leader, push for internships and entry level positions for your team, and overall cybersecurity team. Okay, so I agree with that, and I disagree with that. I agree with pushing for internships, but I think we need more apprenticeships, right? Because um, I think so with apprenticeships, you get a chance to earn while you learn and so forth. You could do that inside of internships. For internships, there's a certain level of expectancy, but from the apprenticeships that I have seen, you don't go into just one position; you learn multiple positions. So that's another one. Another one says also job descriptions short with highlights. Job descriptions need to sell to the candidate as much as the other way around. Like you need to sell to the candidate, right? And then they say instead of hiring for skill, hire for will and then skill. Are you willing to learn? Are you willing to go in and show that you're trainable? You're willing to think outside the box, and so forth. So, but these are things too that you can learn from. You can also take into an interview process, like finding out if they're willing to learn, or find out if they're willing to show. Right? It's a two-way street on the interview, right? It says if you can't find the talent, you must develop the talent. Corporate has gotten away from that. Well, corporate is no corporate still has it. What it is this. It's not enough time to develop the talent that you have because you're always taking on new projects. You're always taking on getting going after more contracts. So therefore, you're always putting more on the team. So there's not enough time for the team to learn. You could go out and get as many skilled people as you want, but if you don't give them time to learn, that or a time to accomplish the goals and learn, it just doesn't work. Check out places like Publix, Home Depot. I think I know Publix has an apprenticeship program. I know Amazon does. um I'm not sure if Tesla does. I know Yale and Harvard, they have apprenticeship programs as well too. So those are places to check out. Um, so this is another issue, and this is an issue that we need to talk about that people don't talk about, and people get mad with me because they're like, "Man, what about the kids? What about the kids?" And I'm all for the kids, but my problem is we're not retaining talent once people get in. People are leaving, and what do you do with the person who's been 10 years in? How do we shift them up? How do we transition them to the next level? That's That's the part that don't never get talked about, right? It says I in this comment says I agree. Internships are excellent way to find talent. That said, that avenue seems hard for mid-career transition. People like myself, I usually see internships with wording specific to college and graduating and so forth. But it's also what did you do with the person who is 10 year and they want to make this transition to the next level? How do you prepare that person? What are we going to do with that? Right? Another one says, um, how do we diversify our teams not only for the obvious factors, but for the skill set and career paths. So I talked about this in one of my very first talks was diversity. How do we diversity to me is diversity of skill sets because the more skill sets, the more diverse skill sets I have, the easier it is for me to maneuver, and the more diverse skill sets that I have, it's easier for me to take on new projects or what have you, whatever the case may be for that job or for myself or collectively for the job and myself, right? So that's how I look at it. Like, where's the diversity in skill set, right? We don't, and when I say that, I'm talking about if you know cloud, you know Linux. If you know Linux, you know security. If you know security, you know networking. If you know networking, you know automation. If you know automation, you know Kubernetes. If you know Kubernetes, you know service mesh. If you know service mesh, then you should be then you know Vault. If you know Vault, then you understand how to scale. Like I mean, like those are the things I talk about. So that's why I always go back to stack your skill sets, because your skill sets are intangible assets that lead to money later, right? Just because you learn Linux today don't mean you're gonna get paid with Linux next week, but you might get paid with Linux in 2 weeks, or you might get paid with Linux in 3 weeks. Just because you learn cloud today don't mean I went and got my cloud cert and now I'm gonna go look for a job, right? And it doesn't necessarily mean you don't get paid, but again, you're stacking your skills and you're creating the ability for you to be able to maneuver in and out of lanes. That's so important when we talk about this. um what is the appropriate add mixture or proportions in hiring personnel, dedicated staffers versus contractor? It depends on what the project is. Like you may be working with a startup, and a startup is like, hey, we don't have anybody on this team that does this, so we're going to hire a set of contractors to do that work. Or you may be working at a full-time company like a Dell or something of that nature, and they don't want to do that work, or they don't have it's the effort to put into that is just not valuable for them. So they may go out and get somebody else like a contractor to do it. It all depends on what it is. Like so I mean, it could be a mix. It could be 85%, 40%. It could be some companies are all contractors. They never hire you full time, and they may have just the in-house HR that is on payroll, and everybody else is a contractor. It depends on the project, depends on the company. It just depends, right? So we can't go by that. And I saw engineering cannabis you were saying, so the notion of specialization pays. I don't agree with that at all. Um I go with the notion of this. When I am looking at job requirements, there are specializations in those job requirements. In other words, I may see a job that says, hey, I need an architect, but the architect may need to know Java. The architect may need to know security. That job, they may need to know like 15 other things. So really, we're in more of a generalist special. I don't want to say specialization, more of a generalist roles, because the jobs now require you to have probably like 15,000 skills more than what they need just in a specialization. You could go specialize all you want to. No one has a problem with that. But what I'm commonly seeing is if you know Java, then I that's nice. That's nice to have, but I need for you to know Rust, right? So now you got to switch lanes and know this. Oh, and by the way, you know Java and Rust. I need for you to know all this other stuff too. So what I have been seeing throughout my career is not a specialization. I think once you start specializing, and this people say this all the time. Once you start specializing, your money goes up. It goes both ways for me. Specialization and generalization. Your money goes up. That's just what I've seen. Do people who hone in on and I don't want to say security as a blanket statement. People who hone in on penetration testing and that's all they do, that's all they know. Do they get paid? Yes. But people who hone in on penetration testing, SOC 2 compliance, HIPAA compliance, do they get paid? Yes. So I think the choice is on what you're comfortable with, and it's also on how you see yourself in the long run, because you could get to the point where you're just that specialization is not even it's not marketable anymore, and so people are like, oh yeah, you're on this, and we're over here doing all those things, and you only have this one little thing. So what I have seen is, especially in startups, you need to be a jack of all trades because we just don't have the money to pay for that special that particular person to do X, Y, and Z. So I don't know. That's just what I've seen in that. So it's what it is. What it is. It says how to pivot, specialize in cloud security if you don't currently touch the cloud. Is self study enough? No, it's not. But you can self study to learn a particular cloud like AWS, GCP, Azure. All have a cloud security uh, specialization cert, but you can go learn that on your own. You can always go to sans.org and take it. You can specialize in the different clouds themselves on their cybersecurity cert. It depends on how you see yourself on that, and what you're trying to do with it, right? Um, because in some cases there are some places that have probably that may play in all the clouds. And when I say all the clouds, meaning they play in IBM, they play in Oracle, they play in AWS, they play in GCP, they play in Amazon, they have on-prem. Um it's some places that are in all those clouds, right? So it could be a number of things. So it depends on how you're looking at yourself. Um, yeah, they want you to be more full stack than just front end or back end. They want you to know a little bit about a lot. Yeah, and that's just what it is. Let me see if I can pull this up. I know I can pull it up, but let me see how I can make it legible. Let me see. Let me show you a job description. Um, show you a job description so you can look at it. So you can be like, what in the world? I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. All right, so let me pull this up. Let me pull up TextPad or text edit. I don't know why I said TextPad. Notepad, TextPad. All right. Well, let me get it out of that mode there. Let me highlight and let me move it up to 36. Let's go to 24. And let's expand it. All right, what that look like on the screen? Let's see. All right, so here's a job description. I can make it a little bigger. That looks like you can. I can go up a little bit more. Hold on. Let's go. Um, let's go. 27. Hold on. Let me highlight and go 27. Okay, that's a little better. All right. All right. So here's a job description for a DevOps engineer. Design and implement solutions for development, testing, and production. Build and deploy automation and continuous um, monitoring and analysis solutions. Manage and maintain continuous integration and continuous delivery. Implement industry best standards. Manage and secure Linux virtual environments. Develop and maintain solutions for operational administration system, data backup, and security performance monitoring. Continuously evaluate existing systems and industry standards and make recommendations for improvement. Work collaboratively with multiple agile teams to help deliver end-to-end products capabilities and seeing them through delivery. Technical knowledge development and methodology and tools. The subcontractor should be able to utilize and apply DevOps concepts and implementation programming languages, technical knowledge, and tools listed below. Software development, Linux Unix, software configuration manage, programming in C, C++, Java, XML, scripting in Python, Perl, Bash, or C Shell, experience working and advocating for agile environments, familiar with software security best practices, experience with containers, Docker Compose, ECS, or Kubernetes, familiar with databases, Postgres and SQL, understanding Git, GitLab, Bitbucket, understanding automated test frameworks with Selenium, Cucumber, JMeter, JUnit, PyUnit, PyTest, SonarQube and Fortify for static code analysis and code analysis, continuous deployment with Packer, Terraform, Ansible, Helm, and Nexus, and then the list goes on. Right? There's more to this job than this, right? But I just wanted to show you that, right? It says that is true. ML jobs want to understand cloud, Kubernetes, Rust. Yep, yep, all of that deep learning, everything. Yep. The problem with this long list is that they aren't going to find someone with all that, and they really don't indicate that they're at what they're actually looking for. Well, let me tell you this. That's my job description. That's what I do. That's actually the job description that was sent over to me, and that's the job that I'm doing. And so they're asking me to find other people that are like me that can fit that job description. But there's more to it than just that. Like there's a whole lot more they're not saying, and that people need to fit into that, right? And then now the question becomes is can they hire someone and train them up, and what's the length of time are they going to give the person to get into that, to understand that, because there's a whole other slew of things that are not mentioned on that list that I know for a fact that you need to know that is not being even remotely talked about. um so when we're talking about specialization, you can't really specialize with that. But the stack you're talking about is everything. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That stack is everything. That stack could be uh team dependent. So a team can come and say, "Hey, we are using Chef, and um we're using Chef and AIX and Linux and Windows." And so you as the engineer have to understand all those things to get them set up and deployed onto whatever you need to deploy them on. It could be uh it could be a team that actually is newly being formed that needs to have X, Y, and Z. So this is why I was saying with DevSecOps, you're gonna touch every single thing. You're gonna touch a lot of stuff. As far as data engineering pipelines, absolutely you're gonna touch that as well too. Even though it may be data engineering, but you're gonna be touching that too. Um, it's just what it is. And for the companies that I have seen and worked with, that list is the exact list that other companies have too. It's the exact list. It's the same list that I see over and over again. So that's why I say that goal of getting 200 and up, that's really easy when you got lists like that. That's just my thought process on that. Why they're hiring because they need people, right? They need people. Especially when you're a person, say like somebody like Platform One, they're onboarding people. They may be onboarding people uh from various stuff. Have you seen Platform One um stack? Platform One, let's see, go to images. Not them. I didn't even know that was an existent. See, let's narrow that down. Here, this was exactly what I was looking for. All right, so here's Platform One. And so you may be working with 43 teams over here, some venture capital teams, whatever they bring, your environment got to be ready for it, right? So they may be working with um see, here we go. Let me go over here. Big Bang. Let me see if they got a picture of everything. No, they don't. So I'm gonna have to go through each one. That's fine. Anyway, so you may be working with OpenShift, Kubernetes, Convoy, VMware. You could be working with Amazon. You could be working with Azure. You could be working with Azure Stack. You could be working with AWS Outposts. You could work with vSphere, Rancher. Um, Let me go on down here. Containers. You could be working with different types of runtime containers. Um, of course, Zero Trust. Um, it could be Oracle as well too. Um, and then you see over here PKI, SSO. You need to know some of that too. Just probably a base level of that. Uh, Trying to see what else they have on here. Yeah, they just talk about their pipelines. They don't give you the. It's a picture. I don't know if that picture is on here. It's an actual picture of their platform. Let's see. Do they have it? No, it didn't switch up for me. Yeah, some of it, but they don't talk about. They don't show the picture of all this stuff, but it's everything. It's everything that you could possibly think of. It's on there, and so as the team, as one of the leads on the team, you got to prepare people to whatever comes in. Oh, you need a container. What kind of container do you need? What's going into that container to set up your pipeline, let's get you deployed and go from there. So it could be a number of things, right? So when you say what their stack is, it's not about what our stack is, it's what stack do they need, right? And based upon their need, here's what we can here's what we can implement and do. Oh, you need to be deployed into Azure. Oh, you need to be deployed into IBM Cloud. Oh, you need to be deployed into Oracle. Oh, you need to be deployed into AWS. Oh, you can't go in the cloud. You need to be on prem. It could be anything at any point in time. So that's why I say your specialization could be something that pigeonholes you. Yep. Recently, I've seen that data science roles you need to understand sensors, IoT, and processing real time data. So that's when you get into embedded. Um, so there's an embedded Linux cert from the CNCF when we talked about it. They just came out with their cloud native training here. This just got announced this week. But that's not what I'm looking for. We can go over that, but that ain't what I'm looking for. See, they still got a 2020 open source jobs report right there. 21 free training courses. Kubernetes, Service Slash. These are the free things that they have. Building microservice platforms. That's huge right here. Building microservice platforms. When we start talking about platform engineering, this is what we're talking about. You're gonna need that. Introduction to FinOps, technical, professional, finance, procurement, and accounting. Yeah, yeah. So here are the e-learning courses, cloud native service mesh, developer. I'm looking for the embedded stuff. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. They got Cloud Foundry certified developer. See, they don't have it on here. Um, there's a cloud architect, cloud security specialist, um, the certified Kubernetes security specialist. That's a good one. In fact, I need to review that class. I am supposed to be doing that class. I'm supposed to be redoing that class. Haven't had time yet to redo that class. In other words, like go over it and make sure it's something that you all can understand. Let me see. Embedded Linux search. Let me just take that off. Here it is right here. Embedded Linux development. Starting with a cross compiler, you learn to about setting up development system, bootloaders, kernel drivers, device tree, all the various software and decisions that need to be made when building user space root file systems, such as in-use consumer electronics, military, medical, industrial, and auto industries. Hands-on lab with a RISC-V based simulated development target allows students to practice both coding and building various parts of the system covered in class. Right? And then they go over what you need. Here's the actual definition of the, I guess, the syllabus of the project right here. What you're gonna learn: device drivers. Learning to create device drivers, you'll get that out of computer engineering, but you can also learn that now. Device trees, target file systems. I know how to build my own driver in Linux. You could look here, building your own Linux driver right here, right here. Run your first Linux driver in the classroom, right? And they walk you through it here. How to write your own device driver, right? Understanding what compilers are, kernels, and so forth. Super important. But over here, why I mentioned all of that is this. I mentioned all of that from here. The application security, orchestration, and correlation, zero trust, mobile threat, 5G services, NFV, NFV, and UCPE, service mesh, serverless computing, in memory computing, IoT platform. Remember, I was talking about how to build a platform with containers and IoT devices and risk controllers and so forth. I don't know how to build a space shuttle. Blockchain platforms. How do we build a blockchain platform? What goes into a blockchain platform? This is why I say when we're talking about DevSecOps and security and so forth, you don't necessarily need to know about what the blockchain is. You need to know how to work and deploy application that may utilize that blockchain, and how do you secure that. So when we start talking about blockchain platforms, right, that's important because we have these exchanges that keep coming out, right? Those exchanges are building. They're building platforms. What's the technology behind building that platform, right? So when we talk about investing, you also look at it from a technical standpoint. It's like where are they headed at, where are they going. So this is important, right? Integration platform as a service, cloud data backup, automated storage tiering, right? Computational storage, solid state arrays, right? Disaster recovery as a service. More natural disasters keep happening. You think we're not going to need disaster recovery as a service? No doubt. In NFVM, NFVME dash OF. I'll go over that in a minute. Then we go around the circle. Enterprise information archiving solutions, enterprise endpoint backup, hybrid storage arrays, non-relational databases, unified storage, storage class memory, application performance, application discovery, cloud application discovery, DevOps value stream delivery platforms. Super huge. Super huge. That right there, no doubt. Continuous configuration automation tools, adaptive project management and reporting, intelligent automation for infrastructure managed services. Yep, look at that, right? Intelligent automation for, like I told you before, this is why I think HashiCorp is had it headed. My own theory, my own thoughts. I I see because they already in they're deploying all this stuff to all the multiple clouds, right? If I'm a startup and I want to build out my infrastructure and I don't want to hire, say, an infrastructure engineer, well, Hashi, your people on your platform, they already know they already utilize your platform. I may be a small company, say, mm, 10 to 12 people, or maybe say let's go with 10 people, let's go with five, and we got this we got two clients that need to build out X, Y, and Z. Here are the things they need. One, two, three, four. You mark my words, watch Hashi come out and say, hey, you don't need to hire infrastructure engineers. We've automated this process in order to get it deployed. All you need to hire is SRE engineers or some platform engineer, because we could tell you what size AMI you're gonna need, what type of containers you're gonna need, and what do you need to deploy, because they're gonna have all that information. And yep, yeah, and Hashi is gonna just give you this template for what you need. You just gonna fill out a form. You're gonna click go. It's gonna build. It's gonna drop whatever, and the AMI is gonna have all your alerts and stuff integrated in there, and then boom, you're gonna deploy. Yep. That's all Hashi's gonna do. Is just give it, mark my words. That's gonna come out now. Now that's gonna change the game in terms of what type of person, what type of skill set a person would need, because they can include SOC 2 compliance in that. They can include any type of compliance that they need because they already have Sentinel, because Sentinel is doing compliance as code. And so people are putting in stuff, oh, I need to make sure AWS does this, or I need to make sure Azure does this. Of course, you can use Cloud Custodian and various other tools. But if I'm buying into Hashi, I'm just gonna go with what they already have. I don't want to have to go somewhere else. I'm gonna buy the complete platform. I'm gonna buy the complete platform, and I'm telling what I need, what I'm trying to do. And so now it becomes you and a salesperson, and maybe they start hiring people to help maintain the platform for the customer. They start hiring people to maintain the compliance and the security for the customer. And so that just changes how we look at stuff, right? And then people probably may not buy into it, but mark my word, that's coming down the pipe. Um IT service dependency tools, service orchestration and automation platforms, face recognition, bots. We already seen that. PC as a service. We've already seen PC as a service. We already seen laptops as a service, right? We already know that AWS has you can now deploy the Mac OS into AWS. We know that. Um, but we also have Macs that we could plug. Like, so if I wanted to have all my stuff centralized and I wanted my people to have a PC, I mean a laptop, I don't necessarily have to give them a full blown Mac. I could literally give them something like a what is that one from Google? A Chromebook, and all they do is just click on the little icon on their Chromebook, and they get deployed to their Mac that's in the cloud. I don't have to send you my no Mac no more. And now all you do is utilize the Mac in the cloud for whatever. I can set up all my storage and back end and everything else, and, and everybody is remote. You don't need to even travel much with much. You really you could take a tablet if you wanted to. If you want to put it on a tablet, so that's where we're going. Natural language processing is already here. Citizen data science tools, citizen integration, augmented reality, we see that now. Enterprise high productivity application platform as a service. All right, look, people want to know what are the teams doing, what the teams doing, what is the production of those teams, what is that revenue of those teams doing. We just saw Google eliminated the support, the cloud support, and people went ape. They was like, wait a minute, what how y'all gonna eliminate now? What y'all gonna do now? Right? So we just seen that. Welcome to the stage, Professor Ops. Before we get to you, I did see Kiana drop into the chat. I want to make sure I give that shout out as well too. I saw some new faces coming into the chat as well. Q4, hey, how you doing? Let me see if it's everybody. Yep, that was everybody. What's going on, Professor Black Ops?
Shout out
What's
to
going
Q4. He said everybody ain't like you. We can't build a space shuttle. Shout out to
on? Oh
Q4.
God, there y'all go with that mess.
But shout out to you. You know, I'm trying to give me some accredited investor money. I get paid, but I ain't at that accredited investor money.
Well,
But
come on
I'm
through. We,
I'm
we
trying to
trying
get
trying to
there.
get you there.
Yeah, but I do. For a lot of you don't know, in real life, I am a professor, and I do review a lot of security requirements. And you're right, a lot of the vendors now, you hit a button, they can spin up in any cloud, any compliance. Then I have to review it. So I'm actually starting to see that a lot. Hashi, cloud formation. You know, I do a lot of IRS work, so
Mm.
they spin it up in that compliance, and I get to review it. So
Yeah, and y'all getting ready to get a lot of you're probably getting ready to get a lot of more work with the IRS as they migrate from assembly, and they're doing
oh
the
yeah,
cloud migrations and stuff. So they're gonna be looking for people to help with continuous delivery, continuous deployment. OCI compliant containers, moving to microservices. What's that
Yeah.
look like? There, it's going to be a lot of work coming out of that IRS when it once it gets going.
Yeah, the crazy part is they really suck at security. They need help. Because long story, I actually work for a state Department of Revenue, and they're our federal compliance. So they come out and review our systems to make sure we can get their data. And I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Y'all security suck. Why y'all trying to? But they said you got to do as we say, not as do. So we get like 4,000 checks, similar to the STIGs. They just call schisms. That's for the IRS. It's just different types of checks the IRS wants you to do to get their data. So
All right, ethical gray. You say sounds like cybersecurity is more DevOps focused, cloud roles, or asking for tools we may not have experience with. No, what I'm simply saying is DevSecOps explores multiple boundaries.
nice.
It could be a focus under cybersecurity.
Mm-hmm,
It could be a focus under quantum computing. It could be
mm-hmm,
a focus on anything. It's going to touch
mm-hmm,
multiple environments. Let's say that.
mm-hmm.
Now, under that for DevSecOps, when we're talking about cybersecurity, there are a lot of cybersecurity engineers that are rolling. Just it's just integrated. Like to me, SRE, DevSecOps, cybersecurity. I mean, they're like this. They're like a play on each other, and I guess you could probably look at it from different avenues. Like if you're a purple team or a red team or a blue team, if you're doing pen testing. But even if you're doing pen testing, you're gonna use some type of agile methodology. You're gonna
Mhm.
roll out those pen tests. You're gonna, kick back results. So it depends on how you want to look at it. But it can go multiple ways. Let's say that.
Yeah, and I actually do that for a living, but real life. So shout out to Tim. The way I do it, like Tim said, is I integrate with the development team, and I have to review them for secure coding, right? So, AK Purple Team, are they doing validations? Are they doing is all their traffic encrypted when they go from the app server to the web server, right? So, like Tim said, that's all in, all bundled up. But since I'm compliance, I kind of do it separate. The IRS needs these checks on the purple team, on your web server, the system development lifecycle, like she said. Now with your secure coding, because long story short, that's how Colonial Pipeline got hacked. Their pipeline wasn't secure, and somebody integrated some malware in there that took over half the United States. So you got to have all that integrated. And like Tim said, you got to know, you got to stack your skills so you can look at all that from a cybersecurity perspective.
Hmm. And we got a conference coming up this month with Sands, especially this week. I'm trying to find it now.
I'm interrupting you. What that guy? You just did the agile talk, because remember I came on at the end. That was a good thing where he was talking about agile with security at the end. What's that guy
Mm,
name? You remember?
Uh,
I'm putting you on the spot.
I don't remember.
Yeah, yeah,
I
he
don't
was
remember.
cool, but yeah, look back. It was a couple weeks ago where he talks about
Oh,
agile.
you talking about
Because remember they were doing
yeah,
the
you talking about
conference.
Alex. You talking about
Yeah,
Alex. You
so
talking about
yeah, look up there, Alex, because I did he did a nice job talking about agile and with security and putting that together.
now this one is free, right? It's gonna be the 23rd and through the 24th. I go on the 23rd. And basically, our talk for the 23rd, let me see, we got it jump down here. Right here. No, is that welcome? No, that's welcome instructions. FedEx Acts. Right here. Panel. New to cyber, catch 22. Getting experience when you have no experience. So I'll be on with Monisha Bush. She is the client support engineer at Sands Institute. I think she's the head for Sands and HBCU. She's the chair. You all seen Tanika ask you when she's especially if you're on Twitter or if you're in Bit or if you're even in Women in Linux, I drop her links on finding resources and so forth. Davin, he's a pen tester. He actually is the host of InfoSec Unplugged. That is his podcast. Check him out. Tanisha Martin, she is over Black Girls Hack.
Mm-hmm.
Her and I will be on there. We had a good vibe when we all met. We met last week, a week before last. Um, to talk about what we want to talk about, and we got into it. We was on. It was supposed to be an hour. We ended up talking for 2.5 hours. And of course me. And here we're just gonna talk about, like where do you get skills at, this, that, and the other, all right, and how to acquire them, and what do you need, and again, when you start making money, how people look at you differently. That's just what it is. People look at you differently. They talk to you differently. We see it. We see it in these YouTube streets. I know
Right.
you see it. If I mention 200,000, or if I mention $1 million that you can make, or if I mention a $2 million job, people be like, "Well, ain't nobody black doing that. We ain't." Well, it's like man, like we don't need to give ourselves a
Hey man, you got to change my mindset. I ain't gonna lie, man. You be throwing out numbers, I was scratching my head. I'm like, damn, I think I'm poor.
So this goes into what you just asked about, ethical gray. Why DevSecOps is the new way in cybersecurity.
Facts,
It
man.
again, DevSecOps or SecDevOps, or however you want to switch up that, right? Secure
Mhm.
first, develop it, then deploy it. It depends on how you want to look at that. But again, when we're talking about it from this manner, we're talking about, hey, here she go right here. Development and deployment are two integral parts of CI/CD pipelines, and that constitute continuous integration, delivery, and deployment. But we made security optional or brought it up at a later stage. The whole goal is to shift security left, where you're securing the actual AMI, or if I want to say an instance, depending on the platform that you're using, the actual container itself, the code itself.
Mhm.
Another big thing is supply chain security, right?
Mhm.
So understanding these things are concepts. I don't want to keep calling them things. These concepts are
Mhm.
gonna go with you throughout your career. But we have made security optional or brought it up to at a later stage. Sec DevOps make sure that your security posture and mechanisms are integrated as soon as possible to make sure that we're not deploying applications with vulnerabilities. We saw that with not Rust. It wasn't Rust that had the vulnerability, but we just saw the vulnerability with Linux for
Mhm.
the two big ones, right?
Log for
Po-
J.
Log4j, Policy Kit,
Mhm.
and they've been out for 12 years.
Mhm.
So anybody who's spun up a Linux box in the last 12 years has has a vulnerability.
Right. And it was worse than that. A lot of times is Log4j was better than other programs we bought that didn't know was in there. We
Yeah,
got some tools and stuff. Oh shit, Log4j in there. We got to figure out how to how to handle it. So a lot of
right.
people had vulnerabilities in software they bought for something else.
Yep. And they don't even make that anymore.
Facts. We were scrambling. We were scrambling. All hands on deck.
Right. And it says this talk will cover how to integrate security into iteration and pipeline application development, how to secure development environments and components of Sec DevOps distinct parts. When they're talking about this, we get into stuff like fortify, fortify scans,
Yeah.
right? When we're talking about securing, checking for vulnerabilities, so forth and
Mhm.
so on. You can get into Tenable as well too. Security
Rapid
scans
7. Yeah. Rapid
for, for
7.
yeah, Rapid 7,
Titanium. Titanium.
Datadog,
Yeah. There's a
as
lot of.
well. It's a whole slew, it's a whole Splunk,
Mm,
it's a whole nother world when we
no,
get out
facts.
there. It's a
Mhm.
whole nother world when we start talking about this.
Yeah, shout out to Gray. There's a lot of ways getting cybersecurity. Like Tim said, you just need to figure out which domain you want to attack to build on top of your skill set. You said you had networking and CISP. That's kind of mine. I don't do a lot of networking, but you can go to GRC, compliance. I make my money really on federal compliance. Networking, setting up a VPC, especially in AWS, trying to figure out those cider, man. Them dudes be struggling setting up your first VPC. So there's a lot of different ways to get in cybersecurity, like Tim said.
Yep. So on this web page right here, this is sans.org web page. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because I want to show you
So
from
make it a
a
little bigger for the old people, man. Come on, Tim.
I didn't want it to run off my screen.
I can't read that little writing. Go ahead, my bad.
Let me make that bigger. How about that? Is that better for everybody? Oh, we just it don't matter. You don't need to read. We going by colors anyway. All right. So so in here it walks you through like if you were on different teams, right? The colors are teams, right? So blue team, if you click on that, it's going to show you like let me drop down here and click that. So if you follow the blue pattern right here, you see that this is everything that's associated with a blue team, right? And then they have, if you click on the plus sign here, these are the courses that are associated with the blue team. So security essentials, intrusion and detection, monitoring and operations, and then blue team fundamentals. You could go down open source intelligence, advanced security essentials, Windows and PowerShell. You can get into security architecture and engineering and defeating advanced adversaries, right? So that's just one way, right? And then if you want to go, you still have this base core, but now if you want to go red team, expand that. If you're going on the red team, you're gonna 9 times out of 10 take hacker techniques and then move across the board here. And it's just showing you like what are the different classes that you could take under this. So you have 3 classes under here. You then here's is a specialized penetration testing if you want to focus on that. And you could pick one of these to go under. You don't need all 9 classes. You can just pick one. All right. Now, when we start talking about green here, right? So here's that CISSP SSP training. Now we're talking about management. Now you're talking about, oh, I want to take some leadership skills. I already have my CISSP, but I want to focus in on SOC compliance or automation compliance, or I want to focus in on planning policy and leadership or vulnerability management and cloud, right? Here's where you start talking about that particular thing. You even have audit and legal down here, right? Now I want to show you something else that's embedded in there because you're asking about cloud security. Cloud security, you see, it's no defining track here, right? But right over here is this little thing called cloud security. One of the big popular classes is the SEC 540 and the DevSecOps one. I forget some of this is one of these is going away. It's not the 540 one. It was some I think it may be the DevSecOps one. I can't remember. But essentials is over here, public cloud. And if you click on devs, well, let's click on automation and DevSecOps. Let's click on that one. This is the one I took, and I passed the exam. All right, now, Tam, doing good. All right,
Congrats.
syllabus. All right, so now you can download this as a PDF, by the way. But let's just look at DevOps automation security, cloud infrastructure security, cloud security operations, cloud security as a service, and compliance as code, right? And then they go into more detail right here for the different topics of it. It's an all-day class. You're gonna deal with AWS Security Hub, AWS Cloud Trail, Cloud Custodian I mentioned earlier, and Azure Security. But you're gonna get a chance to get into all those things. I see we got somebody in the back. What's going on, Engineering Cannabis? Come on up.
Hey, what's up? I just came to say, hey, man, you're all speaking another language right now.
I know you're not talking.
I know, right? I'm just, but y'all speaking another language,
No,
and
we
y'all
speaking
talk,
getting to the money.
Yeah,
and
we
y'all
speaking
talking
dollars
about,
and cents. Now go
yeah,
ahead, Agent.
no, y'all can't be talking about 200K, man. That's
Mm,
unrealistic right now.
Man, engineering cams. I've seen you post talking about 500K in jobs. You right there. You
You
right there.
can't.
What we talking
You
about?
can't be talking about no, man. 100. I've been told 100K is unrealistic.
But I'm just saying, like
You got to
I'm
bring it down to the masses right now.
man. I've been talking about this forever. You know, I talk about this. You know, I get on my rants and all the YouTube channels.
Again, nobody wants to. I've been told nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear what every man want to hear. The everyday people. We
The-
want to hear where we can get to 60K. No,
I
like
don't.
70K.
We don't know. We don't. That's not language we speak over here. That's
we want we want to get to the eating money. We want to be able to eat and
no.
maybe go some from maybe one or two staycation, not vacation, staycation.
No.
Yeah,
Then
we want to talk. We talk languages. We want this language over here is about long term investing, right? Right.
Facts,
Again,
facts.
your skills that you're putting, what you're putting into this, and I keep having to repeat this. I want because I want y'all to get it in your head. Is you learn these skills now, they pay off later, right?
but
You get these
damn, it's
skills now.
hard to learn the skills, man. I need to learn. Oh, you can't be learning. I can't be learning ML ops.
You sure? You most definitely
Nah,
can't learn machine learning ops. You
I
make me
don't
bring.
want to do. I don't
Don't
want to
make me
do all
bring up
that.
don't make me bring up
I bet.
my
I barely.
pipeline.
I barely can do SQL. I don't want to learn deep learning, machine learning, all that.
Facts,
Nah,
all of them.
that's too difficult. I
Don't
just
make
want to
me
stay on my lane and get me some little bit of change, and go flex a little
no
bit
you
and
don't.
come.
No you don't. You wanna be able to invest.
No, I want to flex. I don't want to
Mm-mm.
investing is another language too. I just want to flex.
Like you be
No.
talking about, we ain't talking about no plates. We ain't talking about
I
no
just
how
want to.
about you, man. We talking strictly code and technology over
Yeah,
here.
no, I just want to
Yep.
flex. You're talking too much about all this because
Yep.
again, you talked about Kubernetes and Dockers and
Yeah.
containerization
Yeah.
and
ECS,
again, those are
CKS.
those are those are again JavaScript
You faded out. But we're talking about stuff that we need to be
it's
talking
big.
about. Yeah,
Facts.
these things that we need to be talking about. I keep looking at stuff like we're launching stuff into space. Like
Yes.
did y'all see the conversation in the past 2 weeks
Yes.
about SpaceX
And
and China
I
and
did.
have y'all been seeing that?
yeah, because again,
Again,
yeah,
yeah,
I've been focusing on that. I've been focusing on even the space debris,
right,
how to basically tackle that whole problem again, utilizing big data, object detection,
yep,
how to pinpoint space debris, and then figure out how to either again people are talking about magnets. Or, there are different ways they're talking about collecting, but again, the first part of space debris is locating where the space debris and
right,
figuring out the basically how where those space debris are going, predictive analysis, all that. Those are
yep.
nice, but again, those will give you the 250, 300K. But again, you got to lower it down a little bit. Let's start from the beginning.
We did.
Again,
I started from the beginning for 5 years.
Facts, facts,
I've been
facts.
talking about this for 5 years.
there's
Uh,
progression and evolution. I don't think it's kind of our language right now. Progression.
it is our language.
We need to go back to the
It is
because
our
again,
language.
for the past 3 years, and even with I keep complaining about it in Professor Black Ops' channel. How do we get it? How do we know how to progress? Again, cybersecurity is big, DevOps, MLOps, but again, you are talking to. You're not talking to the masses. The masses don't
Hmm.
want this.
I'm talking to the masses that would listen. See, that's what you're not.
The masses don't want this.
That's not what you're not. That's
Nah,
not
the
what you're
masses
saying.
don't want this. The masses want to chill and
The masses
flex.
that would listen, right? And when I say the masses that would listen, I'm strictly talking about those that understand that it's going to take time, right? And I always
It
break it
is.
down. I always break it down like this. You have to look at where Amazon started.
Yeah.
Amazon started in what 2005
As a
for the
bookstore company.
for
Yeah.
the S3.
Yeah.
It took them a while to get to
Profit. Yeah.
where they're at right now. It didn't take them 2 years to get there. It took them 3 years. I'm just simply saying if you're gonna get started, I don't care which one you pick first, right?
Yeah.
Here's the fundamentals. Linux, start off with the security plus. I don't care which Linux cert you get. Start off with the cloud, right? And then you're gonna I don't care who tells you what, you're gonna need to know some type of configuration management tool
Hmm, hmm.
in
Yeah.
order to move around. These are just a just the four fundamentals, and you can pick the order in which you want to go in. If you're worried about getting paid first, go get the RHCSA and then go get the Security Plus.
So, Tam, you're talking the realistic stuff. You're talking long term investment.
Yeah.
You're talking all that good stuff. But again, I don't want that. I want a quick hack. I want my money now.
Okay.
Like Amazon, I want
Then
my
go.
money
Then go. Then go.
now.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a quick hack. Here's a quick hack. Go to OpenSea, create your NFT. All right. Create your NFT.
See, you're talking NFT, OpenCC.
write your white
That's
paper for this.
complicated. Tam, that's complicated.
Write your white paper. That NFT is simple. You just upload a picture. Write your white paper. Create your own coin. Go online to why to talk about DAOs in Wyoming. Right. File for your DAO in Wyoming. It ain't gonna even cost you that much. Get you some people together and start talking about it, saying this is what the utility is around it, and then start an investment fund and go from there. There's 5 steps
See,
to do that.
see, all that sounds difficult.
And if you want somebody to create your investment fund for you, I already know somebody. She in the chat to help you create your investment fund.
All that sounds difficult,
Look at
Tam.
that.
It's
It's
long and
already
difficult.
right there. Look, I just gave you free game.
Hey, Tab, it's difficult, man. It's too long. I need something quick, like now. I don't need all
Gave you
that
free game.
investment fund. No.
Yep.
NFT. No. I need.
Or if you feel that you don't want to do any of those things, put your money into an ETF, dollar cost average into certain stocks, and then there you go.
Facts. Okay, but the question is, in order to be able to put an ETF, I need to have a little extra income.
You
But
don't need but
again,
you don't need but $5.
man, you know what gas is? You know what gas is right
You don't need nothing but $5 to
now? You know
go
what gas is
into.
right now? Tam, have you
You
seen the
can't.
gas prices?
It's
Gas is
cheap.
rough.
So what I'm telling you is cheaper to invest into dollar cost average into a stock than it is for you to go drive to go get you something to eat.
Gas is $7.
And I'm telling you, all you need is 5.
Facts.
I'm
I'm telling you,
just being fallacious with it.
I know you
We
are.
know. We
I know
know.
you are.
Um,
I know you are. I'm not paying you no mind, but I'm just saying I'll give you $5.
but
Giving
yeah,
you $5 that you if and I was supposed to get everybody $5 so they can invest.
but again, what Tam is talking about, the whole technology part is this is the future. This is where it's going. Cybersecurity, data, DevOps, SecOps, everything. This
Yep.
is where it is. It's even I'm good in machine learning, and I haven't started learning blockchain and all that. But still, I still learn cloud. I still learn on a daily basis. Even with the new research in ML ops, the new architecture. You even talked of NLP. They just brought up a new architecture, GPT-3,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
I'm learning the whole architecture with the GPT-3. I had to even learn the new architecture and some robotic arms.
Yep.
I'm learning again. I read research papers on a daily basis, like 2 or 3. I do all that and start still learning the cloud, still learning all that again. But it's an ever learning process.
It don't stop.
It doesn't. Oh God, it doesn't.
It
Never.
doesn't stop. It
It
doesn't
doesn't
stop.
stop,
Even at
and
53, it don't stop, man.
it
Even
doesn't
at 53,
stop.
you gotta keep grinding.
It doesn't stop. So again, everybody wants to get to the huge amount of money being talked about, but the investment to get that huge amount of money isn't something you take lightly. You have to invest that time, the effort to understand the technology and understand what's going on.
And
Then you can then take your money and again go into the investments and all that. Again, Tam is right in everything. And the problem
Not
is
everything, man. Don't pump her up. Not everything, man. Don't give her everything. Don't give
Tam is right in all
her
the
everything.
but even investment. But the problem is we're not seeing people of our color coming into it and basically investing the time to have this knowledge. I've been told it's either I'm talking too professorial or it's too hard or I need to dumb it down a little bit or is there a quick hack for it? there's no quick hack for learning this stuff. It's you have to take your time and learn it. You will
Well,
make mistakes, but again, once you make those mistakes, you will learn from those mistakes.
well,
But
you
again,
already know how I feel. I'm telling you, from talking to people is normally confidence, right?
mm,
It's the confidence to first start,
yeah,
right? The other part is I don't know if I don't know what this is. I haven't figured it out yet. But we all want to get in and start learning on our own, right?
yeah.
We want to be by ourselves. We want to be like, oh, I'm gonna be here and I'm just gonna learn by myself. That's all I'm gonna do. Well, the problem with that is you may get flustered, you may get upset, you may get lost. Something happens, you don't have any accountability. So that's why we meet on Wednesdays. Wednesdays is our meeting session. It's our time to I only require 2 days out of the week. 2 hours out of the week, really. 2 days if you want to look at the streams. But 2 hours out of the week of you to invest your time into studying. Just I mean, you gotta study afterwards. But I'm only requiring
Ten,
2 hours.
2 hours?
2 hours.
Man, I gotta go to the club. Nah, you taking too much time. I got some
You
chicken wings and some stuff, man. That's too
look,
much time.
Look, instead of sitting there on Instagram, just
I
learn
got TikTok,
Linux
man. I gotta
commands.
learn the new dance, man.
TikTok on Linux. We got a TikTok account, and I need to start making TikTok little clips so you can TikTok on Linux. While if you gonna TikTok, if you gonna tick and a talk, you can learn some Linux, right? But the point is that we get into these. I think we need to move better as a herd when we're talking about studying and what we want to do. We move better together where we can hold each other accountable. If I drop off one day, the professor of like ops could pick it up. If engineering cannabis drop off one day, somebody else pick it up. Like we just gotta have that ability where we, we can stand in for each other and somebody can take over the training or somebody can come in and say, I don't know what this is, but I understand from this perspective. And that's what we're doing on Sundays with the Rust class. It's literally just, hey, this is the baseline. This is enum. This is a strut. This is a mutable variable. This is an immutable variable. This is a for loop. If else statements. And the reason why I'm doing that is if we're seeing jobs that are paying $1 million or $2 million, when are you gonna learn? When are you gonna start?
Tab, you're asking 2 hours, the minimum for the week. You probably asking about 6 hours to learn or 7, but that's too much, man. I gotta catch on KS. I
That
gotta catch up people.
I ain't
I
mad.
gotta catch up all those stuff, man. It's you taking time out of my
I
nah,
am.
man.
I'm
But
take I'm taking your I'm trying to make you have intangible assets that's gonna pay you in the end. That's
nah,
what
I
I'm
gotta
trying
catch
to
up.
Facts.
do.
I gotta catch up on the rumor views. I gotta catch up
Facts.
I know you
who
gotta catch
beating
up
who,
on
and
uh,
all that
you
the stuff. And I
you
gotta
gotta
catch
see
up
who's
on
going on in the manosphere, right?
madness, man. I
You
gotta
That's
gotta
see
right.
what's going on. I gotta see the rumors. But
I understand.
so you
What,
got 6 hours now, man.
I'm asking for two.
You
I'm
what,
actually
asking
what,
but two is even too much. I got 8 hours of work, then come back. I got a beer in my hand. I gotta watch KS.
I know
You're asking
you
too
gotta do all
much.
that other stuff.
what time is the Rust class on Sunday?
It is at 4 o'clock East Coast time.
Sunday
Okay.
football, man.
So
Football,
I'm gonna
all
teach my
that.
class to send them your way after my class.
Which one you doing? C plus plus or what you
No,
doing?
I'm teaching intro to forensics on my
Yeah,
Okay.
channel from 3 to 4. Then I
yeah.
send them your way.
I watch
Okay.
Professor Black's cloud.
Okay.
His clouds shows are great. He
I
shows each.
appreciate it, man.
He gives insights on each cloud on how, even from the data side to security to even started doing an introduction to cybersecurity right now, which I
Yeah.
started watching.
Like what we just talked about, I had 15 people go. I loved your conversation, but I know what they're talking about. So I'm doing I'm calling it a novice series, where it's just from the basics. Like this is a worm, this is a virus, just something from the ground up, because so people can understand TAM.
You got to
Yeah,
start with the You got to start with the security plus basics then.
I got that, but I was doing Security Plus, and people still said I was talking Spanish. So I'm going below, like
So,
ITFA Plus almost
Okay,
so yeah.
intro, because they don't understand you, Tam. Sometimes I'm trying to break them down, get
that's
them
all
ready
right.
for you. I'm getting them
See,
ready for Tam.
Tab, you giving it too complex, man.
Tell me, I think the SEC 540. I don't know. You have to look on the schedule to see if it's being offered. They just had for those that are alumni HBCUs, or if you went to HBCUs, they were offering free training. Right, you had to pass like a skill assessment or something like that,
Okay.
but they was offering free training. The goal is that's the whole goal of this particular conference is to talk about, okay, so you may want to get into it and you may not, but here's what it is, here's what we see, here's what's going on when we're talking about DevSecOps, cybersecurity, all those things, right? What is it, right? And the goal is to not just get you in there, is to keep you in there.
Facts,
All
facts.
right, we want to keep you in tech. We want to keep you funneling through and actually bringing in other people. That's why I say, I was like, we need to be holding doors open. We need people in positions to hold doors open,
What
right?
was for the cloud? What was the prerequisite? Was there a prerequisite? I should have. I can
For
go back and look. I don't know
yeah.
if you know off the top of your head. I can
Nah,
go
I
back
didn't know
and.
off the top of my head. I
Oh, that's
didn't know
fine.
what this. I never did take the assessment. I just
Okay.
jumped into the SE 540
That's
and
what I think I'm gonna do. I
it,
figured it out.
I jumped into the SE 540 and just kind of went for it. I could tell you the SE 540 is one of those. It's a multiple choice test, but and you get two practice exams to practice on to so you could be prepared for it. But go through all the work. Like if you don't
Yeah.
understand serverless, go learn it. Right.
Okay. Facts.
If you don't understand how to build a container, what a container is, go learn it. If you don't understand how to secure your environments and stuff, the class is going to teach you all those things, from securing your GitLab repo or your GitHub repo, to securing your runners, to securing your actual containers inside of a pipeline,
Mm-hmm.
how to check for secrets being shared, how to
Mm-hmm.
use Vault, the whole nine. It gives you everything that you need, so you as the cloud security engineer or the cloud security person can say, okay, we need to be doing these things. We need to use Security Hub, or we need to use Cloud
Right.
Custodian, or we need to use X, Y, and Z. So that's what they get into in that class, and I enjoy it. I go back and play with the actual labs and stuff like that, because you get a chance to download the Docker container. That's
Okay.
the lab, and so I literally sometimes I'll whip out book one and go through book one, for which is chapter one for that particular one, and just keep myself fresh on like what's
Mm-hmm.
going on, what they're doing, and everything.
Yeah. Cause
And
shout out. Go
go
ahead,
ahead.
engineer.
No, go ahead,
Oh,
Professor.
just real quick, shout out to Tim because I was looking at Control Tower that uses Security Hub
Mm-hmm.
to set up your baseline infrastructure to go out there. Because, like you said, I'm trying to set it up for federal compliance with serverless. So
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of going through those exercises with
Mm-hmm.
the Security Hub with Control Tower. So I'll probably do some videos. I think you did some too. I'll probably do a couple
Yeah.
videos on Control Tower because that multiple account is kind of a beast for me, right? I'm
Right.
barely handling one account.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so when you got AWS Control Tower and you
Mhm.
can set up multiple accounts, you can set
Mhm.
up your
Multiple
account
orgs
for,
all in one.
yeah,
Yeah.
your organizations. You can set up hey, I only want these people to be able to read
Hmm.
this, that, and other. So you set up an account for them. And then go back, if you're gonna do that, go look at Cloud Mapper.
Okay. Okay.
So what Cloud Mapper does, you can download the container itself, and it's only for AWS. And of course, you got to give it permissions, and
Hmm.
it'll go out and scan your particular account and tell you whether you got high, medium, or lows in that account,
Hmm.
and then come back and tell you what you need to change. It even does a diagram for you of what's deployed in that particular account. So that way you can say, for someone who's a visual person, you have this, that's a problem. This is a red, this is a red, this is a red. Here what needs to happen to fix it. Give it to your engineers to go fix that. Thank you so
Right.
much.
Yeah, I've been working on that because I think AWS Inspector does that without the map. I think one of those services does that to give you the vulnerabilities, like you said, for your engineers to get them in the pipeline to figure out, okay, this is not code, but we are doing infrastructure as a code. This is what you need to lock down. And like you said, from a security perspective, working with the engineer, what's the best way to do that? Sometimes it's that, but you got to do a mitigating control because you can't do that. So
Hmm.
working through all that with your engineers and stuff.
Yeah, somebody said, thinking of using my bonus for SC 540. Yeah, it's expensive. It is expensive. So I implore you to go look at the scholarships that they have. They have
Yeah,
scholarships for women. Go check out those scholarships. They have scholarships for veterans. Go check those
facts,
out.
facts.
Somebody said the SC 540. I see that. Yeah, there is a demo. Yep, yep. Check out the demo.
The two is you can look in the syllabus, like she said, you can practice some of that so you won't get overwhelmed. Because Tim and I got a lot. I've done a lot of that professionally, so I don't think I'd be overwhelmed. But if you've only done half of that, you might want to study that before you get in that class. I'll let Tim
Hmm.
time in. I
Oh
don't.
yeah, that's the perfect way to do it, right?
Right.
So on AWS control tower. Let's play around with that, right? So if you bring up AWS control tower and you click on getting started, right?
It's
Of course,
free
I got
too.
I got
Go
to
ahead.
log in. But anyway, they
Facts,
walk
facts.
you through. There's a walkthrough for AWS
Mm-hmm.
Control Tower. There's also documents down here for AWS Control Tower. What are land like AWS landing zone solution to AWS
Mm-hmm.
code control tower? Like go read the
Mm-hmm.
papers and stuff, and even what customers are using it. Go look at YouTube and write your own notes for it, because now when you start writing your own notes for it and you start writing your and understanding definitions and stuff, when you get into class, it's not like, oh my goodness,
Facts.
I'm overwhelmed, I don't even know what they're talking about, right? So you can get a true understanding of it, right?
Yeah, because I'm sure you got videos. I got some videos there. I'm sure people got AWS control. It's a lot to digest. So actually, I'm gonna do one step back. I'm gonna take one data center up, take and create a three tier architecture in one AZ just to practice before I get to AWS. Because like you said, I was reading AWS. I was like, oh my god, because you got to do AWS org, AWS
Mm-hmm.
controls. So I was like, oh, let me do one and one AZ to get
Where is
comfortable
it at?
first before I put AWS control tower out there.
Um,
I'll say this: everybody right now, everybody's talking highly technical. But again,
this
all
a
this,
highly technical show.
I know, all this took time to learn. All I'm gonna
Facts.
say is all this took time to learn. They didn't. Everybody
Facts.
didn't learn it in 1 month or
Oh
1 week.
no,
No.
but I think people know that, right?
Do people really know that? That's the
Yeah,
question.
they on my show
Because
they do.
people are afraid to invest that time in there. That's
And you
one
ain't gonna
thing.
make the bag. Engineering time equals money. You gotta invest to
Yeah,
get the
but
money.
again, like me, for instance, the Kubernetes blockchain, it took me 2 years to understand not only the concepts but how it works, how a block is built, all the variables in a block and all that. Even Solidity, it took me 2 years to learn that, and continuously learning it. I'm still learning it right now. I went back to even start learning cryptography just to improve on the blockchain. I'm still reading books on cryptography. But again, it takes time. It doesn't take a day, it doesn't take a week. But I
No.
promise you, once you start reading it, this is what I learned. Each time I finish a whole book on cryptography, I'll go back again and start reading the same book again, maybe 1 or 5 times. Then I started picking out the concept that makes sense. It's like a pattern. You start seeing a pattern in the books, seeing a pattern in how all the technology works. And that's
Hmm.
just how it takes time. It's not going to be a day. But I
No,
don't think people
but we
know
do,
this.
but they do. If they've been in my
Really?
yes, if they've been in my class, they
Tam,
know
you're
this
talking
takes
about
time.
your class. You're trying to
I'm
reach a
talking about,
lot of people.
hey man, hey, that's why they need to come to the class.
Facts. Facts.
Like I don't
Facts.
know
I'm
what else
They
to
telling
gon'
tell
you,
you.
I'm telling you what I've been
Th-
hearing out here is
they
That's
gonna learn
okay.
your
today. They
Hey,
gonna learn
hey,
today. Engineering cannabis like Kevin Hart. They gonna learn
i- in
today.
my class, we talk about this. On my YouTube channel, I talk about this. On my YouTube channel, we got videos for 5 years.
I tell people the
We
same thing. It takes time, but again, people don't want to hear people. Okay, for instance, right now, gas prices high, all that. People are suffering. They want
I
it
get it.
now.
I get it.
Nobody wants to hear that the starting point for an ML ops or ML engineer is you got to understand statistics, basic,
Yeah.
and understand it well. Then you can start moving up to the tools and software. But again, it takes time to even learn statistics.
But here, you keep saying it takes time, and I guess my pushback is, when do they start?
That's the problem.
But 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 it's not the pro.
When you're
It's
so
not the
afraid,
pro. No, again. So I'm gonna give you this rundown, and this came
Tam,
from.
okay, Tam,
Hold
if
on,
I,
hold on,
if,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna
okay,
give
go
you
ahead.
this. I'm gonna give you this. This come from my experience, and then I had somebody else back me up. When it come down and this is strictly I'm talking to black women, so don't be offended by this. When it come down to black women, and this came from a man, a black man. He's like, and these were his words. These are not my words. And I quote, when it comes to black women, they sit down and they shut the fuck up and they learn. When it comes down to black men, they push back and they
Facts.
have
True,
all excuses.
true.
Facts. Oh,
This comes from a black man, but I already knew that. He didn't need to tell me that.
oh, facts.
He don't need to tell me that.
But
I what I'm simply saying is this. If we're gonna be in these circles and stuff like that, I already reported earlier. 3.5 million black households have a negative net worth.
Facts.
7.8 million have a $10,000 net worth.
Facts.
Then on top of that, we only worth as a black family compared to everybody else 19,000.
I think your number's too high. Keep going.
Well, when do we start? When do we start? When do
Facts.
we start? We Here's my thing. We can't afford not to start. How about that?
we can't afford you. Everything you said was right, but the motivation to start because again, you came up with a diagram. That diagram, brilliant diagram that shows the different basically ML, all that, and the
Hmm.
requirements and all. Fine, but if so, okay, I understand that. I understand. Okay, I can do this, and I know
Hmm.
where to go. But again, if I'm new, I'm like, okay, she's speaking French right now, and
So this is what you do. You set up a one-on-one with Tamika. Drop the link D for a one-on-one session to schedule you out a roadmap on where you need to get started. Not
but
only,
now
but
the
hold
fear
on,
is
hold
the
on.
roadmap is the
Hold on.
roadmap. Your roadmap, every roadmap is not going to be.
No, every
I'm going to
roadmap.
expect a roadmap to give me 2 weeks, and I'm going to get that bag money.
No,
That's
the
what
road.
my mind is.
See, this is the thing. My roadmap comes with hey, reach out to this person. This person is a person in here that can help you learn. I don't know all the things. I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you I know every single thing about
Nobody
every.
knows.
Yeah, but what I can tell you is, I bet you I know somebody who can help you in that area, and they in my network. So here we go. Let's go. Right now, it's on you at that point to put in the work to understand what it is that you need to know. I'm gonna give you some guidelines and some rules, but you need to go over and start saying, okay, what works for you? What is the timing that you need? And then go from there. But if we don't ever start, we can't never be talking about getting in the game. We're not even in the game. We outside marching around with the band around the goddamn stadium. Shit.
Hey,
We're not even going in the stadium. We just going in one big circle.
hey, Kev, you're preaching to the choir, but I'm just saying, if I'm coming in and I know, okay, they keep talking about 200, 250,
I'm
I'm
talking.
going. I'm
Look.
going to come in and come in. I'm like 2 weeks. I'm going to be getting 250.
Hey, they was just laughing at me. They was just laughing and saying now the 1 million is the new 100K.
Based on inflation, 100K is nothing right now. Based on
Facts.
inflation,
Facts.
100K. Mm,
That's what I
based
was
on
trying to
inflation
say.
right now, 200K is the new 100K. 250 is the
Yeah.
new 100K.
Yeah,
Facts.
So
you need it. That's all that's all I've been saying. I'm not saying that 200 that 100K ain't nothing. What I'm simply saying is the way the inflation is and the way that the homes and the medium apartments are running their numbers, 100K gets you still at what you are at 60K. I mean, what's the average apartment? Probably like 2,000 right now.
2,100 in
Yeah,
DMV is like 3K.
yeah.
Facts.
And I lived in the DMV. I lived in Virginia, so that's a little different. But even when you start talking about living in Fairfax, living in Sterling, Ashburn, Chantilly,
Woodbridge, all
Alexandra,
that. Yeah, all that
Woodbridge,
place.
you might as well going to throw 2K just off the rip. Just going and
You're not telling anybody. You preaching to the choir. I'm living around Woodbridge area. I
yeah,
have to pay for a house.
yeah,
You're preaching to the choir.
yeah. It's 2K off the rip, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not. No, if you ain't making that kind of money, I tell you, don't come to the DMV.
Don't waste your time unless you're gonna get a
Facts.
roommate,
No, don't
right?
do that.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
it's
That
2K.
house is
Yeah,
stupid,
and
stupid expensive.
yeah, and it's in Virginia, and it has never been cheap for a house. I mean, I lived in Virginia, and I moved to Virginia in 2008, and I moved to 2011, and then I moved back in 2018. I know what the cost of rent in that area and stuff look like. You're not you just it's just to flush your toilet and to have some lights. You might as well give it up for the band. Like
A house with a backyard with them kids don't play, it's not
uh,
cheap.
it's a
It's
wrap.
not cheap.
What is the average house going up there? Anywhere from seven to nine.
7 to 8 to 9
Yeah, yeah,
in Fairfax, you gotta get 1 million.
yeah.
You gotta
Fairfax is
get
1 million.
if
Just
you ain't
give it
got one
up.
million, just if you ain't
Yeah,
got 1 million, don't go there.
yeah.
Then yeah,
Fairfax is 1 million.
Chantilly
For
1 million.
yeah,
From
yep,
Woodbridge, then you can start looking at 700, but you ain't gonna pass 700.
yep,
700 in Woodbridge, the rest. But again, Virginia expensive is nah.
yeah, yeah,
They don't play around.
yeah. And people were moving. I had coworkers that was moving out to Stratford back in 2008.
I have people going to Fredericksburg. They go to Fredericksburg, and Fredericksburg is like an hour and 30 minutes away to DC. They live in Fredericksburg and take it because it's too expensive to stay in DC, Virginia. They live in Fredericksburg and come down to DC to work. This is how bad it is. It's that expensive.
Yep. And the fact that, and this is why I really try to emphasize, right? It's not the fact that I think that making 200K just for the accredited investor, it is making the 200K. So if you get a job that is remote, you can move out of those expensive areas and go move somewhere else and see your money.
Yeah,
Or if you move out of an expensive area and you may move to another expensive area, you're not bothered by all of that. It's just having the ability to have options. You got to create options. And when we're not, and I'm not talking about stock options, I'm just talking about creating options
living,
for you.
living options just to live
Yeah,
your life.
just
No,
to live
facts.
your life how you see fit. You got to make an emergency move. Your job is paying you 200K. You work remotely. You got to run down and live in
Yeah.
Miami. Cool, no problem. You can move back home with the parents. You can
hmm
move a parent in. You have the ability to have some options, right?
Your spouse can say, "Look, I'm making enough money. Chill with the kids real quick. We going down to Miami. Just chill with the kids. Or Florida, chill with the kids. We're going down to Miami and
Right,
go."
right.
So it gives you that option. But again, you're talking again. Somebody told me you're talking the white people money.
That's okay.
It's all green. It's
look,
all
look,
green.
look,
Talking
look,
the white
look,
people money.
and that's not true because the Asians beating the white people. We talking
That's the
Asian
problem.
money.
That's the thing.
Facts.
Indians
Facts.
and Asians are killing it, and I'm like,
Facts.
okay, but again, but this is where the whole scene is going. The tech sector, money is there. There's big money to be made, and it's again, there's a lot of jobs out. A
Yeah.
lot of jobs in the tech sector,
It's a lot of
open jobs.
jobs. We're hiring left and right. We're trying to get
Right.
people in, trying to keep them in, trying to we need people in engineering director roles.
Yeah,
That's where we need people at. Like we could flood from here, but if they don't move up, it don't matter.
man.
We need people that are already in tech and director roles and management roles so they can do the hiring. So because I see it all the time, this what happens. I'm gonna tell you the truth. This what happens. Oh, for this particular position, we need for them to do a take home. You know what the director say? We're not gonna bother with a take home for them. Just pull them on in and let's put them in an interview process. In
Right.
fact, we're not gonna even interview process them. We just gonna have one or two people talk to them, give them a call on this phone number. Let me see what they how they sound, what y'all thinking. Yeah, and they'll be in here in the next 2 weeks, and they're gonna be your manager, or and they're gonna be a staff
Yeah.
engineer. Like that's just that is the power of one relationships and two the power of which you can receive in order to move people in. It's just literally like what did Anton Daniel say all the time? He could throw a rock and then pluck somebody out of the crowd. That's
Mm-hmm.
really what happens. I'm gonna throw a
Right.
rock and I'm gonna pluck an engineer out of the crowd because that's the one. That's my friend over there.
Mm-hmm.
Let me
Mm-hmm.
pull my friend in. We're gonna shoot him on up the ladder. What's up? This what we
Yeah.
doing. What y'all crying
That's
about?
how it
Right.
is. But again, it's we're too entertained in the other stuff. Even when it's getting harder out here, we still focused on the
Cause that's
right.
easy.
It
Facts.
is.
That's
Oh,
because
it
that's
is.
easy. It's easy. It's easy to get away. All right. I'm supposed to study. I'm supposed to be studying an hour a day. But I get on the sofa. I get on
Shit.
the sofa. I
Netflix.
turn on Netflix, a good horror movie, uh got me some pizza and a little something to drink.
Yeah.
And I'm in it.
No.
It's over. It's a wrap.
Right.
But
My
that's it. Go ahead, Professor.
fact. Yeah. My just real quick is I don't know how y'all feel, but YouTube takes a little more time than I anticipated, man. I be trying to step back. I be trying to work on the
But
next video. I'm like, man, I need to be studying AWS today,
But you
man.
know what?
Yeah.
You don't just go. You don't pick a subject and go live. You be really making PowerPoints.
I do because I'm a teacher in real life. I'm a PowerPoint guy. Facts.
Yeah.
You be
Facts.
making. I go and find some links. I scour the links. I
Facts.
find the stuff, and then I report on what I find and find stuff that is happening. You're literally taking. You're
Mm-hmm.
literally writing talks.
Right, because I'm teaching it from a lecture level. Two, for my students, shout out somebody going to my forensics. Two, it helps me understand it because
Yeah.
I'm learning
That's a good thing.
AWS.
Yeah.
So when I
I
dig in and I
I
run a couple
agree.
of labs, that helps me study. But like you said, that's a 6 or 7 hour task.
Right. And maybe you should look at it from not from a lecturer's perspective. Maybe you should just pick some high points out of
Yeah.
that
I'm gonna
and
start.
and not focus on all of them. Maybe stretch that lecture out, right?
Mhm.
Maybe say, okay, I want to introduce forensic science. This will be a 6 part.
Yeah.
Here's we're only going to talk about this one thing today
See,
and
but
only do that one
Professor,
thing.
he goes in depth, and
Amen.
again, because again, you have. I think people are more. People don't want to be. People want to be spoon fed, but again, you don't have to directly spoon feed them. You have to say, okay, go do your research. Go read this. Go look into this. Maybe that will build interest in it. Again,
Yep.
trying
And
to give everybody the whole thing is not. It's not. I don't
I
think it's
be
that
I
productive.
be trying to be spoon feeding them because
Mm.
time like this, I was showing some mainframes. That was my first program. Somebody called me Moses in the chat. Professor Black, I'm so old. He Moses. These computers are so old, man.
Yeah, I
Facts,
won't.
facts.
Nah, I don't. Normally, I just say, "Now go learn statistics and go learn this. You'll be all right." I don't. Again, when I start talking in depth and do this, use this algorithm, everybody starts looking at me like, "Dude, no."
oh man, I don't even have my book with me because we need to talk about some algorithms.
No, they said
We need to
because
talk
again,
about some algorithms.
even in machine learning, once you learn all the algorithms, it's not that difficult. Once you learn all the where the algorithms go, This is for deep learning using a convolutionary neural RNN, all that. This is for this. This is for that. This is for reinforcement learning, Markov's decision principle. This. Once you learn all that, it becomes for me it becomes easy because again,
Mhm.
I know how to group them. I know this is when I use this and this. Basically, because of years of using them, I know how to group it in my mind. I know okay, when a problem comes, I already know okay, this is what you use for this.
Mhm.
This is what I do. But again, it took time for me to even learn that. It took
Right.
years for me to learn all that, know where all the algorithm is, create my own template on my own. It took years for me to do that. But again, doing that is difficult. Investing time to learn that is difficult.
Mm.
It's not easy. It's not.
No doubt.
It's not. It's not a day.
It's a daily task. That's why I
It's a
say you gotta
daily.
you gotta spend an hour a day just on
So,
and learning how you study, right?
yeah.
Like you got to learn, like, okay, you know what, Wednesdays are days I'm exhausted, so I'm not
Mhm.
going to study today, but I'm gonna study the next day and what that looks like. I think everybody should be studying on Friday nights. That's my thought process. I stay in
What?
on Friday. Yeah,
What?
I
Friday.
gotta be
Friday
Yeah,
night?
stepping. What are you talking about? I gotta be
stu-
stepping. What are you talking about?
that's Friday nights is a great night.
No, Friday night.
You get off of work. Don't go to happy hour.
Happy
Don't
hour.
do it.
It's a
Don't
must.
do it. Don't do it.
With them chicken wings and nah, you gotta go.
Mm-mm.
You gotta go Friday. Nah,
Study before
no.
the billion. What's going on? Share this web page for me, please.
My study session is early in the morning when
Hmm.
nobody's
That's
awake,
fine.
and I'm the only one 2 3 hours from like 4 a.m. till 6 a.m. Then I say, okay, I'm ready for everybody to wake up at that point. But
Friday night
that's
just
the
got
best
paid.
study hour. 4 a.m., 6 a.m. on a daily basis.
Most people ain't getting up at 4 a.m.
Facts. I'll be struggling. Facts.
Now I got
Facts.
my phone. My phone is always set. My alarm is always set at 4 a.m. Wake up, do my reading, and I'm out. So no, that's the best time for me. Apart from that, during the day, I'm just playing around. And again, these are what you have to do to basically get where you need to get.
All right, so on sans.org, right? They have what they call posters. And these posters are just really for basically for this is for the SC540, but this can be used elsewhere, in other classes and just in general outside of class, right? So understanding Git secrets, Terraform, how to do infrastructure scans using Terraform Cloud and Cloud Formation, like with TerraScan, and find misconfiguration in Helm charts with Chekhov. All right. Here, how to use AWS System Manager and the parameter store. Jenkins, how to set up a scan in Jenkins, or even just as you can see here, stages in Jenkins. Like how to use I forget what the name of that code is. It is, what is the code in Jenkins? It's not, I forget the name of the code in Jenkins right now off the top of my head. Azure Key Store. Here's Cloud Formation. Like, here's an example of a Cloud Formation in YAML syntax, right? If we go back up here at the top, um, do do do. Here we go. Here's how to use Docker security checks, a Docker scan, a Docker bench. What is Docker? Right? Check your Docker file for CIS benchmarks with a container image linter. So you're working with a linter, and I start understanding what linters is. There's one more I want to show you that I have an example of. And let me pull that one over. Now, this one deals with cloud security and DevOps best practices, right? Let me blow that up some, and let me pull this up right here. All right, so this one, all right, cloud security and DevOps best practices, securing web application technologies, and then they go in here like cloud security top 10 list, top 12 Kubernetes threats, right? Building a DevSecOps program, automation, shift left, shift security left. No, it's not the make command. I forget what it's called. It's not bash. It's not bash the language is written in. I forget what it's called right now off the top of my head. Okay, here we go over here. Let me scroll up. Pre-commits. Like, and what do pre-commits do, and what are the different things pre-commits can handle, right? Um, what is a commit when you're doing a commit, and different things that you can do within a commit, and then acceptance, continuous delivery, right? What does that look like? Continuous deployment. What does that look like? And the different things you can do within a continuous deployment, operations, and going into that, right? So this is just a overview. This is everything that you see on here is everything that I learned in the class. And you also have the exams, and then they come back up here. Let me scroll up. Input output handling, and then we got over here authentication, and then we got data protection, and then we got error handling and logging. All right, and this all falls under the securing the web application, right? Right. Then
Is all that under the 540 class you took?
yeah, but you also get a poster. I think you can go right on. You should be able to go right on their website and download their poster. And then it's a cloud security top 10, right? All right.
Mm.
And then we went over that Kubernetes and so forth, right? On the other one, I didn't click on this one, but here is, yeah, I did. Okay, Azure Key Store, so forth, and then this is number one with Git, and then drop down here. But these are all concepts and all things that take you through not just DevSecOps, even with data engineering. You're committing some type of code. You're going to need to do some type of linting. You're going to need to make sure you're not passing secrets. These are all things that we go over time and time again, right?
Yeah, real quick, and from a security standpoint, I work with a couple of teams. They got secrets all in the code. They got passwords in the code because they're not doing secure coding the way Tim's is talking about. If you look at Reddit, somebody, I think it was a bank, they actually post their code to Reddit. They actually had their AWS keys in it because
Mm-hmm.
people aren't thinking in it. So these are definitely, I wouldn't even call them medium level concepts you need to get so you don't get hacked.
Right. Right. And the other thing too, I don't know, I know we went over and I don't want to hold y'all any longer. Uh and drop a one in the chat too. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Drop a one in the chat if you like what you heard. One other thing I want to actually go over, and I didn't talk about none of the stuff I had on my board on my thing today. I talk about none of that. But I did want to add um, this right here, and you all, the panel can chime in on this, and people in the chat, y'all chime in on this too. All right. It kind of been playing back and forth with what engineering cannabis was talking about. 4 things to look for in a job besides money that could make you happier.
One, money. Two, money. Three, money. And four, it got to be money.
I'm just, I'm just telling you what they're saying. Like,
I don't know
do
what
send
this
the
other thing
messenger.
saying. I know what my one is.
Do
It
send
ain't
the
money.
messenger.
That's some Silicon Valley BS, but go ahead,
What is it?
Tim.
Look
That's
at
some
it.
Silicon Valley
I don't
BS.
need, give me my money. I'm giving my
Facts,
check. I'm
man.
going. Thank
I'm
you.
old. Only thing make me happy is more money. Go ahead, Tim. Do your thing.
All right, let's roll down this list. All right, so sacrificing the nice to haves. Okay, they say, though it may seem unusual, let me blow it up a little more. Yeah, all right. Though it may seem unusual, taking a pay cut for a more fulfilling job is actually becoming
I
common.
don't know where that is. I don't know where you're going to get a pay cut in this common.
That's in Silicon Valley in Seattle, Microsoft. Those guys. Go ahead, Tim. That's in
That,
there.
I tell you, inflation coming. I don't need a pay cut. No.
All right, look, they got a worksheet here. right? They have a worksheet. And here's the worksheet is it talks about how you can identify your next role, your must-haves, your nice to haves, your don't care, and what I'm optimizing for. So I'm just telling you what they giving out here as advice. I'm not saying take it. I'm just giving you options. All right,
That
the
ain't the
next
option
one,
for me, man.
how to
What's
really
that?
solve burnout, right? Hogan sees people who say they're actually burned out, and first priority is healthy work life balance. But I'm going to give you this: money can give you some of that work life balance when you're talking about what it takes to be, hey, I can go to the spa and get me a full body massage and a pedicure and manicure, or I could go on a trip. I can hop down to the islands or something like that, right? So that's what they're saying there. Oh, let me see. This is more into it in here. Let me see. All right, how to really solve burnout. Career changes, a sense of progression and mentoring can be a trap you can fall into. Hogan says, "What am I optimizing for?" Which are some of her clients have filled in and recovering for burnout. But it's basically these four things here. What are your don't cares, nice to have, must haves, and what am I optimizing for? Are the four things that you may want to use to look for in your next role. And so in your next role, you might be like money, must haves, money, and don't cares, no pay cut, and then what I'm optimizing for, a nice vacation. I don't know,
I
but
think this list is for someone who's making 500K. He said, okay, I could get a pay cut of 25K. I can survive on maybe 475. I'm okay. Then maybe then I can do that. But if you're telling me I'm making 65 and you want to pay cut me to 50, no, this whole stuff doesn't make sense in terms of it doesn't make sense. This whole it's not realistic
hey,
at all.
hey, I have had some people reach out to me and said they was gonna take a pay cut. Um, the only thing about the pay cuts is this. And this is just rule of thumb here, is if you take a $10,000 pay cut, how long is it gonna take you in that new job to get that $10,000 back? Because usually you're only getting
Nice.
a 2 to 3%, maybe 4% raise. So it may
Yeah.
take 2 or 3 years to make that $10,000 back, unless you're you're really outperforming and so forth. So you gotta remember, when you're doing these things, if you take that pay cut, what that impact looks like,
If
right?
you give me a pay cut, you're giving me an extra 2 weeks vacation.
To find something else.
I'm using interviews. I'm using that two
Yeah.
weeks for interviews.
Yeah. But like you said, too, a lot
So,
of it's too is your connections. As I get
yeah,
older, I use my connections more than my skills, right? I become what I got, what y'all looking for. So that kind of helps you. Because like you said, if you're connected, the interview process really doesn't matter. Like I got lucky. This lady I used to work for a DOD. She just said, that's my guy, hiring, hook him up with the prime so we can get the most money. I interview. He said, like you said, she wanted me. So I just got it. So if you got those
Hmm.
connections as you get older,
which
you know,
which which goes down to this one right here. Mark Zuckerberg advice for young people: focus on building relationship than being objective focused. And that's what he said.
yeah,
that's
but
true.
that is true. But Mark parents had money. He
Somebody,
said
yeah,
it. He what he drop out of Harvard or Yale, one of them schools.
yeah, that was,
So you can easily say that when you dropping out of Harvard. Oh yeah, just
yeah,
use your connections.
correction.
And Tim just said, and I've been in the game for a long time. You very rarely see black people at the power positions
Yeah,
hiring and I no, I'm not gonna lie. I've got hooked up a time, but it's all white people.
yeah, the
Hmm.
same man. Yeah,
Good. Right. And what I'm saying is this: the community that we're building and have built is your network, right? That's your network. That's your chance to
Facts.
ask people. Like everybody always like, oh, I got a stupid question. No question is stupid. Just ask the
Facts.
question.
Thanks.
right? And don't ask me, can I ask you a question? Just ask it.
It's
But
the
I ask,
question.
but I
Fact.
do Dion like that all the time. Can I ask you a question? But again, I ask the question, right? That's the whole reason of having a network. I think now in Slack we got what we got. The let me look. I think we got like over
I
thirty
need to.
one hundred people.
I need to get my ass in the slack. I be slacking, getting in the slack.
Yep,
I
we
think
got.
because D dropping me off the panel sometime. That's why I be going down. D's fault.
And she dropped him off the panel now.
I know I should have said that. But real quick, I want to chime in on something you said. I'm a professor in life, and Tam is 100% correct. My black females, I don't know if they mothers, they be super focused in my class. The brothers, I gotta cuss them out. I got like, dude, I'm trying to give you the C. You need to work with me. Let me help you give you a C. But the women, they be ultra focused. One woman was trying to make me do extra credit. I'm like, oh, they don't pay me enough to do extra assignments. You need to go to Women in Linux and check out Tam. So no, I have to back that up. I see that. I was actually cussing this young guy out, didn't know it. This guy go, man, you must have really cared about him. I was cussing him out, I didn't even know because I'm like, dude, you got to come to class so I can at least give you a C. Let me help you. You're not even showing up in class, man. So that's all my 2 cents on that. I'm gonna
Well,
back that up.
how often are you teaching a week?
I teach. I was teaching twice a week. To be honest, me in the universities going back and forth. So it's gonna be my last year. But no, I teach twice. I teach a Java class and a introduction to forensic class that I'm kind of teaching on YouTube. I guess I shouldn't say that out loud. But yeah. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I teach twice a week. I teach at
Oh,
night
we
from
need to
from
get you. We need to get you signed up for a Java intro class. We need to get you
I'm
for a
struggling
Java
in
intro.
Java, man. But yeah, I teach it. I be struggling. I'm a little rusty. I was backing somebody up who was something happened this weekend, so I was filling in for them. Then kid complained that my syllabus wasn't done. I go, I filled that half on purpose. So he complained to the dean. So the dean was like, well, your syllabus not filled out. I'm like, you started a month late. I filled it out halfway so I could pivot to figure out what schools. So he's trying to let students boss me around. Me, Tam. I'm old and grumpy. I was like, dude, I'll go do something else. I can just teach it on YouTube, man. I'm cool. So this probably gonna be my last semester teaching.
But
I mean, so are you going over classes, inheritance?
Yeah, full thing. Which I never
Okay.
used Harris in real life, but yeah, we teaching all that from the beginning. So I got the labs and everything. So start to finish, basically downloading clips and hello world, and we building up from there. Get your
Mm,
tree, inheritance, all
got your classifications, so forth and
all
so
that.
on.
Which I program in real life. I've never used inheritance. It seems too slow when I use it,
I got you.
but yeah,
But
no. So I'm teaching. Go ahead.
yeah,
no, go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead, Adrian.
I agree with Tam. When I used to basically help out in teaching and some stuff, the women are more receptive in terms of trying to get it, try to put extra time in it. Again, I'm not any kind of gender bias or anything, but
No
again,
thanks.
in terms, I think the women know. Again, I have responsibilities in the house. I need to get this and get it now. The men do have responsibilities, but they believe there are other options out there that's easier to basically commit, so I can get that quick buck real quick. Not realizing it's time. Again, time is a big part of everything. The more time you invest in it, the more profit you see at the end of the day. But again, it's not a day or two.
Mhm.
It's really a commitment. And women, I see women commit. It's even shown in the stats. Women with more degrees and all that. It's shown. Again, we need to also to promote. Again, you even said that the black household. The black household consists of both a man and a woman. So the men also need to also step up, and that's why I came to the black space at first to teach and try to do what Professor Black Ops tried to do. But again, I got tired of hearing you talking to. That's not what I want to hear, and I got tired of hearing that. So I said, "Nah, I'm going to leave it to Professor Black Ops to deal with all this. I'm tired of hearing it's too high level. It's you skipping. We need to start with the lowest one, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. You all are focused on the wrong thing, and if that's what draws you, fine. I'm
Right.
tired of beating that drum that this is getting bad out here. There's a solution. It's time and tech, and go in here and you can make enough money to change your whole family's dynamic. But again, that drum, I beat that drum so much, I got tired of it. I said, okay, Professor Blackout, here it is. Take over. I'm the
I'm getting a little too old, engineer. I'm getting a little too old now.
nah, bro. You're not too old to. Nah, you got to be here because again, I beat the drum so much. It's nobody's. Again, there's endless opportunities. I mean, endless. You can choose a path and say, okay, I'm going to learn, and as you learn, you gain money, you gain skills, and you gain the confidence. But again, it's again, you just trying to beat that drum, but when that drum, nobody hears the drum and saying, "Nah, that drum is not for me. I'm going to go through, do this," and you hear the stats that 73% of Americans make 35,000 or less.
Facts, man.
You start asking questions and like,
Facts.
what's going on? And
Hmm.
that's Americans. Now we're not talking about the black community. These are
Right.
the
Facts.
Americans. Now the black community then, but when you hear all the stats and you say, "Man, we need to do something," and when you start throwing stuff out there, they tell you, "Nah, that's not for me, man." You want you
So
talking about? Give me something smaller. Can I start with some? I said, "There's nothing." Even when they tell them you can get degrees, your job can pay for your degrees.
right.
Nah, okay, scholarships. HBCUs have a lot of scholarships. You can go A&T, Howard. You can do anything, and they got scholarships, engineering, IT, and stipend and research. And you say this is available. You just need to apply. You a GPA of 2.6, 2.5, you can get it.
Facts.
You telling me no, that's not for me. I'm like, if this is not for you, then what is?
Yeah, and I want to address two things. And Alpha Banks, I see your comments, but you can come up and defend yourself. So I'm gonna
Uh-oh.
just I'm gonna just go ahead and dispel some things that you
Facts.
said earlier. And a couple of things. Like one of the comments, let's be honest that most women get degrees in professions that don't pay. You spend 100,000 on those. So I'm gonna address that, right? I want to address that. And there was another comment that you made earlier that I kind of brushed away from it, and didn't address it. Ken J, you made a comment that black women do a lot of surface level learning, though, and I don't even know what that means because most of the jobs are are basically learning fundamentals and then do a deep dive once you get into the job. So I'm not sure what that means, and so forth, right? So I want to address two things on that, so we can go ahead and kind of like dispel some of what we've been seeing, right? So and I got to make sure that it's on here before I do my dive, but I did it earlier. And is it on here? Let me look. Hold on. I'm scrolling through because I pulled this up earlier. And I pulled this up earlier to show like where black people, not just black women, but black people are getting low wage jobs across the board. So that means you too, as a black man, if you are a man, um, are getting low wage jobs. So I want to let me find my thing because I actually had this report up earlier because I always hear this that black women are getting jobs that don't pay anything or whatnot. But then I also hear on the flip side that black women money don't matter in the first place. If you're in a relationship, so which one is it? Does the money matter or don't matter? I don't know.
No, the funny
Actually, hold on. Let me say this. I don't care. I don't
Facts.
care. Let me state that the obvious if it hadn't been stated, because whether my money matters or not to someone else, it matters to me. My
Facts.
what It matters to me what I'm bringing in. And let me see if I can find my other one. Oh, this is the wrong web page. That's what it is. It's the wrong one. Let me go over here and pull this one up. That's the new millionaires. That is the Black family Americans. It may be on here. Um, but it was a in one of these reports. It showed like only 1,500 black people are making an average of $188,000 on this study that we found, right? So whether we like it or not, we all in the same game, right? We could talk about. I mean, it really ain't no big difference between 45,000 and 32,000. I don't care how we slice that shit up. Is it on that one? Oh, where is it? Now I don't want to come up for me. Let me see. Let me scroll through here slowly. It was a diagram that showed the concentration was far to the left of where the black population as a whole was making money, and then to the far right was a very thinned out, a very thinned out uh diagram of people, of black people, and and where their skills at and where their money is at. And I can't find it right now. I have to go back through all my notes and find. I just had this up earlier, like this show, and I thought it was on here. But anyway, it doesn't matter. When you talk about the degrees that they're getting, I'm not seeing all the degrees that black women are getting. I would love to see the stats behind that, right? I want to know what the stats are behind degrees that black women are getting. Let's see, black women, because never everybody always talks about this, but nobody ever shows any stats. Degrees. They just talk about the debt. Um,
But the
uh,
funny thing doesn't matter. The whole black community is suffering.
that's what
Why are we
That's
separating
what
it?
I always say. But
The black community is suffering. Why are we
Facts.
so adamant to separate it, black women? We are all suffering. The question is, how can we all come up? Again, the whole. That's why I really don't like gender. When
Oh, I don't
Facts.
either. But
I hate that stuff.
on my show, we like to dispel rumors. Uh,
But the black community is suffering. That's the thing. We as a black community, they've done predictive analysis on our wealth,
yep,
and that's a and it shows we're not going. We're losing wealth.
we're losing
Facts.
wealth. Yeah, we're
It's
supposed
supposed
to
to be
be zero
zero
in 2050,
2050
2053.
2053, right?
Yeah,
But let's be honest, that was before the pandemic. It was 2053.
So
So
that's
yeah,
a problem. We're losing as a black community. Why are we so adamant about gender when we are as a community losing wealth?
but that'd be my whole point. I don't understand why we even arguing about it.
I don't
I,
know.
Like
Why are
we
we
too we
arguing?
we too broke to argue is my
And
right.
thing.
it's
I,
too
I
like two
yeah,
broke people fighting over food.
right. I told
You know,
people, and
no,
yeah, I told people I refuse to talk about gender in 2022. If you want to
no.
go to KS or Women in
Yeah.
Linux, they're gonna break it down. I just because like Tim said, is we too broke to argue.
I can't. I hate that gender
And
when.
then two, even let's say, even if this true is black people get divorced at the 65% rate. So you want your women to make money because they're taking care of your kids. And without family, you don't have a community, man. And this is from a divorce
Yeah.
guy. So
And they said the average family now makes less than 60.
yeah.
The average black family net worth is 19,000. Let's be clear.
Right.
Nine.
We just
Okay.
talk about income, straight income,
Income.
not wealth. We
Wait,
talking
no,
income, not wealth.
income 60. So you have family now. A family of maybe four, two kids, 60K. For two kids, two parents, 60K. Where you going to be living in that? What school is your children going to go?
That's good.
What
But hold up.
neighborhoods are you going to go?
Yeah, let me draw. Ken J. Heath said he's not suffering. we know you're not suffering. We're talking about black community as a whole, man. We're not talking about individuals. We're talking about bringing the black community up in YouTube. I'm part of this 4% of black men on YouTube, but we're not talking about me. We're talking about the whole black community
Yeah,
because if the black community suffer, I'm suffering. I got kids and grandkids, man. We got to bring the community up as a whole.
yeah. And if the problem persists now, if the black people who are doing well say, okay, look, I'm just going to segregate and go with the other kids with the schools. I don't want my kids to get beat up in school and coming up with new shoes, and every day he coming out with no shoes.
Mhm.
No, I'm going to get my kids to another school, and that creates a problem. It's the problem is bigger than just genders. It's now
Right.
more wealth, money.
Yep.
That's what we should be focusing. But again,
It's
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 it's now a second thought. Money and wealth is a second thought when you know that's the basis of everything in your family. I want my kids to have a backyard to play with. I want my kids to go to a good school where they teach them programming. When he comes home, I'm going to help him with the programming. I want my kids to have that best education. I want him to have the best medical availability. I want him to have everything he needs. And if providing it is through my means, I've got to be the best of the best to provide it for them. But this is how we should be thinking. This is what we should be driving through. I need, hey, if I'm making 350, my wife making 400, 250, man, my kids are good.
what's the
But if
problem,
I'm making 35 and my wife making 45, we trouble.
right? And I've never understood why we have this debate. Like I don't get it, but
It's a full 8 hour debate.
It's
Eight
YouTube.
hour debate
It's a
on
YouTube cash money because let's be honest. If I want to be the old fat Kevin Samuelson, I could get 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year if I wanted to do that.
it's
Right.
an
So
8 hour course debate
that's not
on
something I
Nicki
want to do.
Minaj. 8 hours, and the girl is living her life in a mansion, and we
and
have an
married.
8 hour
Facts
debate.
and married. Facts and married.
We have
Uh,
an 8 hour debates of someone who doesn't even know your name.
So let's
right.
let's be honest. Us three up here, when we do YouTube to help the community, I lose money. My bill right for my
I
I
lose
lose
time.
money.
Right.
When I do a class on Sunday because I want to get back, I lose money.
Yep.
Let's be
Yeah.
realistic. My bill rate for my company is I think $150 an hour. I don't make that much, but that's what my bill rate's for. I lose money when I do YouTube videos.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because again, your time, if you put your time, your
Yeah,
actual time, 100 and something, and you're saying I'm using my time to educate people for free, and this
right.
nobody wants to listen. At one
Hmm.
point, you see, my time is best spent making my money too, because
Right.
Hmm.
again, we this is something that we need as a people. But
Facts. Facts.
again, we are so focused on people are so saying, "Hey, man, I can make 35, 45. I'm living good." And somewhere, I'm like, "Are you really living good? Are you really actually?
Facts.
Are
But
you really living paycheck to paycheck? Do you have any
facts.
money saved up and for emergency or something? If someone busts out right now, can you say, okay, I'm gonna? If your car breaks down and say, hey, man, this your car needs like $5,000. Can you bust out 5,000 now and say, hey, I'm gonna repair the car? These are the questions we need to ask. Living day by day and saying that's not living.
Mm-mm.
They tell me that's existing. You just existing.
Yeah, like this gonna be the last thing. I'm sure all y'all had that. I did a video I thought was killing. I got 30 views. It hurt my feelings. I spent like 3 hours on it. I thought it was gonna be killing, man. I got 30 views, hurt my little feelings. But you know, but it's something like I said, I like doing the videos. I like cybersecurity. I like people trying to get in cybersecurity. I got 15 years in cybersecurity, I got 30 years in the game, and I came here to help people. So I came here to support engineering cannabis. Tam, shout out to D. She be dropping me off. B2B, you know, a lot of people. I just said I came here to help. So
No, what shocked me most is I went to a channel and discussed about business and AI and tech. That channel, I got like what 500 views. 2 hours later, they talked about women and
No
problems
facts.
with women. They got 20,000 views.
No facts, man.
At that
Or
point, I'm like, okay, this ain't working.
I think it's working like Tim said. I'm dropping gems for people who want to pick them up, and I just can't. So I do my little class. I'm gonna have probably 35 people over a week. I probably average 150 views. But like you said, I see something else. They get 500 people in the chat and
This,
200,000 views.
I'm gonna tell you what's been told to us, and this has been told to me. They told us that we've been approached by a couple of people on this, that we need to show the results of what working in tech has led to. In other words, you need to show the cars, you need to show the houses, you need to show
I'm done.
all these things. So and here's the thing with that, right? Um that says a lot about how people think we think, right? That's what people think about you. Like, oh, if you want to get to black people, you
Facts.
need to show the houses, you need to show the cars, you need to show the jewelry, the watches, the money. You
That's
need to show those things. And
mhm.
don't get me wrong, I say it all the time on our show is we got a bad relationship with money. We need to be comfortable with talking about money. It should not be uncomfortable for anybody to in our group, as much as I talk about it, for me to
Facts.
talk about $500,000, $1 million, $2 million,
Mhm.
how to get there, who's doing what, where I've introduced y'all to millionaires. That shouldn't be a problem.
Yes, man.
This should be like a normal conversation. It should be a conversation that we can have and say, okay, well, let's move over and start going down this path. But when we start sitting back and we're talking about that, we can't even talk like pull this up.
But at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, doesn't that become a distraction? Isn't
but
that what we're going to be focused on? The
but
money.
but we already what they're saying is we're already focused there anyway.
Facts.
We're already
So,
there anyway.
so you
So
want to show
so
you my house and everything. No,
I'm not gonna show you my house, but I'm
that
just
ain't
saying
work for me.
they're just saying show the results of it, right? Because we're already there. Like, that's the thing. But when I don't, for me, here's the results of what we already at, right? The average net worth for African Americans is 19,000 compared to whites of 130,000 and 12,000 for Hispanics, right? That's the average net worth. So I'm saying if we're trying to get you into jobs that's 200,000, screw it, let's go 100,000. All right, cool, fine, whatever, right? But if I'm saying let's get there, why is it not, why is the conversation not okay for the man to get there and the woman to get there? Why can't we have a household that has a net worth, just let's just say not net worth, let's just say a income of 500,000? Why is that why is that a problem? Why does it become a battle where we gotta feel like we in the ring and we like boxing each other to see how broke can we stay? Like we literally boxing in the ring to see like, nah. If I jab you in your right eye, yeah, you broke. Yeah, we just gonna stay broke. Like we boxing,
Because 500,
we shadow boxing to be broke. Like that's I don't even understand that.
500K is fantasy to what people think is 500K is like it's not achievable to
It
done
is if you rapping.
if,
It is if you rapping
if
engineering
you're rapping
cannabis. If I'm rapping, people think I make
I mean,
500.
if you're playing basketball, but if you're talking about ML ops or cybersecurity and all that, is that really going to give me 250 and 500K?
I'm like
But the
D work from
problem
D.
is,
Can you highlight Mary's comment in there at the bottom? I think she's got it. Keep going, engineering cannabis. My bad.
but the
Mary's
problem is, we're so we don't
Highlight.
believe there's an avenue that can give us that kind of money unless we do something extraordinary.
Mary's comments for me is correct because I'm from the old school. I feel like if I make it, white people gonna take me out, so I be very low key. You will like this, Tam. I go into the bank teller. We cool, young girl. She goes, "Hi, Ty, don't take this wrong. You look like you on your period. I look like a bag, man. I come in with tatty shoes on, shuffling in because I don't want nobody to know I make money.
But again, that's the truth. Don't get me wrong. It's the perception is I haven't seen. I'm not the kind of guy who's going to wear a gold chain and I wear Apple wristwatch and sometimes that's it. And I just go on my way. I'm not going to wear a gold chain or flex. No, that's not me. I don't give me some flip flops and shorts and a t-shirt. I'm good to go.
And I
But
think
that's me.
most highly educated guys, because I was kind of nerdy. Right
Yeah,
now, when I was younger, when I first got my first little money, I was Coogee. I was talking about this on B2B's channel. I had a Toyota Celica, a Coogee sweater, some Bally's in my drug phone. I had a cell
yeah.
phone that was a bag phone. I was whipping through the hood. Now I'm old man. I ain't trying to do none of that.
As you grow, you see there are more advantageous ways to invest your money and all
Yep.
that.
Fine. I,
And
I
me,
got true story.
yeah,
I'm gonna show them on YouTube. I got $3,000, which is a Coogee sweaters, because I'm 5'7" and chubby. I was trying to be a high value man with Coogee sweaters, spending my money on the wrong shit. Go ahead, engineering
so
campus.
again, it's when Tam says 200, your husband make 250, your other man 250, man, you live in large. The question is are we? The next question is that I did this in B2B when I went to B2. They keep saying because you have high degrees and that's why you can make that kind of money. I'm like, the degrees I got wasn't expensive; it was free. The degrees
Facts.
I got was paid by school with scholarships and work. Most of my degrees are basically given to me by either a job or school. I never came out with any student loans. And it's possible. Most jobs will send you to school and you only probably sign a year contract with them or two. Well, most jobs will gladly send you to school to get your master's. I was one the job out the last job I was in the national lab. They wanted to give me a second master's in electrical engineering. I told them why not, and I was going through the process. Then I told them, okay, look, I'm trying to balance a lot. I already have a master's. Trying to get a second master's is fun, but I'll just hold off. I already have the classes. I said I'll take it. I'll take another one. So again, they will gladly send you to school and for free. So again, we're trying to fantasize, trying to make something that's achievable, something that's really achievable, and we can do it. And we're trying to make it so big that it's not doable, but it is. And again, even with certs, even with going again, healthcare, healthcare they need a lot of IT staff.
Mhm.
As a nurse, you can go and get you a cert in IT and become an IT a data analyst for a nursing hospital. But again, you just need to know where you want to go and what to do. The resources out there. You have women in Linux. The resources out there. Just go in and find it. Scholarship, stipend. The professors, when I was in school, my professors were my go-to people. I said, hey, look, I ain't got change. I ain't got nothing. You got any research I can come do for you for the summer and you pay me? Sure. This is how I went through school. And this is what you need to do. It's achievable, but we're trying to make it like it's not. So please, it's not too expensive. There are thousands of scholarships out there, grants and all that. Please do it.
All
That's
right. So
yeah.
this is one I found engineering cannabis right here. Black workers. Let's define that. Men and women that identify as black or African American, however you want to break that down, right? are concentrated in low paying occupations and underrepresented in high paying jobs. I want to say that again. Black workers, black workers, right? Ain't got nothing to do with women, ain't got nothing to do with men. It's got something to do with both. It ain't specified. I just want to show you where the cutoff is. Look, here's the 100,000, right? Here's that 100,000 mark. And let me blow it up some more because it looked kind of small. Put it up some more. All right. The median wage right here, right? Here's where the 100,000 mark is. When we start talking 150, 200, we got median wage of $188,415, 3.63%. Number of workers out of 100,000 is only 1441. So I'm saying to you, even as black men, you ain't popping over here on this side. You ain't popping over here, right? And if we really want to get into it, I need to pull that other one back up where we got that net worth, seven, was it 3.5 million? That's got negative net worth as a black family. You ain't popping there either. And 7.8 million as a black family, a net worth of 10,000. You damn sure ain't popping there. If I median black family is supposed to be 19,000, you just ain't popping. Okay, you just ain't popping. So we keep having these circular conversations. I'm saying stop. I'm saying get to the money. I'm saying get to the skills so you can be popping. Because we shouldn't be
Facts.
popping over here. This ain't
Man,
that.
that
That ain't
cluster,
it.
that
This math
cluster,
ain't mathing.
that cluster is bad. To be clustered around 50 to 70,
No,
even
let's be real.
the
Here's
cluster.
50. Here's 50.
We ain't
And,
go
and
there.
that cluster is super dark over here. That
Because we go
cluster
to
is super dark.
because you
If
go to
I say
AfricanAmerican.com, I think they had us at black men was at 42 and white men was at 52.
this isn't encouraging, but again, if we put it up, if this is pasted everywhere, at one point people will say, "Why are you doing this? Is doom and gloom," but this is the real on the ground. This is what we're facing. We're classified in the low wage jobs. Why? Is the skills and all that? Why aren't we increasing the skills? Is
Uh,
there a problem?
Well, I
Again,
think it's more than skills, right? It's about a focus, right?
Facts.
I see in the comment HRIT, but let's not forget telehealth, right? A lot of people resorted to telehealth, talking to their psychiatrist, their doctor, um, and so forth in telehealth. That's another little area where it's taken off. We
yeah,
also gotta we also have to do look at healthcare IT, but we also gotta look at how do we take the skills that you do have, because of what's happening is a lot of people are coming in with some basic skills and they're rolling them into sales and HR. And a lot of them are rolling them into pre-sales and HR.
Mhm.
You I'll wait for it. Name me a school, Harvard, Yale, Howard, Hampton, that talks about sales engineering. I'll wait.
No, like
no,
yeah, that's not in there.
I'll wait.
no.
It's not even there. So when we talk about what degrees a woman is getting or what a man is getting, some of this ain't even taught in college.
Because the enrollment, when I was in school, the enrollment in the engineering department, it was low for black folks. It was mostly international,
Facts.
Indians, Africans. For African Americans, it was low. It was so low. I was like, even the graduate, when I was graduating, it was still low. And the question is, we're not graduating, and these are HBCU schools.
Facts.
dedicated for black folks. And with scholarships, I mean, they were begging people to take scholarships. I mean, I had professors say, look, your GPA, you got 3.5, come on, I'm going to load you up with scholarships. You don't need to do nothing anymore. I'm like, thank you. I got scholars in grad school the same way. I'm going to load you up with stipends. You don't need to, you're going to be all right. But this is what's happening in HBCU schools.
Facts. But
You
Buffy,
have opportunities.
Buffy, I was on B2B and we were talking. I graduated college in, oh shit, 1990. I was the only black person. I think Engineering Cannabis was on there. B2B, that's one guy, Maximilian, just graduated in 2021. He graduated in computer science with one black person, just him. So we're not in representation in colleges in any real amount. Like Tam said, what are we arguing over? We got one or two for the hard scientists. So now we're trying to help people get their certifications up to help them get in the door to get across the gatekeepers. But we ain't got time to argue.
We
Let's just get it.
arguing. I mean, if you can sit down and spend 8 hours and this is what I say. You know you're making 35, 45,000, and you can come in a panel and spend 4 hours, and in your mind you know you're making 45,000. There's something wrong with you in it. If I can come on a panel and spend 4 hours and I know my paycheck is 45K a year, and you're not looking to improve with inflation killing you, housing, all that, there's a problem.
Facts. So, like we talked about, I graduated in 1990 from college. Maximilian graduated in 2021. I had one, and he had one. There's no progress in that amount of time. We made zero progress in the STEM fields as a culture. Go ahead, engineering. We make zero movement.
There's nothing, there's all I can say is we need to improve and we need to stop all
Facts.
this gender. It's not helping anybody.
Yeah, and I
It's
think the
really
false
not.
part that YouTube does and Twitter is we get all the black people conjugating, but we
Yeah.
arguing, so it makes it seem like it's more black people in IT.
And the funny thing, in the real world, nobody's doing this.
Facts.
YouTube
That's
is the only place I see all this hype going on. In
I
the real
work.
world, nobody cares.
Facts.
Everybody's like, look, I need to get this money. How can I get it? What do I need? But in YouTube, everybody keeps focusing on this gender war, and that is the most annoying part of this stuff. Linux, we have Microsoft, we have cloud, we have so much in the tech sector, cloud, cybersecurity, data. We have so much opportunities in there. Right now, this is the best chance to get in and ride that wave, get that money. Because again,
Well,
tech is always going to continue to improve over time, automation, everything. But we are so this graph alone should be scary, should be a scary
That's
enough.
what I said. I
This
said,
graph,
this don't scare y'all. Like literally, to
it,
be so let me break this down. To be an accredited investor right now, you need to make 200,000. They're getting ready to
facts.
change that limit. Right, you need 200,000 as a single individual. You need to have 300,000 as a husband
Yeah,
or a wife, or you can
mhm.
go for the Series 65 or the Series 7, or you can have assets in $1 million and up. So
facts.
if you don't have any of those, and I think it's like one more in there, if you or you can oversee a fund. If you don't have any of those, you're not even in the game. You're not even able to talk. You're not even able to invest into companies before they IPO. I'm not talking about pre-IPO on Robinhood or Webull. I'm literally talking about meet the founder of
Facts.
a company, talk to them and invest on their platform where you're gonna have to show that you've had that money for the last 2 years, including the current year that you're in. And then we're talking about having the ability to have your money go from 1,000 to at least 20,000 at a minimum, right? We're
Facts.
talking about 10x. We always want to follow Grant Cardone and him
No.
10x and 10x and 10x. And I'm saying X the other conversation and 10x on getting your skills up so we can all sit down and talk.
Facts.
Like
Facts.
does anybody know what it takes to make an ETF What are the steps? What are the fundamental steps to make an ETF? Right? What do you need to make an ETF? Do you know what it takes to make a private equity fund? Do you understand how to create a hedge fund? Have we even looked at that? Do we know how to do that? Like those are conversations I want to fight about. Like, nah, the author didn't say that. You read it wrong. I want to have those conversations. I
And
don't have
you
a conversation about all this other stuff because it don't
have
make
them. Just
sense.
I'm blocking all other stuff out. But I don't know, Tam. I got to say, some people hurt my feelings. One person said I was one in 1990 when I graduated. One body said their daddy got their degree. They hurt my feelings, Tam. And shout out to Black Dub. I do healthcare, and HIPAA sucks as a security. They don't. That's why hospitals get hacked all the time. But somebody said they were one when I graduated college. Shout out to the chat. Go ahead, Tam. I couldn't
No,
resist.
no. I mean, it's cool. Yeah, yeah. I'm working on the book club. The problem is, I'm
Thanks.
only one person, right?
No, but I
I, I,
think you
I,
you
I
said it
need.
right. You come to Women in Linux, we expect you to be at a certain level to get these gems.
Yeah.
If you ain't ready to get these gems, you just not
This it's
ready. Go
just not
ahead.
for you. I
Thanks.
understand. And then people like, and I hear you, engineering cannabis. We might be talking over everybody's head, but that's why we had a meetups, so so that we can have these conversations,
Facts, facts,
where we can break down like what don't you understand. Let
facts,
me help you understand. Let me get you up to speed. Let other people help you get up to speed so we can go forward. We
facts.
can't we just it just don't make no sense. It is no reason, and I'm gonna pull these up because people like stats, and I'm a stat
There's
check. I'm
no
gonna put
reason.
stats.
There's no
Oh,
reason a community
I'm
should be
gonna put
this.
Oh, it's all
stats.
good.
There's no reason why we only got 15. Hold on, let me not say 15 because it ain't over five. We only got 1,400
Facts.
people that are at, and then hold on, we're not at 200,000 by this. We ain't have it too, so they ain't accredited investors either. They over here just making some money,
Oh, facts. Mhm.
right? They ain't the little graph don't even go. It ain't no more to the page. The little graph
Mm.
don't go no more. It stopped at 200. Like they was like y'all don't even get the accredited investor money.
No, because when I looked, I think 150 was 4%. When I'm looking at the AfricanAmerican.com. I think
African American. Yep, yep,
that
yep.
yeah, that was 4% was 150 to 200. So unless you hooping, that was like the less than 1%. Because once you get to like 200, it starts dropping to like 1% of the people.
And to answer somebody, I know this platform, but the question is, are they a lot of people aggregating to this type of platform?
Oh no, they
To
not. Oh no, they not. Let's be
so
clear. Let's be
yeah,
clear. They not. And so here's my rule of thumb right now. I used to feel some type of way about it. I used to be like, man, we're not getting our views out there. We're not doing this and we're
Facts.
not doing that. You know what? My stance right here, whoever gonna come and they gonna go along with us. If they ain't gonna come, they not gonna come. I'm
Facts.
trying. I'm only
Facts.
one person. It take a whole community. We didn't one person didn't create this. One person
Facts.
didn't create this $19,000 we got. One person didn't do that, right?
Facts. Facts.
One person didn't do that.
so that's the question.
It's over several years that did that, and it's over several people. So the same way we got into it, we need to undo that and have more people come in and
Facts.
do this thing. I would love to go live every single night. Love to go live every single. But if I went live every single night, I would never move forward. I would never
Facts.
give her head.
Facts.
I would never be able to invest into me in order to move forward. So I choose Saturdays. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give up a Saturday in order to do this. I give up
Facts.
my Saturday. D gives up her Saturday in order to come in so we can spread the word, so we can talk about what we've seen this week. Engineering manager got in touch with me and said they need. I got 10 jobs I gotta fill right now. Right, it's 2 jobs over at Red Hat. It's 3 jobs here. I got 2 more jobs at other places that I gotta fill right now with DevSecOps and cloud security people, and they all pay over $200,000. And I'll post these jobs and I don't get no response.
Facts.
So
But
the question is, you just the same way the employers got the problems of creating people. The reason why those employers got problems is because they can't create the people. So we got to create them ourselves. So I'm here to
Right.
create people ourselves. If I'm not moving fast enough for some people, get on board, hop on, get in touch with Women in Linux. I'm trying to pay people, right? I'm trying to pay people to teach. I'm literally trying to pay people to teach. Literally. This money ain't coming out of the Women in Linux fund. This money coming out of my pocket, out of my own pocket. I'm literally trying to pay people to teach, and people will be like, "Nah, you can't do that." Nah,
Right.
we got a few people that responded, but there's certain criteria that we gotta have. There's certain
Right.
things that we need to meet. I need chaos engineers. We need data. We need ML ops. We need machine learning. We need everything, right? And so I'm trying to create where we can get it, right? Where we
the,
can get it together, where we can build together. Yeah, I could go hawk and show you and sell you CompTIA courses. I, I could go hawk that. Yeah, I could go hawk
Right.
that and sell y'all some CompTIA courses. But I know in my heart that's not gonna get you where I need you to be. That's not gonna get you in the situation where you need to be at, where you can. And I hate to say this because people get upset. I'm trying to get you in a position. I don't care if you're a single mom where you can at least pay 200, have 200,000 to feed your family. You're a single dad where you can have 200,000 to feed your family. Where you're both together and y'all can at least have a minimum of 200,000. Like, why we don't want nothing for us? That shit cracks me up. Like, we don't want nothing. Y'all don't want nothing. Like, that shit cracks me up. Like, you don't
not
want
data. The
you
data
don't
is
want
telling you.
nothing.
The data
Like,
is
come
telling
on,
you what it is.
man.
The data is telling you we are stuck in 50 to 635, 40. This is that's where we want the comfortability is. But again, we're too comfortable in that, and we're not seeing that progression. I think what I always like to suggest is every black before in any black channel and that 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 chart needs to be the first thing everybody sees and says, look, are we progressing? Is this needle moving? If it's not, then what are we discussing about today? Because
Yeah,
again, most of the stuff I'm seeing in black YouTube is irrelevant.
yeah.
It's
I'm all about the movement. And D, drop the link if anybody want to come up and have a talk. Like, if you want to have a talk,
irrelevant.
if you want to debate me, I'm fine. I'm open to debate. I got time. I got water right here.
It's,
I got time today. All right.
it's
Yeah.
irrelevant. I'm sorry,
I'm
Ted.
I'm just.
Because
But you don't understand.
What's the debate, Tim? What are
No,
we
but here's
debating?
here. But here's the thing. This is the problem. This is the problem. Um, when we walk into car dealerships, when we walk into banks, when we walk, our net worth stats are out there. And I
Facts.
asked I asked D about this. I was like, but yeah, you say engineering. We ain't talking about engineering. We talk about everything. We talked about everything on here. It ain't just engineering. But the debate is this, and this is just my thought process, and y'all can tell me if y'all feel the same way in the chat and on the panel. When we walk in, they already say you broke. They already say you can't afford this.
Facts.
They already say you can't afford this. So when you walk in, like I used to be like, I'd be like, man, their customer service is shitty. And I used to be like, and I started going to different car dealerships and stuff like that. And it ain't and sometimes it is the customer service, but it's already in their head. They already got the stats on you when you walk in. You're a black woman when you walk in. You're a black man when you walk in. You're a
Facts.
black family when you walk in. They already know you got this is your income level. You ain't got it. You ain't got the
Right.
tools. So we
Right.
ain't gonna even worry about that's the and don't get me wrong. Is that wrong? Absolutely.
I have an example of that because I went to a dealership with my wife and kids. So imagine a black family with kids crying, trying to go buy a car.
Mhm.
the first person came in and looked at like, man, what kind of car is this? People going, man, okay, come. So I said I needed a big car. I need this to basically run my family. And he said, okay. And then when he ran my basically credit score and everything, then I didn't see him. I saw his manager and everybody came out. I'm like, so before you ran my credit, I didn't see anybody. But now I'm seeing everybody else that's coming out, suggesting different cars now.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What is going on? Is this the so when I come in, you see a family with kids crying, and so now it's can these people afford what they're going I'm sure he's gonna
Hmm.
look for a hoopty or a jalopy or some. But when you ran the credit and I tell you, okay, this is what I'm gonna put down, it automatically changed to okay, these people he needs we need to pay attention to him. And that's the problem we have in that first sentiment of the 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 perception we have when we come in. If it was a white family, that would have been different.
Hmm.
With a white family with
Thanks.
kids, they're like, okay, hey, he's a wholesome guy. He's gonna need a. But now, black family, it changes only when you saw my credit and all that. Then family come. Now the manager comes in and say, hey, how can we help you? You need water. You need something to drink. You thirsty? The kids need pizza to eat. But
Hmm.
previously, my kids didn't need pizza, but now they need pizza.
Hmm.
The messed up part of it. So I agree with you solely, Tim. This is how it is.
And Miss Creative, I get it. Everybody don't want to go into engineering. I totally get that. But that's why I talked about sales. That's why I talked about telehealth. That's why I talked about all these different avenues.
Right.
And we don't have the biggest platform, but we got the biggest platform when it comes to getting
Right.
people and connecting people. Because I've
Right.
done the due diligence and I still do to connect people. I'm holding off on bringing people, like the CTO of New York. I'm holding people off from even coming on the platform because I'm like, no, 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 because we got something else that we need to do. I need to put something together first before you come on the platform. I need to make sure people are okay first. I'm making sure people are okay first before I start bombarding with quantum computing, autonomous cars,
Bombard them.
space, and going to the stratosphere. What
Bombard
does
them.
that look like? Digital signal processing, high performance computing.
That's
These are
what they asked. Even recently, they told me, "Can I do digital processing?" I said, "Yeah, with
yeah,
the algorithms, I can do digital." This is what
yeah,
they're asking about.
yeah.
This is
Yeah.
These are things that
exactly what they're
these are
Thanks.
those jobs. Those people who do digital signal
processing.
programming, they ain't never unemployed. Ain't
No,
never
fuck.
ain't
Because
never
they
unemployed.
called me up and said, "Can you do digital?" I said, "That's not difficult. I can run certain algorithms and you can process that easily." He said, "Okay." I'm like, "But this is the skill that they want and they need."
Thanks, man.
And it's again, you will never run out of job if you know how to do such a
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, but let me chime in. Tim said everything's super technical. Shout out to her, but there's a lot of non-technical jobs in IT get paid. I was talking to the director of project management. Like Tim said, I'm having on my show. I joke where I said I don't like project management because I tell you what I do and you come back and just tell me to hurry up. That's not real technical. There's a lot of technical project management, business analysis. There's a lot of I do GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. They don't even let me touch computers anymore. I do paperwork on how secure the organization is. There's a lot of jobs in IT that's not technical that you can make a bag. Because I'm about to switch over to project management because I want to tell Tam to hurry up. So there's a
Yeah,
lot of
they
money. There's a lot of non-technical jobs because most people in IT, especially guys who are super smart, can't communicate with the customer. We suck at that.
even
Right.
they,
Hmm.
So there's a lot of jobs you can get paid in IT that is non-technical. You can get shout out to Adrian. I was hooking her up with our compliance director. She's got a law degree. She just makes sure the paperwork's done right so the IRS don't come down on you. That's a non-technical job, but she does understand legal work. So there's a lot of non-technical jobs in IT that easily make six figures. Go
I
ahead,
know
engineer.
I know people who just run Excel and do data analysis on Excel, and they make 100K. They quit data analysis on Excel. And it's again, you don't need to know Python, just quick Excel and PowerPoint and know basic statistics, and you can become a great data analyst just by using that. Again, there are jobs you don't need to be super product manager, a PMP. I'm trying to get my PMP. They are a lot of jobs that's not non-technical, even though they are technical, but there are a lot of jobs that pay highly well. Salesforce, there are a lot of jobs you don't need that high technical. Even Women in Linux talks about the technical side, which pays, but there are a lot of non-technical jobs too in the tech side. So again, we need to move away from the excuse of it's too technical, it's too engineering. It's no, there is a lot of opportunities, even in the healthcare. I know nurses, and I tell them, you,
Just don't be on me in the Hellcat.
you sprinkle a little. I know nurses. I say you sprinkle a little bit of tech and data knowledge in there. You can be in the tech side, telehealth side. Again, you don't need to be highly technical. Every sector has a technical side. Law has
Facts.
a technical side. Health has a technical side. Manufacturing, every sector you can think of. Even the handymans have a technical side in there, the
And,
tech side in there.
and to
So
add to that, not to cut you off, but to add to that, you said appliances, right? So there's this chick out there. Her name was Rochelle Ward. She was on Erica Williams show. But anyway, she talks about, and I actually set an appointment and met up with her where she talks about getting into smart repair and home appliance repair, right? But anyway, she talks about, how do you 10x in that job where you're making $100,000 a month from smart and home appliance repair. I'm just talking about um just different things that we could do inside a tech so we can make this money, right? And you may think not smart, your washer sending you a text is tech. It's tech. It is tech. It is technical.
Facts.
It may not be the cloud, but it is technical. I just ordered myself a scale,
Oh,
right?
I ain't doing that. Go ahead, Tim. I'm over here looking like a broke Rick Ross in my little beer game, but go ahead. I know no scale. Go ahead.
So I just ordered a scale, right? So now the scale comes with an app to link up to your phone, and so you can put in what you ate that day, weigh yourself, what's your fat percentage and so forth, like all of that. Like, you don't
yeah,
think that's technical? That's technical,
Oh yeah,
right?
when they got your BMI, I don't want to know what my BMI is. Damn.
highly technical.
Put the steak down, homie.
Facts. I'm gonna go eat one today. Shout out to the steak. Filet, nothing but the best.
That's highly technical. Well, yeah,
But tech pays for the steak. That's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead,
It's a
Tim.
business right off. It's a meal.
Right.
I get it.
Real,
But
real quick, real quick. I'm not attacking project managers, Mary. Shout out to y'all.
I saw that.
Y'all be bossing me around though. Shout out to project management. Get like engineering cannabis. Get your PMP. I'll make 100. Go ahead, Tim.
But there's also product management as well too.
Facts for the
That's
agile.
yeah. There's product management. There's, you can say project management. You can say Scrum Master,
Oh, facts.
mhm,
right?
Mhm.
You can also get into
I'm old. I
not
lump
not
all those together. Agile's a new thing to me. I lump all those together, but go ahead,
well
Tim.
customer success.
Facts.
Customer success. Even there are even positions in where you have not just customer success, where you're onboarding customers, right. So you may be over just the liaison or talking to what that customer needs from your platform. You're taking those requirements back to the engineering team or the platform team. You're setting up your OKRs, and then you're moving and saying, okay, this is what needs to happen in order to fulfill this for that customer. There's also compliance, just like with your CISSP. There's the lawyers. We even had Charles on from Netflix to talk about a new position which involves GRC and data analysis to give a business case. Should we go down this route to get this compliance or set up these rules? What is going to be our ROI if we do that, right? But that was a position they created, and they were like, we don't know where it's going to go. So you got to, the reason why you need to stay abreast of what everybody is doing and what's going on. So when Netflix or Amazon creates position, because they kind of drive the market, they kind of
Mhm.
drive what position names are. When they're creating positions, people start adopting those positions.
Facts.
It is good for you to read the reports, like the Dora reports, the open source reports, and stuff like that,
Facts.
so you know where positions are moving to, new titles that get created. What are they doing? Even though they may be titles to some people live off of titles because they got to have that title for that next job, or they're not going to pay them. And people pay you based on your titles. If they don't see a
Facts.
forward progression of your titles, they won't pay you.
I'll be making up my own titles now on my resume. My go ahead, engineer.
Yeah, true. Again, the titles do matter. Again, I've gone from senior data to principal to make. It does matter, but again, it does pay too. But again, it's with all these positions, with all these non-technical and technical, we still see that low end in there. And
Facts.
I'm I've done Tam has done it longer than I have done it. I've done it 2, 3 years and I got tired. I'm
Well,
giving
you
it.
know what? We only been on YouTube for a year.
I did.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
done this
yeah.
2 years and I'm tired.
We did it for this will be our second year, but we've been doing meetups for 5 years. We've been doing
Okay.
meetups for 5 years,
I'm
and
doing
we will always do meetups. We will always, if I get tired of YouTube and you don't ever see me on YouTube ever again in life, know that there's a meetup going on, because I'm gonna continue to have meetups, because the meetups for us are sometimes we don't record, sometimes we just have venting sessions, sometimes we just get on there and we just talk about, like, look, let me show you these offer letters.
Yeah, that's the thing. I got lots of offer letters. I don't want to show them because again, I think it moves from focusing on what skill you have to this is you're focusing on the end results rather than focusing on the whole process. And I hate showing, hey, they gave me this amount of money with this bonus and all these perks. Then at that point you're just focusing on the end result, not the process. And
So
I
let's
hate
so let's
that.
debate. So let's debate that. Can you really honestly say that I can separate my skill sets from what I've earned?
They go hand in hand.
They go hand in hand. So again, here's where we go back to the original conversation I had. Why you afraid to talk about money?
I'm not afraid of talking about
I
money.
am. I think they're gonna take me out, Tam. I'm scared to talk about
I'm not
money, but
afraid
go
of
ahead.
talking about money, but I'm afraid of showing the end results,
Don't,
results,
don't.
rather than showing, hey, you need to study. Because if you show the end result, everybody expects that end result.
So
And that's the thing. If
so let them expect it. See, that's the thing, right?
but end results are based on what you work to your
But
work.
that's the point, though, right? That's the point. It may show the end result, but that means for that one person, right? It may show the end result that gives them encouragement. For another person, it may be like, let me find out what his study regimen was. For another person, it may be like, I don't know if I can get there. I don't know what that's gonna look like, but I'm gonna try. You know what? I'm gonna go in and try. You don't know what the result is gonna give. That's based on your assumption. That may not be how somebody else perceived it. So I go ahead and show what that end result look like. Hey, I studied this. I spent time doing this. Here's my result. Here's where that led me. This is what I'm doing. And oh, by the way, I turned down that offer because I got more somewhere else. But again, we get caught up in what we think we need, right? You caught up on what we think we need, but you also missing out on what it could mean to somebody. It could mean something totally different to somebody. And ain't nothing wrong with us focusing on the money. I don't know why we having this conversation, really, because when Jack and Jill and Brian and Adam and them go in there, they going in there with, what you gonna pay me now? Oh, okay, that's good.
Facts. And a couple, I think you brought up, and a couple other people is, and I'm bad about this, is black people don't negotiate salaries. My time,
We talk
especially if
about
I'm
all
in
the
the
time.
top 6%, hey, I'm taking and running. I'm not negotiating. I'm not going to Glassdoor. I know you hate that one. What's the other one you like better than Glassdoor, Tim?
Levels,
Okay.
FYI.
Before I saw you frowning up when I said it. Now, when I was young, they didn't have none of that shit out there. Now it's a ton of stuff out there, so you can do research, so you can make sure you get an appropriate pay, right? Because once I started making six figures, I thought I was the bad MF in the town. Now I'm like, Tim and Black Heights telling me I'm poor. Nah, I gotta get some
Hold
more.
up.
I gotta get some more. Go ahead, Tim.
You on that black, that the heavy dark side of the map. You you over there. You gotta cut. We need you over here.
I'm over there. I'm tipping over there. I'm in the six figures, so I'm tipping the job. But like you said, we need to make sure we get paid appropriately. And there's sites out there to help you do. And the town was like, hell, let's just talk about it. Why hide it? Throw it out there.
But the thing is, I've done this before.
Mhm,
I showed somebody this is what I got and this is what they gave me, and I refused it. And I told them this is what I did to get to where I was.
mhm,
The person looked at me and says, "This is too difficult." And this is not only one person. This is
mhm.
several people. They look at me
All
and
the
said,
time.
"This is not what I've signed up for."
Yeah, all
I
the
said,
time.
"Okay,
Uh,
this is
uh,
not."
this engineering cannabis. You ain't talking nothing new. I ain't heard. You ain't talking nothing new. I
At
haven't
one
heard.
point, you get tired. Sometimes I give the person and say, "Okay, call me after you've done this," and I never hear from the person again.
Well,
And
I
guess
got the
what?
opposite
That means they
problem.
weren't hungry.
Facts. I got the opposite problem though, Tim. Chime in on this. Everybody thinks cybersecurity is easy and everybody's gonna make 100 bands.
But
So
but again, you just said the key word, right?
right,
Everybody thinks cybersecurity, or I should say phrase, is easy,
right,
right? What you didn't say is cybersecurity inside of that, pen testing is
right.
hard.
Facts.
There are layers to it,
Right.
right? It's
GRC, purple team,
right.
all that. Yeah,
Right.
it's
So
about
when people will, I hear it all the time. Oh, I want to go into cybersecurity, and everybody would like, and do what? Like, and
facts.
do what?
What
Like,
part?
there are layers. However, it's twofold. It's bad research on the person who's asking the question, and it's also bad presentation on the people who are presenting what cybersecurity is. They have done better over the years. Like, cybersecurity wasn't even a blip on the map.
Facts,
If you
facts.
really want to talk about it,
Oh, I
it's
fell
only been a
into it.
blip on the map in the past 6 or 7 years,
Yeah,
really, as a
100%.
focus. Right,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't even a focus like that. So now there's a more of a breakdown of cybersecurity, and Cisco did a really good job with this. Like, Cisco really started when they're talking about securing their networks and their
Mm-hmm.
routers and their
Facts,
switches
facts.
of that. They really started to break that out for a lot of people.
Right.
But it really wasn't a big focus. All you heard was, "Oh, I'm in cybersecurity," and that meant you had your CISSP.
Facts, facts that I need to take again. But go ahead.
but
Facts,
it but
facts.
it wasn't but it was never an in-depth conversation. Pen
Mhm.
testing was there, but it was never an in-depth conversation about pen testing. There was
Facts.
never an in-depth conversation about a gray team or white hacker or a gray
Mm-hmm.
hacker. You heard
Facts.
about going to DEF CON, but there was no in-depth conversation. Right now, we're having in-depth conversations about multiple layers of cybersecurity, multiple layers of distributed computing. We still don't talk about high performance computing. We
Oh,
don't talk
facts.
about quantum computing. That's
Oh
Yeah,
not a
no.
conversation that we have.
yeah.
No.
Uh, I,
Mm-hmm.
I'm, I'm going to bring that up one day. I just need to put it all together so it's edible for
Facts.
people,
Facts.
so they
Facts.
can understand. I've talked about it, I've shown it, but I didn't go into in depth conversation. It's been mentioned. I went to the website. I showed you this, that, and the other,
Right.
but we haven't been in an in depth conversation about it. Right? But there's just so many things that we could do, so many other things, and so many ways that we can make money. And I'm excited. don't get me wrong. I don't want people to misjudge this conversation that I'm
No
not
fun.
excited about what we can be doing. I just want us to do right now. We need to execute.
Oh, facts.
Right, right.
That's what I said. I need to do. I'm doing lectures and more labs. People got to see it, touch it, do it.
Mhm.
AWS got their free tier. Let's get it.
Mhm.
If,
It,
Just
we just got
even
to get to it. Go ahead.
even with the hype over cybersecurity, we're still not seeing that huge number of black people in that cybersecurity field.
Mhm.
facts.
With machine learning, with everybody talking about autonomous vehicles, I'm not seeing a lot of data scientists who are black.
It's less data scientists than cybersecurity people. Keep going.
I'm seeing DevOps. I'm not seeing a lot.
No,
I'm not seeing. So there's a lot of hype, but the hype is not producing real results in the black community. The
So
hype is just hype with. I think once people come in and say, okay, hey, I'm hype about cybersecurity, but once they see the work that takes into going to becoming a cybersecurity analyst or cybersecurity specialist, it then deters them like, okay, I didn't expect this. I thought this was going to be something I'm just going to be hacking or I'm just going to be doing stuff. I'm like, I don't know where you are, do think you are going. This is not a movie. This is
right.
real life. You got to
But
work to understand all this stuff.
yeah,
So
but I think we, as in us and education, because I'm a professor in real life, the education system is not set up
no.
correctly, right? Because we're teaching shit. A lot of people don't even need to get a job, right? So I think we need to divide it up. Like I think we need to do cybersecurity, engineering more like a trade, because I think we can train it like a trade. And if you want to go to school and be a scholar, I think we need to separate that in engineering and IT. I'm gonna let you chime in on that. And two is I think for me the blueprint is community college. You can do it remotely. It's super cheap. Then, like I said, once you get your associate, you can get in the door. Your job will pay for your bachelor's and whatever you need. My job paid for my bachelor's. I paid 0%. So I think YouTube is doing that. We need to rethink education from an IT, engineering, cybersecurity perspective, and I think we can kind of do it more like a trade. So that's one thing I want to do is start doing labs and working with Tim so we can show people the exact skills they need to do to get a job. You don't need psychology, sociology. When I graduated in 1990, when she was one, I needed 38 hours of computer science. I needed 120 hours to graduate. So what was that other 90 I paid for? I could take the area of a tornado with calculus. I promised you I never used that in life. And I'm getting off my soapbox. Go ahead, Tim. Back to you.
Yep. So the thing I wanted to say was engineering academies. You were saying like the cybersecurity part is still not think. This is why I think DevSecOps is the gateway, right? I think DevSecOps gives you the gateway to say if I don't like creating pipelines, I could focus on a tool that is used inside of DevSecOps, right? So if I want to go focus on Terraform, I can go focus on writing Terraform modules with Go. I could go focused on create using Jenkins and become a Jenkins expert. I can go focus on how to use GitLab and integrate GitLab with Jira and what that project looks like as a scrum master. I think DevSecOps is the gateway for you to touch every single aspect of what I'm talking about. And if you don't like it, you can go and dive off a deep end of Docker containers. You can go dive off into Kubernetes. You can dive off into cloud security. You can dive off into security itself, pen testing. You can go do anything, but you have a foundation and you have a understanding of a big picture of how everything looks. And if you don't like it, go pick a tool and go dive off into that, and I'll see you later. And guess what? You'll still get paid, you'll still make money, you'll still go from organization to organization or work with different people and still be okay. That's how I have looked at it. It gives people an
Thanks.
insight of a big picture, and they may be like, I don't like this big picture. I want to specialize where you can go be a T shape. And it's all about being a T shape. And I talked about this in my meetups before. You have a basic foundation and then you specialize maybe in one thing. And maybe your foundation is all those things from Linux to cloud to cybersecurity to configuration management. And maybe you go dive off into, I want to know everything there is about Kubernetes. I want to know everything there is about creating containers and securing them.
Mhm.
I want to know everything there is about creating a platform. I don't care. Just get in the game. That's all I'm
Right,
saying.
right, right. No, and that makes you, like you said, valuable because especially from a security perspective, is you need to understand all the pieces because you're gonna get attacked in every one of those layer web tier, container tier, Linux. I mean, hell, Log4j was in a package compiled and people. So you need to understand the totality of things to really be. I'm a security architect. Like I understand that big basis, like Tam says with the tier. But as you get more skills and start stacking skills, that's going to help you out in security because when you talk about security and securing a whole infrastructure pipeline and app, you got to understand each one of those at least at a basic level to even talk to the security team about what should be locked down.
And I see a comment here, D, is from Q4 at 413. And he said, I have had countless of black people tell me engineering and applied mathematics, should be saying that, is too much work and too difficult to achieve. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, in part, they're probably right and they're probably wrong. Here's why. If you got a bad teacher that doesn't show you how to get your fundamentals and build that information up for you, then everything else is going to fail. And let me tell you this. If you start out with your geometry and you start out with your trig and you got a bad teacher, that alley oop to calculus one is a complete disaster.
Nah,
But
But again, that's it's both ways. Cause I'm only speaking from experience. I had bad teachers in some of my math classes.
mhm, you are. They're
so
going to be foreign teachers.
yeah. I again, he would ask the question about data science being mostly masters and PhD. In most cases, I've seen some data scientists with music degrees and psychology degrees. Again, understanding data science, the hype over data science was they've made it to think that it's so difficult to get in. You just have to study it. Again, when I started in my machine learning and all that, I started with basic statistics. I studied statistics so much that I knew every aspect of statistics. Then I started moving on into what is machine learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning. I got interested in so much that I understood every aspect of data science. It's just about studying and going for the right opportunities. Not every opportunity will require you to have a master's. Again, data science, as right now, we're lacking so much people in data science that even Ally, I have Ally, the big insurance or company, the bank, come after me and say, look, do you know anybody who's interested in learning the data science, who has a bachelor's? We're willing to teach that person more in depth about machine learning. And this is just basic, the machine learning. You're not even going further into deep learning and all that aspect. Just the basics. And they're willing to teach you and invest money in you. Knowing that again, once they teach you again, they invest in you and give you opportunities to learn about machine learning and the application of machine learning in the insurance game on how you can use it predictive analysis to predict a lot of stuff in insurance. And then they know after a year, most likely if they don't invest in more money in you, most likely you can move to another company because that skill is hard to find. So again, you don't generally need a master. You just need to find the right opportunity. If you're really dedicated in learning this, because again, you have to learn it. It's not something you're just gonna get up one day and say I'm a machine learning engineer and they will give you quick questions on what algorithms do you know. They tell you random tree, decision tree, and they tell you all that classification algorithm. They're going to ask you all this. But again, all that is time I spent learning it, and I found the right opportunity for me. The same thing I'll tell anybody: if you want to be a data scientist, take what you know, learn the data science principles, learn your statistics, and find the right opportunity with you. The company will continually train you because they can't lose that skill set. Because again, it is too hard and too difficult to fill a data science role. It
Facts.
is too hard and too difficult.
So a rule of thumb is it costs $100,000 for an employer to replace an employee on average.
Facts. Facts. Is
That's
D
the rule of
hungry?
thumb. No, that was the time I was trying to
Nah,
get the
you good.
time, and she was trying to
Okay.
catch up with the time, and
Because
I gave
I don't
her
want to.
I gave her time in mine, and she
Okay.
probably is, but D probably done left the screen about 4 5 times,
Nah, okay.
and,
Okay.
and when it got something and got something to eat.
But just to dovetail on engineering cannabis, and I said that's why we got to figure out school is kind of scholarish. Can we come up with courses and projects like my man said? Let's have the Black Open Source Project so we can do a course, give people enough skills where they're building a pipeline, checking in the pipeline. It gets put off the AWS. It's running in, this side in Brazil with the load balancer, and give people enough skills in a project where they can get a job without actually going to college. Do we think? I think we could do that. I'm
So
gonna let you time in for that.
so three things. So there are already open source projects people can be a part
I'm talking
of.
about
That
black people. I want a
listen,
black one. Go ahead. Go ahead.
you ain't even let me finish.
My fault. I apologize.
There's already open source projects that people can be a part of, right?
Okay.
All right, and these are some of these are black open source projects. Some of them
Okay.
are minority owned, right?
Facts.
So that's
Facts.
so that's so that's one. Number two, when you're talking about open source projects and we're creating open source projects, we have to keep in mind how much dedication are people really gonna dedicate to
Facts.
that,
Facts.
because without getting paid, okay,
Oh, facts. Shout
without,
out
without
to
getting
you
paid,
too. Go ahead. Shout out to you too. Go
without,
ahead.
let's be realistic about that, right? Let's be realistic about that. Number three is when we start talking about open source projects that black people are going to create, right? We need to also start looking at what type of licensing we want to fall under,
Facts.
what get in touch with a lawyer. I already know who to get in touch with,
Facts.
right? And how
Now,
and how we can do this. But the
right.
other piece to that is what problem are you attempting to solve?
No, you're right. I was thinking about it from an educational. You
Right.
took it from an educational. Let's make this a real business. Let's solve something. And
If
let's
we're
sell
gonna
it
do
and
it,
get paid.
if we're gonna do
No,
it,
I
we might
feel
as
you.
well get paid.
I am not arguing with you, Tam.
If we gonna do it, we might as well
No,
get paid.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Why are we doing something just to educate somebody when we
Well,
can do something to
we
get
trying
paid?
to help the
So
community, but I hear
there,
you. I hear
all
you.
right.
I
So
hear
I'm
you.
gonna give you this one. I give you this one right here because it's already out there anyway on YouTube. One of my things was creating a platform
Mhm.
backed by the blockchain where we have our own coin, and we take that coin and we earn you earn whatever, every time you every time you finish a particular module, you earn some coin based upon our on our blockchain, right? So anytime you fire up a instance, you get something, right? So that was one of my thought processes, and it's still possible that we can do this. However, it's not going to be just me that's going to have to build this. We could set up where Professor Black Ops Engineering Cannabis, we have a platform where you can get paid as a teacher and the students can get paid. Oftentimes people don't want to study because they can't get paid, right? So imagine if I'm at work and I come home from work, and I go to a platform, and I'm learning on that platform, and I can get paid while I'm learning on the platform. So I'm getting paid for my job, and I'm getting paid on the platform as well too. That's a win-win. Now
Mhm.
people are going to come to be on the platform. Everybody wants to learn more on the platform. Oh, and by the way, while I'm learning on this platform, I'm earning on this platform. Oh, and by the way, they got a direct pipeline for me to talk to employers to get a job. Oh, I'm all in. I can get it now. Oh, okay, well, I'm in there. We again, I don't want to say we are gold diggers, but
No,
we
I feel
we
you.
are we are infused by an end result, and that end result is money, and it's not money for everybody. Let me be clear, everybody doesn't care about money, but everybody cares about what money can give you, right? Whether it could pay a light bill, whether it could pay for your child to have some shoes, whether it could pay for you to go get your teeth fixed. There is something to be said about having the ability to have options. And we cannot sit up here and be in this echo chamber and act like we don't want options, or we don't need options, or we don't need the ability to have them. We no longer can afford that. That's a conversation that needs to be next. So we need to have those options, and how do we get there? I like to have actionable plans. I have mind maps that I create. Anybody that want to sit down with me, D probably won't be a part of this. She's not gonna be a part of this tonight because she's probably gonna go to sleep. She be like, "Girl, I ain't got it in me."
Facts.
If y'all
Options
want to
getting
be a
tired.
part of it tonight, I'll spin up another time. We could do a mind map, and everybody can integrate and work on this mind map and throw and drop your information, drop your thoughts and your ideas on a mind map of solutions. I only want solutions. If you're not interested in solutions, and if you want to fight and you want to debate, now's the time to debate. But if you want to have solutions, we do that
I,
on the next one. I'm
I,
about solutions.
I create solutions, but again, solutions, one person again can't just drive the whole shebang. It needs a group of people and team to say, okay, this solution is profitable. This solution doesn't needs to be tweaked a little bit, or this. But again, I'm always going back to the same thing. Are these topics, even the educational side, with Professor Blackout saying we need to create this education, are we going to see a huge enrollment into these kind of solutions? If you change the educational side and say, okay, we want, again, someone told me in order to meet black folks, you have to make it more entertaining. Someone told me change the content, have it more entertaining, and that would drive the whole topic into your tech topic, and that would be more receptible to people. I said, how can I make tech more entertaining to you? He said, you have to you remove all the professorial stuff, make it more entertaining, and make it more digestible. I said, I'm sorry, I don't know how that can be done. If it's possible, fine. But right now, this is what I'm doing. Telling you what's coming out of my head. I'm telling you this is what you need to do. It's not pretty. It's not funny. What we're experiencing is not funny. So what I'm telling you is serious, and this serious thing is what's going to help you progress in life. So please, I'm not going to make it funny and digestible. I'm going to present it to you the way I was presented. I was told when my mentor told me, look, you need to go into this data science stuff. You need to go into ML. You need to understand this fully. This is where the future is. This is where the money is. And he didn't paint a pretty picture for me. He told me, and this was a white Southern guy, Southern as it can be, from backwood of South Carolina. He told me, white guy, told me this is where the future is. And I'm not going to paint a pretty picture for you. You're a black guy. The opportunities are there, but you need to be thinking 10 times. You need to be 10 times better than the white guy that's coming in. And this was a white Southern guy, and he told me you need to look into this area and study it, because again, there's not enough black people going into it, but you can go in and do something big into it. So again, we bring solutions. Are we going to see people coming in to actually take the solution? Right now, Tam, you used 5 years. Can you tell me realistically, you've seen a 90% increase of black people going into the sectors you're talking about?
I can say the people in my group. I can say the people in my group. Again, I don't.
You know the
Again,
politician stuff.
I can only go by what I. Well, I can only go by what I'm seeing. Right. I see more DevSecOps. I see more black people in DevSecOps than I did say 3 years ago. I
Does
see
that
I see a whole lot more. I'm not saying I see like 300. If I see 10, if I see 20, that's way more than what I was seeing before when I wasn't
so
seeing nothing.
does that increase match the number of years you spent doing this?
I don't care about the number of years I
No,
spent doing it.
Facts,
You
facts.
see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? I get
I'm
what
a
you're trying
bad
to
guy.
say. I get
I'm
what
a
you're trying
bad
to say.
guy.
Yeah, I know you're a data guy. And
I'm a
what
Facts.
data guy.
and
Yeah.
what I'm saying to you is if I can change two family households,
Facts.
I'm on my path. I'm on the right way, right?
Facts. Facts.
Because if they
Facts.
could change their households, that means they could trickle down to change the households behind them. They at least have the
Facts,
tools
bro.
and the resources, right?
Yeah.
And when I'm talking, you know we're talking about 200,000, but I'm showing jobs at 2 million. We're really not talking about a lot of money if you're looking at a job that's paying 200,
Yeah.
that's paying two
If we
million.
looking at your chart, we are. But go ahead, Tim. We
I
looking at where we at on the chart.
know. I get that. I
Nah,
get that.
facts,
I
facts.
agree with that. I agree with that. But I'm just saying overall,
No,
right?
facts,
And
facts.
I'm not saying everybody gonna make 2 million. Don't
No,
get it
facts,
twisted.
facts.
But if we can get four people who can make 2 million, and then they go in and they learn and they say, okay, look, they doing this over here. Y'all need to start talking about that. Oh, okay, I got it. Let us start talking about it. Let's get you on the show.
Look at the
Like
chart. That chart is a lot of people's environment.
it is,
Facts,
but we
facts.
can't go on that. I ain't worried
But
about that.
that's the thing, that chart again. I'm data guy. That chart
No,
is
facts.
telling you
To quit.
my
That trying to tell a quit Tam to quit.
it's a
Now go
black
ahead,
house.
engineer.
Trust me, man.
Just tell
But
her
I'm not.
But,
And I'm not.
but that chart is telling you the neighbor next to me and the neighbor next to me as a black guy, my family members and all that, we all in the bucket of 35. That's what that chart is telling me.
D,
That
pull that
chart
chart back up.
yeah, but
that chart is telling me my circle of friends, if we're black, we are in 35,000, 45,000.
oh
That's
fine.
what that chart is telling me. So the question is, if I know my neighbor here is making 45,000, my brother I know is making 45,000, my mama making 35,000, my sister making 35,000. Where's the realistic jump to 150?
The realistic jump is come to Women in Linux every Wednesday.
Facts. Facts.
Facts, true.
Facts.
Good,
But,
learn some
but
fundamentals, and then let's move you into more advanced set skills. That's it.
but
We can't skip fundamentals.
but
We
Facts.
that
try
but,
to we can't do that.
but that's the thing. We're seeing the data here and we're seeing the representation of it. We're
Right.
seeing everybody we know again, unless you, because the people I know, again, my brothers and everybody, we have all degrees and all that. I know they make more, but again, this chart is showing that majority of black folks and people around them are making the low incomes. And
Facts.
how is it that I can move to 150, then the rest can't move to 150? How is that?
Because you know the stats. Come on, engineer. You an outlier. Everybody on this panel compare that chart. We are outlier. I don't know if that's one
I'm in the
deviation, two
I'm in the
deviation, or
I'm in the
three
game.
deviation.
I'm
Huh?
a broke college student in the
No.
game.
So we know we're outliers, right, engineers? So we trying to pull people up to their standard deviation. Tam is
But that's the
three. I'm
problem.
probably one. You know, I'm not farther as up as Tam. She way out there. I'm
What,
probably one standard deviation.
what do we
So
normally do with
we know we're
outliers?
outliers. So we got to pull them up to our standard deviation.
What
Go
do we
ahead,
normally
engineer.
do with outliers? In
They
every
toss them.
Thank you. We remove outliers. We either
Right.
remove them or we play with the data. We do some
Facts.
normalization of the data to make
Facts.
it. Those are what we do with outliers.
Right.
We remove the outliers and normalize it. But that's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm saying.
yeah, but I'm interrupting. But we giving back to community so the outliers can hopefully bring everybody up to the curb. But you're right, especially where Tam at with 200K, you definitely gonna move her out.
You
She's
remove
still in the
outliers.
game.
She's screwing up the whole average.
Yeah, Ken J, they do say that the chart does tell you, it does tell you what large sectors, the percentages of the concentrating in. It gives an overview of on that particular link, and I'll go back to it to you and tell you that.
So
So
yeah,
this one here was the quantitative smart contract developer for DeFi. Compensation 2 million, remote worldwide.
wow, that's money.
Shout out to the smart contract.
Right?
Smart
Like
contract, but that's not difficult to make on a blockchain, especially
exactly the
Facts. Yeah.
point. That's
I
I
my
think
think
point.
I
with
could do it in
Solidity.
Java, and I don't think I'm very smart. I can do it in Java because they got a
I've
Java.
done smart contracts in Solidity many a times.
That's
Facts.
what that's my point. So you've done it already. We're learning Rust and Solidity now. You need to come to the class tomorrow
I
on
did it in
Sunday.
Python. Don't get me wrong, I did it in Python with Solidity.
Right. So this one here is smart contract dev DeFi $1 million, and another one smart contract DeFi
Really?
$550,000.
But those are not difficult ways to do it.
But again, and these jobs, we had the guy onto the show. Some of the jobs you only needed 6 months worth of experience to get 300,000, and then for the blockchain developer, you only need a year of experience, and they was willing to do 8 months
Blockchain
for a
development,
million dollars.
blockchain development is not difficult in
Right.
Python. It's quick
Yeah,
and easy.
but like Tim said, our program. I mean, AWS got their blockchain. Most people ain't never even saved anything to the blockchain. I've been programming for 30 years. I still ain't saved anything to the blockchain yet. But
I
like Tim,
developed my own blockchain on Python and quick and easy. It wasn't that difficult. Again, if you know, again, normally again, it's not difficult. Again, they teach you how to do it quickly. It's wow, okay,
Right
but what?
here, right
Wow,
here, Ken J, you was asking. Nearly half of black workers are concentrated in healthcare, retail, and accommodation and food service. We're in the service industry, so that's why we got hit hard when it came down to 2020. That was a known fact. That was a known fact that's one of, and black women in particular got hit the hardest because of healthcare, retail, and accommodation and food service. Those were our concentrations, but let's not belabor this. It's also black workers. That's not, it didn't say black women, but it's black workers. But I know from the stats that it was a lot of black women got affected by this. But what we see here when we talk about the vast majority of black workers with those industries are lower paying service roles rather than professional or managerial roles. This type of pattern produces the the gap. The median wage for US workers is 42,000, but 43% of the black workers earn less than 30,000 a year. Hence
yeah, the
why
spread.
we way over here. We this the 50,000 mark
Yeah,
right here.
you see the
We
concentration of
we
that.
way over here.
Wow.
Package it and it breaks it down right here. Laundry and dry cleaner workers, 18,000, right? This is where we at. Cooks, preschool and kindergarten teachers, first line supervisors and supervisors of food preparation services, receptions and information clerk, counter and rental clerks, food service managers, bookkeeping, court reporters, and welding and soldering, right? Construction laborers, carpenters. Get down here, agricultural workers down here, farmers, ranchers, and other agricultural workers. We go over here, artists, artists, door to door sales, musicians and singers, ushers and lobby attendants and ticket takers. Right? They there. They tell you exactly what it is. Right? Even right down here, podiatrists, nurse and anesthesists, physicians. Then we got over here surgeons. They don't even have us listed on there. We ain't even on this map.
No tech folks
We
in.
we got tossed out. We were the outliers.
Facts on outliers. Facts
We
on
got tossed out. We are the outliers.
mm.
They don't even have the conversation of the people, the black people in tech, and I think that needs to be talked about. Black people in tech who make 200,000 or more, the black people in tech who are making 500,000, who are making 600,000. Those are the conversations right there,
The next
right?
question is, what will happen when this graph inflation is being placed in this graph?
You
The
talking and
variable
then
inflation.
that's not. I don't even have the pandemic in it yet.
Yeah,
Engineer, you talking about that pandemic? Ain't even. When was that graph created? Tell me if this got a date.
Let's see. This goes to McKinsey, June 17th of 2021.
Yeah, I bet you that graph's older than that. But go ahead. I bet you that date is older on that graph. But
they need to put
Hmm.
inflation in there and some stuff. But yeah, it's still it's a telling sign that we need to work on some stuff again. 200,000. It's if they say that your 200,000 is a cutoff mark, that's a problem.
That's a problem. That's why I had this graph on last week. That's why I keep reiterating
So much analysis you can
the
do on this
millionaires, right?
bro.
Right. It's a tell sign of a lot of things. And again, when I'm hoping what changes is um the younger generation is are seeing are seeing the money earlier, because and I brought this up too. It takes 28 years to become a millionaire according to the stats.
But again, it's by relation. Again, if the kids of the same individual with this low income wages, if I'm a low income wage and I'm saying, look, the way I made it is through this job. The way you're gonna make it is through the same job I did by relation. If you're not exposed to saying, hey, there's a better way to make a living, you don't need to do what I do. You need to look beyond what I do. Again, are we educating those individuals enough to say, hey, your kids can do better? Because again, I'll tell you, I always say this. My parents always told us when we were kids, you have to do better than I did.
facts.
You have to look at positions and do better than I did. If I'm doing this, you got to do 10 to 20 times better. The same thing with my kids. You have to do better than I did. You have to go where the opportunities are. You have to create your own opportunities too. This is what I think, again, we've seen that cluster of people in that low wages. Are those low wages individuals doing the same thing? Are they telling the kids? Again, education too at the same time. What kind of education are those kids receiving in terms of knowing, hey, you can go, you can be a tech person, or you can do this, or we can start introducing you into tech at this young age, learning basic coding, learning the mathematics behind coding. Are those kids learning that? That's the question. Again, we can we can hope for the future, but are we seeing any? Again, in order for a change to happen, there must be a there must be a change itself to happen. For it to There must be something to change the projection of any family. There must be something that changes that projection. What is that change? Are we seeing that change? Are we seeing that change in schools? Again, in the are we seeing the next generation? Are we seeing the 18s and 20 years old going into the tech field? Are we seeing stats in the HBCUs of high enrollments of the 18, 20 years old in
No,
HBCUs? So if we're not seeing that, how are we going to know the changes are going to happen? Because the stats are coming out. We're not seeing that change in enrollment. We're not seeing that change in tech tech jobs being coveted by 18 and 20 years of black families. So how are we knowing that change is going to happen? That gonna be like, man.
Oh no, I was trying to get my water.
That gonna be
Trying to
like,
get my water.
hey, I
No,
don't know,
I
but
was
that's the
I
thing.
was I
I'm
was
not seeing
looking
that
at
change.
yeah, I was looking at Kenjay. I don't know what an IT security analyst is, honestly. And I don't know what an IT I guess it's a security engineer. I don't know, Professor. What do you call an IT security analyst?
We got a few of those. They usually work in the SOC and do logs and stuff and look for intrusions, look into the SIM. For us, a security engineer, it's really my engineer. Security engineer is what you do. Is we got a Linux guy. He just knows what the STIGs is, so we call him a security engineer because most people do Linux don't know what a security check is. So our security engineer, Linux, and you can do the STIGs. You're a security engineer. So
And
Yeah,
the
it's just
IT analyst, the security analyst is basically a data analyst, but for the security side.
yeah.
yeah.
It,
So
Uh,
we not included in that, KJ, for my thing.
Yeah, so but he's right is, and I think and I was bad about that is we're so happy to get out of Cham's chart that we don't negotiate salaries. Because but this was 2000, man. When I first started making 80, you can tell me nothing. I didn't go negotiate anything. I bought me a new Celica, I was whipping through the hood with my little 80. So I think we need to do a better job at that. But I mean, that's two things: is we need to negotiate. But Ken J, I'm trying to get us in the door to negotiate. We not even in the door to negotiate.
Yeah,
Because I think what's IT? 6% black?
yeah.
Is it
yeah,
6? I thought it was 3, but is it
No, data
6%?
science, data science was 2%.
Yeah, but overall, with everything is,
Overall, it's
but
like
we make 14% of the population, so we missing 8% that should be in IT to match the general population.
no,
So we, if you just talk about those numbers,
oh,
we're bad.
I ain't gonna even go down that road.
you don't
That's
want none
gonna
of that, Tam. I was throwing you a softball. You don't want none of
nah,
that.
because they're gonna mean that everybody need to work in tech, or and then
Well,
I ain't
but
gonna even get in that
the
conversation.
crazy thing is Google's going to train 40 million people in the
Yep,
next 10 years. That's
yep.
the whole damn black population.
I know. That's what
Like,
I've been saying this. I've been talking about it for a whole year. 70 million, maybe really more like 100 million people are going to be trained internationally.
wow, facts,
And
facts.
we're already taking in folks from the Ukraine, and they already going into tech
Man, I'm leaving.
immediately.
I had that
I,
Ukraine. They recruited
I,
Ukraine.
I'm not gonna touch that,
Ukraine.
Tam. I'm gonna leave that to you, Tam.
I'm
I don't
just
want that.
saying that you ain't
I don't
gotta
want
leave
none of
nothing to
that.
me. The
I
stats is
had that
there.
the same.
The actual articles are already there. We're in a global fight. We're not in a fight in the United States. We're in a global fight. So either way it go is either you want to sink or you want to swim. That's just where we're at. And
I had
Cherie, you said what about those black candidates that at the door? Again, that's again positioning. Everybody should
Right,
we need to do the book club and start reading about the book positioning, so that we can understand what it means and why do we need people. It's not just again, they always want to call it a pipeline approach. It ain't a pipeline approach.
facts.
It's a multi-pronged approach. It's from the
Mm-hmm,
top, it's from the creation of, it's
mm-hmm.
injecting in the middle, it's injecting at the bottom, it's injected everywhere. Like you again, I told you I'm the fly that's gonna show up in the snow. So I'm everywhere.
But yeah, Ukraine, because again,
I try to use snow.
most tech giants are recruiting heavily from Ukraine, taking
Oh,
all
facts.
those people that are basically from the war torn, that are basically displaced
Mm-hmm,
because of the war. They're bringing them down to Silicon Valley in loads, and
facts.
we're competing again. We're competing with global tech giants now, like
Mm-hmm,
India. We're
facts.
competing with everybody, and everybody's bringing their talent here, and we're competing. And the excuse the excuse now, no, there won't be any excuse like this guy is taking my job or this, because the jobs were always available, the jobs were always there.
Facts.
We just needed to know how to apply to those jobs. But we rather sit down and get comfortable in that cluster. That map, that diagram just, it just today, that diagram just sank my soul today.
Facts. But real quick is, and I'm gonna do this on a digital nomad, and I'm sure I'm gonna invite Tam is when you go on Upwork, and I like to just bid on side work with people younger than me to help them get those skills. When you start taking your skills and put them on Upwork, and people around the world start bidding on what you bidding on, people charge cheap breaks. Like I do Oracle. Oracle's my first bag. I've been an Oracle DBA for 5 years. I used to make 100,000. They were doing that for $20 on Upwork because
Mm-hmm.
people around the world got the same skills because they've been trained here. That's one reason I tell people do federal work because it's all got to be done in the United States. But when you do that, it's a blue collar world is flat. When you start bidding against from work for people around the world, I tell my students to do that. You understand what the pipeline really is because Oracle's got 25,000 people over the seas. IBM, I think, got 15,000. Microsoft's got 20,000. AWS has got about 20,000 people overseas. You're actually for certain positions, you fighting with people around the world to get those positions. Somebody did one every Google tech position. It's like 10,000 people apply for it because everybody want to work for Google and get a free massage.
Yep. So yeah, it's ridiculous. It's the competition is going to be more and more with more technology. People who are hungry are going to basically study more, going to invest more. So it's up to you to see if you can invest more in yourself.
So
Again,
hold on. Ken J, you say so what's in it for black people to gain all this knowledge and intricate knowledge in tech only to be paid below average salary compared to your peers? That's your fault.
Facts.
yeah, your
You
fault,
gotta
man.
you gotta negotiate. So
Well,
Ken J, like I mean, you've been putting a lot of comments in there, man. Come on stage so we can have a discussion. But again,
no, Ken J, don't come up here, Ken J. Stay where you at. But no, but let's be realistic.
we-
Even what Ken J say is true. That
part of
below
it is
average,
true.
right?
Part of it is true.
Yeah,
Part of
but
it.
like Tim said, even if you don't negotiate, like I didn't probably negotiate for the first 10 years, I still made more than the average black man on there. I was still gonna be in the top 15% in 10 because even if you underpaid in tech, you're gonna be making more than $20, $30 an hour.
Right.
Now, don't
So
granted, I don't think you should do that. I think you should be Tam, know your worth. But even if you are underpaid, you're gonna be to the right of all those black marks on there.
right. And I think what the issue is, Ken J, like what you're saying is in my head, this is how I'm interpreting this. Is we're already defeating ourselves before we even try. Like we not even in the game. So therefore it ain't there yet, right? We not even in the game from what I'm seeing when I'm especially when I'm doing interviews. I'm not sure who came on stage. D, is that you?
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. What's up, man?
What's going on? Hey, I appreciate you for having me, Tam. Hey, so I wanted to say something. So, yeah, and I said, hey, I might as well go ahead and come up. So here's the thing, right? Like, when you look at that chart, all right? You know, we're on the map. You know, black people in tech are there, and you know,
Right.
we're near the top. I'd say, you know, top 30% of earners, but it's significantly lower than a lot of the numbers you see out there when you look at a lot of these job boards. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, why is that? Well, like Professor Blackhop said, one of the reasons is we don't negotiate. We don't negotiate salary.
We don't know how either.
We don't know how to negotiate salary. We're usually eager to accept whatever salary they throw out, because a lot of times it's more than what we've ever made in our lives,
Facts,
Mm-hmm.
facts,
right?
facts,
So
facts.
but the thing is, that's not only our fault, right? Like, you know, these companies know that. These
But
companies aren't dumb.
yeah, they not dumb, but so that's why in Women in Linux, this is why I talk about this religiously. I talk about we have to be comfortable with talking about salaries. This engineering cameras, this is what I'm talking about. When we don't show salaries and stuff like that,
The
we
question
don't
can't
we don't we don't know we don't know what it could possibly pay. You can
Facts.
ask, you can say what a salary range is. Our question is that going to be enough? Is that the right salary we need to ask for? So we need to start having conversations and talking to people. And you can't do that by yourself. You have to actually be in a community. You actually have to start talking to people and start having these conversations.
So, Ken J, how many panels have you seen talk about these conversations about black people and talk about salaries and basically discuss about openly about salaries and their own salaries. Because
There's
again,
there,
because
yeah.
again, in order for us to understand, in order for us to be able to negotiate, we have to actually know that these salaries exist, and this. So how many panels have you seen discuss about actual salaries and saying this on a daily basis or even a weekly basis? Apart from
Yeah, there's not many engineering cannabis. There's not many. There's very few, and I think a lot of us can probably count them on one hand.
so if we don't have that knowledge, if we don't have that exposure, do you really think that's going to actually happen where people will actually know, hey, we need to negotiate? Because again, the white, the Caucasian group and all that other group, they naturally go in and say, I'm not going to accept that first. That's what I go do. I'm not going to accept the first offer you give me. I'm going to negotiate to what I desire and I think is best for me based on the research I've done. This is
Yeah,
what Caucasians do and all that. But we as black folks, I learned this method from a Caucasian guy on YouTube and all this. But again, we're not seeing that exposure. We're not seeing. Tam, you talked of people talking about salaries. How many black people you know are going to come to YouTube and tell you their salary in this? Really, Tam, be honest with you. How many black folks you think is going to come on YouTube in tech and tell you I'm making 250 in this company and
Well,
realistic?
First off, we're not going to talk about salary. Period. That's my thing. We're not going to talk about numbers in the first
Okay.
place. And then two, they may not talk about it on YouTube. I also have my meetup, so we can
Or
freely
public
talk about
forums,
it.
any public
Yeah,
forum.
yeah. I have my meetups where I've shown salaries that I've made in 2008, 2011. What does that look like? What is it? I've shown that only because I want people to understand is one, it's possible. Two, here's what I did to in order to get there, right? Here's what I talked about. Here are those things, right? We get so caught up with like 100,000, and really and truthfully speaking, now we see that even if we made that 100,000, it's not saying that it's not nothing, but it's not nothing compared to
Mhm.
what could be made, where
Facts.
we could be at, where your skills can take you. So that and I just want us to get used to seeing, and we see it. I hear it all the time. I ain't never seen numbers like that. Well, you have now. So now what? You know what I'm saying? Now you see numbers like that, right?
Well, again, I'm saying,
Let me just say something. So I want to address what engineering cannabis said. So yeah, no, I agree. You got to have those platforms. But here's the thing. First of all, salary is regional. That's number one, right? You're not gonna make the same on the
I,
west. Well, listen, it's
well,
you can work
I,
remote and you can get these remote jobs, but usually people want you to be
it
be
depends.
accessible,
It
right?
depends.
Okay.
It
Uh,
depends.
so, well, I mean, my point is, if you have a job over on the West Coast, if you're working, for a company or contracting, or W-2, you're going to make significantly more than people who are on the East Coast in the Deep South. That's just a fact, right? And so when we talk about salary, we have to be considerate of the region, right?
but just
Also the quality of the companies, right? You're gonna have
Mhm.
more mom and pop owned companies, tech companies that are hiring, in different areas of the country. Obviously, the bigger companies are gonna be on the West Coast, or upstate in Boston and those places. But a lot of us, we know that the majority of Black people are concentrated in the South, and we're getting tech jobs where we are North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Louisiana, and there are jobs there, but those jobs aren't going to pay as much as some of these other jobs, so we have to seek outside of our concentrated regions.
North
Uh,
uh,
Carolina,
uh, uh,
good.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm gonna
North Carolina pays well, of course, but
Just
and it
Okay.
depends on where. Red Hat's there in Raleigh. You
yeah.
have a
re-
couple
Other,
of companies.
research triangle there. Austin,
yeah.
Texas is hot. That's the black
I,
excellent for tech. But you're right, Ken. I agree with you. There's some regional, but even in that region, when you get a tech job, you're gonna get paid more than the average person in that
Yeah.
region.
absolutely,
But
absolutely,
but
absolutely. Right.
I want to combat that. So I'm combating that and saying that your skills is going to dictate that, right? It's going to dictate your pay. And let me say it from this perspective. When you know that you can get paid more and you understand your worth and you understand your skill sets, you're going to then take that and then run with it, right? Because when that job comes to you and they're saying to you, "Hey, I know you're a senior person, but I'm gonna pay you 108,000," you're gonna look at them and laugh and be like, "No, sir, that's not gonna be what we're gonna do here. We go, we're not gonna do that." So again, I understand what you're saying if you're on the west coast and it may pay significantly more, but then there are certain jobs that are companies that are on the west coast that don't care whether you are on the east coast or if you are in China or if you are in Japan. They're not going to pay you, not all companies, they're not going to pay you based on where you live. Now, a place like
Most
a GitLab will pay you like that, but I work for a company that don't pay me that way. Like I work for a company that don't pay me where based on where I live. It pay me based on like your skills, and so you have to do your due diligence and start talking to people and ask questions when you interview. How is your pay scale set up? Is it based on where I live?
Now,
Is it
Tam,
you got to ask the question in order to get that kind of information. You got to come to Women in Linux every
here's the
Wednesday.
no, I get you. Look, here's the thing. Here's the thing that we
Yeah.
know, right? When you're negotiating these salaries, right?
Mhm.
Uh, and usually you're gonna know based on what type of framework you're gonna be doing the work in, right? Whether you're gonna be a W-2, whether you're gonna be working corp to corp, right?
Mhm.
I've worked in the different areas, and and you're gonna usually know what that pay range is gonna be. But the best way for that we know, especially in the tech industry, because a lot of these companies are very, very guarded when discussing salary, because
Mhm.
usually if you work in IT, in software, in the hardware of the company, and you're working on those critical systems, you 9 times out of 10 you're going to be one of the highest paid people in the company, right?
Facts.
And
Mhm.
so they have to be very guarded in how they treat and negotiate these salaries with everyone there, especially you coming in as a black person, because look, they want to pay you the least amount they can so they can and appropriate those funds elsewhere, right? If I can hire two of you, they're making do double the work of one of you, and I'm assuming the quality of work will be near about the same. I'm gonna want to hire two. I'm gonna want to pay you less. So the best way for us to find out is to have experience, right? So
Right.
we know from our
Skills.
last job, I got paid this. I talked to Billy Bob over here. He's getting paid 20,000, 30,000, $40,000 more than me. Okay, next time I need to come in a little bit higher, or I need to not take some of the I need to not entertain some of these lowball offers,
Facts.
because listen, we all have gotten offers that have just been egregious in tech, and we're like, this is for a software role,
But this is
and
not. It's not just. It's just not experience, right? It's community. That's why I get back to saying. That's why we have our Slack group, and I know people keep tiring me saying that, but it's a reason why we have our Slack group. So you can go hit up somebody. Hey, can you review this offer letter with me? Does this make sense to me? Does that offer seem right to you? Like that's why you have that network. We have to get out of the mindset of I can go do this by myself. You can't. You're gonna get screwed every single time. So why not go sit down with somebody who's in it, who's got decades in it, who's got a network of people, and say, look, I ain't never really looked at a position like this before, but let me reach out to my contacts and let me see what they saying. Okay, well, I
Right.
got reached out to my contacts. They've been in the game. They've been doing it 15 years. They say you getting underpaid. They say you need to go back and ask for X, Y, and Z. So here you go. I'm gonna let you talk to that person because that person has been doing it. That's the mindset we gotta have. We so busy being like, I can't let them know what I'm getting paid because then
Facts.
they gonna judge you. What they gonna judge you because you paid your bills? Like we so caught up like I don't want nobody to know, right? It to the point to a point where we don't even get the money. Well, we're not even getting half of the money. We just saw
Facts.
that one chick that got offered 89,000. I mean, she took 89,000 because that's what she wanted, and and everybody was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe the recruiter did it like that." Yeah, yeah, the recruiter did it like that because the recruiter in her mind was like, "That's what you wanted. That's what we're going with." We can't think everybody is going to be there to help us out. We want to. It's human. We got it. I understand it, but it just ain't gonna happen. And we just got to get in that mindset. Like, let me ask questions. Let me go do some research. Let me go find out what I can negotiate for. What's on the table. We hope we get a recruiter that's gonna work with us. And sometimes they will, and sometimes they won't. But if you don't know, at least go in with your arsenal and be ready to go negotiate for PTO. Be ready to negotiate for a salary or a bonus. Like there are some people in tech that I know that have gotten sign-on bonus from 100,000 to 200,000.
I've never got a sign-in bonus. I ain't gonna lie, Tim. I'm gonna have to get on my sign-in
I don't
bonus
even
game.
move without a signing bonus.
I got
Go
a
ahead,
small.
Kenny.
And those are hard. Those are hard to get. Those are
But
hard
I
to
got.
get
they're,
No, you got.
they're
because you got to
not.
come in. You got to come in with some serious skills
Yeah,
Facts.
for
but that's
company
my point. But
to
that's
want you like that.
but
Yeah,
Facts.
they do give you certain bonus like
they'll
that.
give you a signing bonus.
What name a company that's giving 50 40 what did you say 20,000?
I said 100,000.
Name a company that's giving $100,000 signing bonus. I want to know
Microsoft.
this company.
They'll give you
Microsoft.
100,000.
Doing what?
Facebook.
Microsoft, Facebook. They get. I'm telling
Doing
you
what though?
this.
Doing what? Software developers?
Yes.
You're a data scientist.
I
And
see
so
their DevOps, their cloud engineers be getting
Look,
Yes.
that.
you talking about the executive suite.
No.
no, principal
No.
data scientist.
And so
No.
Senior,
all the data scientists getting $100,000,
you know,
80, 90,000, $100,000.
If they negotiated for it,
there are companies that pay you that kind of money.
Not everybody, Kenny. We ain't saying
Not
everybody. We just
everybody,
saying
but
it's
there are
out there to
companies.
get, man. It's not
But
everybody.
look, I'm not saying I'm not listen. But again, you talking about companies again on the West Coast. It's more
Microsoft.
expensive.
But again, these people work remotely.
And DMV, they pay you that kind of money too. Believe that.
And
I
any black people getting these?
yes, these are black
There's a
people
lot
I'm
of
talking
black people.
about.
Black people
Oh,
getting $100,000 signing bonuses
Yes.
in.
you see,
Yes.
Sam, this is
Kenny,
why
I'm
I
with you.
said,
It ain't a lot of them. You got to be on top of your skills. You got to have a certain skill
Sam,
set to
this is
get
why
it.
I tell
We
But it
talk
you.
about
happens.
outliers, Kenny. Let's be
Yeah.
perfectly clear. It's not everybody.
I don't consider them outliers. I consider them my core group of friends.
I need to
My
hang
core
out with
group
your
of
friends,
my core
Cam.
group of people.
Tam, I need to be one of your
Like I
friends.
don't again
No,
we get
I
into
feel you.
and get into this
40,000,
and
50,000 signing
it,
bonus is not, it's
it's
normal.
it's normal.
It's
40,000
normal.
yeah, 40,000 to 50,000 on a sign-on bonus is normal.
I
Look,
You
ain't never
gotta
got it, Kenny.
negotiate. You
hey,
I
gotta
ain't never
I'm
got
in.
it.
I'm
negotiate
in.
that.
I'm in Texas. I'm out here near Austin, where a lot of the tech companies are moving. Actually, I'm in Dallas, but I actually work remotely for a company in Austin.
Hmm.
And so the salaries are good, and it's just Texas, right?
Hmm.
So it's not as high as probably some of the other higher cost of living areas of the country. Um, but I don't know. And listen, I know guys who've been in the industry 20 years with a
Mhm.
vast array of experience with and I'm not saying it's not possible.
Facts.
I'm not saying that at all. I just want to make that clear. I'm not the type of person, and listen, I'm a very ambitious person. So I believe that, you have to go for that money. But
Hmm.
I just haven't seen that. Like, and I know guys who have their own
And,
companies who are
So,
contracting for
and,
a lot of government contracts.
so you've not,
Um, and
so,
and get that.
they're not getting they're not getting these large salaries. Now
It,
the
so,
salaries are now as far
so
as
when
and
you
we're
say
talking
large salary,
about the
hold on,
half a million
engineer.
dollars to $1 million salaries that we're talking about.
so
Okay,
250,
what salaries are you
yeah.
normally seeing?
I'm seeing, the most I've seen like 180. I've seen once, around usually around at my company for a developer, you're getting paid from 120 to like 180. That's usually around where you are. I mean,
So 250 is out the range.
absolutely. For a
Okay.
software developer, what kind of value are you adding to the company for them to pay you 250?
So Kenja, I want to say this, and don't be offended by this. Every time I talk to black men, this what I hear.
So
We don't see
250 is
that.
really out the range.
I'm just being honest with you. That's what I hear all the time, and and then I have to go back and ask, what are you negotiating for? What are you what are you when you're looking at the job, or how are you negotiating? What skill sets do you have? Are you even asking for a sign-on bonus?
But
Like,
we also talking about people. Are we talking about people with advanced degrees? Are we talking
yeah,
about people with over a decade or more of
so,
relevant
I
experience in the?
Hey, you.
Because
Hey,
listen,
hey. I'm gonna give you this one. You don't even have to. This is proof in the pudding. You can go on Jawan's YouTube channel and you can look up. His name is Black Nerd, but I'll give you his name and I'll post it in Slack and you could go check him out. He came to me and he said, Tamika, hey, I got this position that I need to. I want to apply for this, that, and other. He's like, I don't have no skills, right? I don't even know what they're even talking about. He did the interview. He didn't. He said I didn't know nothing that man was talking about, but the man knew he had the skill set in order to do it. That man went from 60,000 to 180,000. He didn't have no skills, and that's in Texas. He's
he said he didn't have any skills.
No, he didn't have no skills. He said he just knew how to talk. But he didn't have no skills, and the guy knew he didn't have. He's like, every question that man asked me, I said I don't know. I'm not
But
sure. Here's how I can look it up. But again, that guy took a chance on him and said he was willing to learn. He had the enthusiasm and was willing to learn. And that was in Texas. I think he worked for Elasticsearch. But again, I have met people and I've sat down and talked to them and I showed them what they needed to do and they've changed their life from making 60,000 to 180,000, from people moving from 90,000, and some people have moved up to 200,000. Again, I don't know what that is. And when you say advanced degrees, I don't know too many PhD software engineers. I don't know too many PhD software engineers. I know people who've had anywhere from maybe 7 to 20 years of experience, and they're going in and they negotiate and they get what they want.
yeah, I mean I hear you, Tam. I just the thing is, especially in Texas, I know the market in Texas very well. A lot of the companies here, you know, and we're talking about software development and just in IT in general. A lot of the companies here are Windows shops,
Hmm.
right? They use Microsoft. A lot of them are going to require a particular set of skills to build their tools and their software. That they're you know we're talking, you know, I've worked for big companies here that are headquartered here in Dallas and in Austin. And you know, these companies we're talking about, I've worked on software that these companies live on that
Hmm.
runs their business, their point of sale systems, you know, critical warehouse control systems. Right. I just haven't seen these salaries for these particular positions. And again, I've worked with some brilliant. You talk
And
about Elastic
what positions are we talking about? That's what
software developer, analyst, you know, tester, QA, data
yeah,
engineers, architect, software architects, managers. Now we talk. You want to talk about management?
man.
You know, that's a whole
Man,
nother
this
topic. But
I get sent emails all the time for Austin for DevSecOps, anywhere from 180 to 220.
now, I'm not saying though. I'm not saying they don't exist, but those are unicorn. Which companies? Because those.
They're not unicorn. I don't know where y'all get this from. I don't know where y'all have y'all resumes
What are the
posted. What's
requirements
your
for that?
It depends on the job. Some of them may require you to understand Jenkins. Some of them may require you to understand Terraform. Some may want you to understand all three clouds. Some may want you to understand just Azure. It depends on the company. It depends on their need. And MM, I see your thing. You're like, nobody is selling nobody on like that's the norm. I'm telling you it happens. I didn't say it's the norm. What I'm simply saying to you this, if you're making $60,000 and you go out and you look at all the skills that are needed to make that 180,000, you work towards those skills, you move around. The average person is staying in a job from anywhere to 2 or 3 years. If you don't believe it, that's fine. That's just something you ain't never seen. That's not my problem.
This
It's
is why. This is
no,
why I
it's
tell
that.
you.
But
Yeah,
again, I already told you where it come from.
This
We
is
already
why.
had this conversation where it come from.
Look, it's
Hey, hey,
I've
listen,
I've,
if I'm full of cap, come up. Like, show your face. Don't you ain't gotta.
I'm going to say
Hey, you
this.
ain't gotta be a keyboard banker in the chat. You ain't gotta be a keyboard banker in the chat. I told you, I got time today. I got water. I'm here.
yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
listen. I would came up too, but I just rearranged my office. I can't find my camera. But my thing is, for a lot of the technologies that you named are very particular skill sets, right?
Right.
Like
But
we're
that's
talking
what I
about
teach.
smart contract, and yeah,
But
you're
that's what
dealing
I
with.
teach. I teach DevSecOps. That's why I say DevSecOps is one of those things that get you in the door from and you can go various ways.
But
I
I guess my
specifically
point
said
is,
that.
how many jobs are going to exist out there? Because we're talking about a group of people. We're talking
Mhm,
about elevating Black people in general. I
mhm,
mean, I guess
mhm.
that's the general that's the general conversation here, right? How many jobs are going to be writing in Jenkins? How many jobs are writing in
A
Solidity
lot, a lot,
compared to
a
C
lot.
sharp, compared to .NET positions,
Where,
compared to web development using Ruby on Rails, right? Like that's what you use. That's what you're usually going to see if you're even in the tech industry with the required experience and skill set and a lot of times degree. Now a lot of companies have let up on that. Like for instance, I don't have a degree. I've been working in the tech industry for almost a decade. So you don't have to have a degree nowadays, but you have to have the skills and you have to have the thirst for knowledge, which can be rare amongst Black
and
people.
and
But
that's
but
what
if we're
that's what
talking
we've
about
been
what we're
talking
talking about
about.
in general, with a lot of the general skill sets that you're going to see a lot of these jobs for, those jobs aren't. I just don't see it. I don't see those numbers.
I
So
do, and I lived in Austin before. So I mean, when you talking about you don't see those numbers, and I lived
not
in.
in abundance. I mean, sorry.
Okay, yeah. So I'm not sure where you're applying it. I see those numbers. I see those numbers up and down the East Coast, up and down the coastal area from New York all the way down to Florida. I see those. I see those numbers are now starting to come out of Atlanta. I see those numbers coming out of Huntsville. I see those numbers coming out of Austin. I see those numbers. I even see those numbers in Seattle. And a lot of these jobs are remote. So again, I'm not talking software development. I'm strictly sticking DevSecOps.
But
That's my lane.
and I want to address Mary because Mary said if you're in Dallas, you use because you. I'm not. I didn't say there's no signing bonuses here. I've gotten signing bonuses. I said a signing bonus of $100,000.
Yeah.
That's a whole salary.
Yeah.
That's a whole salary.
Yeah.
Somebody that's an expensive salary
Yeah.
I've seen it,
in
especially
America.
again. I've seen it in AI automation, ML ops, and all that, machine learning, deep learning. Especially again, if you go to companies like Tesla and all that, they give you that kind of Facebook, Meta, all that. They do give you that kind of salary and that kind of bonuses. I've seen that.
Man,
Yeah.
look, if you get $100,000 salary, you got to be a millionaire.
You
You
get a
talking you
what?
talking true. If you can pull those kind of numbers, you talking wealth.
So five
If you
Well,
hundred
pulling those
thousand.
kind of numbers from a
So
job, from just
you
a
believe
job.
$500,000 in salary is impossible?
No, I didn't say it's impossible,
All right.
but again, we're talking about. Look, we're talking about. Look, it's a reason
Amazon
why.
Amazon pays like 320 something for an ML engineer.
Okay, but who's getting those jobs? Engineering cannabis. Like, who are these people? Who are these people? Are they master's degrees? Are they just people that just come in off the street?
Let me get you me. Okay, you might think I have a bias. Yes, I have a master's degree. Don't get me wrong. But again, when you say coming out of the street, Who comes out of the street and goes to apply for a $300,000 job?
Well, who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? People? Are
We're
we
talking
talking
about people
about
with
people like
Who
you?
skills.
spends time?
Who are we talking to? I
I
guess.
know music. I know music. People with a music degree making 200 and something thousand. With music degree doing data science.
Yeah, but like
That sounds like off the street.
How's that?
mm,
You said they have a music degree doing data science.
Music degree. Then they spent a year learning about data science, knowing the concept in depth about algorithms and everything in depth, applying that, then going to apply to a job that gives them that money. When you say out the streets, what do you mean about out the
Well,
street?
I like to know. I've been in software for a long time. I like to know the in depth.
Definitely.
I like to pick the brains of these people with this in depth knowledge to pull a
right.
$300,000 salary after a year in tech
No, well,
because
I'm not
because
saying you can do that. I'm
because you
not
talk
saying
if you
that.
talk if you're talking about sophisticated learning sophisticated data algorithms that people spend years at top level universities creating. You
Right.
know, you're trying to learn it
No,
to write code
machine,
for a company.
machine learning, the basics is not top level algorithms they learn. Do you know that?
No,
You
I
know,
understand. I understand.
no, no,
Usually all the algorithms that our
you
other
just
algorithms that we
stated,
use are already written
no, you
by
just
someone.
stated that it's top level algorithm. Machine learning, the basic of machine learning is basic statistics. The most algorithms they use in most is the linear regression. Your simple y equals mx plus b. Do you know that's what most companies use to solve problems?
Well,
The simple.
there's different things that you use for machine for through
I
machine
know,
learning
I
and
know there are lots. I know the classification. I know all the algorithms, but I'm just saying most algorithms that can solve problems in most companies are simple linear regression or decision trees. Simple things you can use, and doesn't you don't need 3 4 years to learn basic statistics. You know that, right?
well, listen, again, I'm a software developer. I know that learning how to learning what a hash mapped array tree is, learning what a hash trie is,
Mhm.
learning what any type of linear encryption tools, learning how they work. Like that stuff takes a lot of time. That stuff takes a lot of time, and I'm a
Right.
person who I read a lot, you know,
Right.
and again that you can have the knowledge and you can be able to apply it and you're going to be wanted, you're going to be sought
Okay.
after in the tech industry.
Yes.
But the numbers that we're talking, again, I guess my whole point I just want to point out is
Mhm.
those are rare numbers. Those are not numbers that are in abundance that are just open for everybody. So if we're trying to get
Well, it's accessible.
more people
The question
into the
is
more black people into the industry and
Right.
on a realistic path, they're not going to be looking for those type of numbers.
Oh,
And look, I'm not trying to say that you can't. I'm not trying to. That's not me. I'm not one to kill
KJ,
someone's
what what
dreams.
what
Jay,
we
so
what we've been saying is this, okay? Because I think some of y'all are new, right? And y'all
right.
never ever seen me before, so you don't even know who I am, right? What I'm simply saying that it takes some. You need to get some fundamentals. I stated this before. You're gonna need to
Right.
have some. You're gonna need to have some cloud experience. You're gonna need to have some Linux experience. You're gonna need to have some configuration manager experience. You're gonna need to have some cybersecurity and possibly even some Kubernetes if you want to go down that route, depending on who you are.
yeah.
That could look like OpenShift, that could look like Rancher. Do those jobs pay you anywhere from 160 to 200,000? Yes. Do you need experience in those? Absolutely. I'm not saying to you that tomorrow, if
Right.
you study this
Yeah.
weekend and pass the Security Plus, and then go study next weekend, just spend a week on it and go pass the next four exams in the next month, that you're gonna come out and you're gonna be at 160,000. You might be at 100 because you got the certification, and if you got the gift to gab and you understand how to interview and you understand how to problem solve, you might get 100. You might get more. What I'm simply saying is this: these are the fundamentals. Either you're gonna get them or you're not. If you're not gonna get them, and again, I'm strictly speaking DevSecOps, then
Right.
that's what it is. If you
And
want to move into the $1 million RAM, the $1 million RAM is this. When we start talking, because I had the guy on, I talked to him. The black people ain't getting them. That's why we having the conversation. We're talking about you need to understand solidity, you need to understand blockchain, and you need to understand Rust. If you ain't about that life, cool. If you don't want to learn that, cool. That's what it takes to get there. We even putting together workshops because he was like, we need workshops on how what the resume should look like. We even need the workshops on how to even do the work. So we putting together workshops. We're about solutions and building. If everybody want to say that you can't do it, then fine. You know what? You can't do it, and the people around you probably won't do it. That's cool. But over here, this what we doing. This is what I'm seeing. Here's what the offers are. I even showed my offer letters that I've gotten. I started out at 49,000 when I was working at the University of Washington before I graduated from college. It is on YouTube. It's already out there. I next set and I sat back and I learned more. And when I moved to DC, I even have that on there. When I moved to DC, I was making 115,000. The guy offered me 100,000. I told him that wasn't gonna be enough for me. He offered me 115,000, and then they also gave me money to move. And I moved, right? No, I denied that. I said, don't give me the money to move. Put that into my salary. So I denied that and moved on my own. When I moved down to Florida, I said, you know what? I'm gonna take a chance on life. I'm gonna move to Florida. I even have that up. And I moved to Florida and I said, okay, I'm going to school. My school is this. I need this amount of money for school. They gave me $16,000 for me to finish off school because I was already going to school for free. They gave me another $10,000 to break my lease out of Virginia. That was $10,000, and then I also then turned around and said, "Okay, this is how much money I'm gonna need to get paid." That's what I did. And I see the comment that like Tam got 20,000, got 20 years of 20 years of experience. I didn't have 20 years of experience in 2006. I started in 2002. So shut your trap. You on the wrong line.
Well,
See,
I just want to point
not
out.
you, not you. I'm talking about the person inside of the chat because they don't know. Again, you don't know. And I'm trying to tell you, you don't know. I'm trying to show you what can be done.
I,
If you don't believe it can be done, then that's that. I don't know what else to tell you. We're gonna always be on that left hand side. We ain't gonna never have that, right? Like man, I get so tired of these conversations. We get in these conversations and we say, I ain't never seen it. But because you ain't never seen it, it ain't true.
No, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying it's. I'm just saying it's not realistic for the average person. Now, I want to point out something that Mary said. You know, Mary said she says I'm in the wrong group. Okay, she said that McAfee is paying their software developers. And when you say their software developers, that tells me all. That's what that sounds like. All software developers.
That's not how I
They're,
would interpret that.
okay, so we're talking what, one, two?
No, I wouldn't interpret that way. When I read job descriptions, I say, okay, they paying some software developers that are making 210,000. Okay, well let me go see what the title is. Is that a senior? Is that a junior? If it's a senior software developer, then let me go see what kind of skills that they have or that they're requiring that person to have. If I meet at least 5 of the 10, I'm applying because I'm looking at what it takes for me to get in there. I can go read the rest of this stuff. Some of this stuff I can go read. Some of this stuff I can go sit down and learn on my own. I can go start asking people who work there, hey, what can you give me a little bit more insight about the position? I don't look at it from a perspective of I can't. I look at it like it's already there. I'm claiming it. I'm going in. I'm getting it. And if I get it, cool. I'm gonna negotiate for more. You say 210. Let me see if you can do 220. Oh, you can't. You can do 215. All right, I take that. But I don't look at positions like that. I don't have that mindset when I'm looking at a job. I look at it like you posted, it's mine. And on top of that, I'm coming in with the skill sets to back it up because I'm going to study. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to study what that position is. I'm going to look at that company. I'm going to look at that person who's coming in that's going to ask me these questions. If they tell me I'm meeting up with whoever and whatever, I'm looking on LinkedIn. I'm looking on Twitter. I'm looking at their background. I'm looking to see if they got white papers. I'm going to set up a mind map of my interview process because I want to be that. I want to be the shit when I get in
Well,
this
yeah, I know,
interview.
I get it, Tam. We all want that. But let me just finish my point.
Go ahead.
Uh, Mary said McAfee in Plano are paying their software developers $200K. I'm in the wrong groups. Well, when you go and you look up McAfee salaries for the software developers, first of all, I want to point out there's a wide range. There's a range of about 70,000 to about 211,000. So that right there, because I don't know unless Mary knows a software developer there making 200K. I don't know where else she would get her information from. So that right there tells me there's a range and there are levels. And I'm in the software industry. I know there are levels to being a developer, right? And that also goes into not only your level, but your experience and your education and things like that, right? And and a lot of times with these jobs, when you're going on W-2, when you got to go through job interviews and things like that, you have to go through gauntlets.
Yeah.
I've been through extreme pressured gauntlets in some of these software developer jobs where I'm sitting in front of a panel of five to anywhere from 5 to 10 people, proving my skills in front of them with no references, no nothing, having to demonstrate that in front of CEOs, CTOs. So
did that make you go to the whiteboard, Kenny? I've been to the whiteboard a couple times.
I've had to actually write small applications on the spot within a few hours.
Talk about all this in Women in Linux.
Facts. Keep going, Kenny.
Talk about all this.
Ken, I'm sorry, Ken.
No, but I'm just saying, like that's a real thing that people have to consider when you're going into these places. So, but I just want to point out when I look up the salaries from McAfee in Plano, it's 111,000. That's the average salary.
That's for software engineers, right?
Software engineers.
What's DevSec? What's DevSecOps? She said DevSecOps. What's DevSecOps?
DevSecOps. If I look at,
are you looking at the Census Bureau? Because I don't look at nothing.
I use a number of different resources, but
I don't use any of those resources. I don't use Glassdoor or the Census Bureau.
I
feel like they're underpaid.
But here's the thing. These are no matter where you get the numbers from, right? They're gonna be around about the same area. And
now if you go to level FYI, they're not around the same. Now if you go to level FYI, they're not the same.
So you're telling me it's gonna. So if you go to level F this website, you're saying it's gonna be significantly higher than some of these other sites.
It depends on what it is. Because they break them down by tiers. It depends on the company. Like you may get a remote job at Meta, and you may be a level 7 or a T7, and they're broken down in tiers. That's why it's important for us to have conversations about salary, and that's why we have to have the community to talk about it. Because you go off a website, you might get underpaid by 30 or 40,000, and they not gonna make that up for you. That's why I stress this.
Well, and I also just want to point out a few things. First of all, data engineering. We're talking about software, right, or just tech in general, right? And there's a lot of different, roles that you can have.
I've been talking DevSecOps and engineering
cannabis. Right.
He is
machine learning, artificial.
Yep. He's AI ML.
Yeah.
So
and I look at everything from kind of like a bird's eye view, because to me everybody's trying to accomplish the same goal. You're trying to create the systems of the company, whether that be the software developers, whether it be and I look at it from a perspective of a developer who's writing the actual software that runs on the processor somewhere that's running the company systems. Usually you're going to get paid more than some of these other people doing it. Now, don't get me wrong, data engineers get paid a lot of money. And data scientists get paid a lot of money, and DevOps is really more of a new thing that a lot of companies are focused on, especially in the more specialized sector of DevSecOps. A lot of companies don't even have DevOps people working for them, just because that's not something that they have appropriated any salaries towards. So that's kind of new. You don't see a lot of people there, and when you do, they're not going to be making just a significant more amount of money than other people there. So that's kind of why I'm just kind of grouping everything together because usually everybody's making around the same. I've never seen a data engineer make more than me. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why I'm saying that. But also I want to point out that Mary's was talking about McAfee. We also have to think about who's working at McAfee. Who are these people? McAfee is a security company. And, and if you're working for a security company, and that's working, we're talking about security software, that takes a lot of intricate level knowledge when you're writing and you're down in the nuts and bolts of it. Whether that be the data, the software, whether it be if you're doing the math or anything like that, we're talking intricate level knowledge of these systems. Not everybody's going to have that, and that's gonna require significant effort to find people for those jobs. So the few people that are making that salary there, they are the cream of the crop. They are probably bringing these people in from all around the country to work at McAfee. McAfee is a huge company. So that's not going to be your everyday run-of-the-mill data engineer or someone just coming out of school. It's going to take years of experience to make that kind of money there. That's all I'm saying.
But again, you're looking at people coming out of school, right? It is multiple layers to this. It's people who are already in the industry. It's people who are, and when I say in the industry, they may have 5 years. There are people with 10 years, and there are people that are managers. We're not just talking about people that are just coming into tech, right? We're not just talking about those people. So when you're talking about it, you gotta look at it from the perspective. It's not the only place, right? We're not only talking about people who are already doing, or the people who are coming in. We're talking about people who may have never ever leave tech. They may never leave tech. They just gonna be in it for the next 10, 15, 20 years.
30 for me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So
No,
we're not
but
just talking about people that are interested. And let me say this. Have I seen people come in at 70,000? Absolutely. That was doing the apprentice program at Yale, and she spent a year at Yale, and now 3 years later she's over at Google, and she's probably I think she's at 140,000. So in 3 years from her starting, she's gone from 70,000 to 140,000. People don't think it's possible. They didn't think it. People didn't believe me until I showed them my own stuff. Right? I graduated in 2007. I was at 40. I graduated in 2007. I was at 49,000. I spent a year in roughly a year in San Antonio, and then in 2008 I was in DC at 115,000. So in a matter of possibly about a year or two, I went from 49 to 150,000. I mean to 115,000. So it is absolutely possible. And that was in 2006 and 2008. We can sit up here and say that you're a unicorn because that's what everybody likes to make themselves say to make themselves feel good. I'm not a unicorn. I just put in the work. Here's what I did. Here's how I did it. And here's how you can do it. Figure out what works for you. And I think we have to get out of this mindset that it can't be done, or it's just all what somebody else did, and we ain't gonna be able to do that. If we ain't gonna never be able to do it. If that's our mindset, we just not gonna be able to do it.
Here's why I believe that I am a unicorn.
Okay.
First of all, I just want to point out I did go to Levels FYI, looked up McAfee software engineer. It says 121K base salary, 82K, 30K in stock, 9K in bonus. Those are typical numbers that you see around this, especially in Plano. We talking about Plano. You got Frisco, where we talking about major companies that have moved to that area of the country just because of the business tax benefits here in Texas, and that's what they're paying. Look, I mean, I know the market here, but also I want to say I believe that I am a unicorn. We all here are unicorns because look, we work at these companies. We go to these companies every day, and even if you have your own company, you working 9 times out of 10, you working corp to corp. You working you contracted for somebody. So you seeing what these IT departments are looking like. Mm-hmm. We not in there. I know. I get y'all are throwing out these numbers, and I understand there may be some of us out there who making it, but that's not what these graphs reflecting. We are
Right.
rare. We are rare
Right.
to even get in the door.
Right.
We are.
And I just don't look at us like that, right? I just
I'm
don't
with
look at.
Kenny
Well,
on that one. Go ahead, Tam.
I see it
I
though.
hear,
I'm with
yeah, I
Kenny.
don't,
Go ahead,
I
Tam.
hear you.
We
I just
can.
don't look. I just don't look at us like unicorns. I look at it. I just look at us as people who have done the work and put in the work and understand the value of negotiating and
Facts,
understand
facts.
the value of how to use the system to your advantage.
That makes you
That's
unicorn,
just
Tam.
it.
Keep
They
going.
don't make you a unicorn. They just make you somebody that know how to put in work.
So no,
That's just how I
hold
look
on.
at it, right?
No, I agree with I agree with both of y'all. I think we're unicorns, like Ken said. You know, we're in the IT alone makes us unicorn. And I agree with Ken. The average person that gets in IT is gonna make, if you make between 100 and 200, you killing it. Tim's just telling you it's more to get, man. Now, if we're going straight average IT, if you making six figures and you a black dude, you part of the 6%. We high value, Ken. So you
Right.
100% there. I think we trying to say there are jobs out there. If you get those skills, you can get some big money, Ken. I think that's all we're saying.
No, I agree. I agree. I guess my thing is uh, just being realistic for the average person getting into tech. We
Nice.
got a lot of guys who are in
Oh,
this space that
so
we
so
know.
is that the space we're talking about? Average person to get into tech? Because that's not the
Yeah,
space.
let's
No,
start average first. Let's
Because
start average, Tam. Let's start
that's
average,
not what I'm
Tam.
talking about.
if you who's above average?
No,
Because
I'm just saying.
because to me,
That's what I'm
what's a
saying. I'm not talking about the average person coming
Right,
into tech. Like I already told you, if you're gonna do DevSecOps, it's gonna take time. I've
facts.
already said that. I already tell people in my group you're gonna have to start off with
Right.
Linux, right? This
So,
I already said that,
right.
right?
So really, y'all saying the same thing. I think kids just said, let's be more real, not realistic. Let's, the base salary, if you're doing well, is over 100. You killing it. Most because I developed
and
for 15 years,
and
Josh.
what and
Most of
what
those
I'm
guys
saying,
make up
yeah,
about
and
100,000. Go
I
ahead.
hear that, and I'm just simply saying that
It's more.
you can start out with saying that's your base
Thanks.
if you're gonna take that, but you don't have to if you get the skills and
Thanks.
negotiate
Thanks.
and know where to apply to. That's what I'm saying.
Thanks.
I,
You could go apply to Home Depot all day long and they just don't have the salary to support whatever it is that you're trying to get into. Or
For
you can go apply to this startup that's looking for people and they already telling you what the range is. Like it depends on where you apply it. We act like we only got a certain amount of spaces to apply in. Like, I don't know why we have that mindset. Why don't we have that mindset that I can apply for a job remotely in San Francisco? Why don't we have that mindset? Why don't we apply for CrowdStrike? Why don't we apply for DigitalOcean? Why are we not applying for Oracle? Why are we not applying for a job that may be running out of Seattle? Why are we not applying for those jobs?
well,
Why do we
listen.
why do we feel like we only need to be in our local area to apply for the job?
Well, and you're right. We a lot. Look, listen. A lot of these companies, if you're in the tech industry for some time, you've gotten solicited by like I can't tell you how many times Microsoft wanted me to do an interview. I get every year. I get people that are I get recruiters from Microsoft trying to get me in the door for an interview for
stat.
various roles. Like they and but then like like Kelvin said, he said if you learn Terraform from Docker, you move around Linux. That's that the thing is that's great, but though that's just a small subset of the technologies that are out there to learn. Like like if you learn, if to be honest, if you want to be honest, I know Tam, you like Linux, but to be honest, I don't know the numbers. I haven't done my research on numbers, but I would guess that most of the jobs, as most companies are Windows shops, want you to know your way around .NET and want you to know your way around a lot of the Microsoft products that are out there.
Not in DevSecOps, they don't. If
I
you
Well,
agree.
if
that's because you talk more about more about
I'm okay,
server
so
environment, back end server environments.
let's clarify. I'm strictly talking infrastructure.
Okay, yeah,
In anything infrastructure, anything cloud related in terms of the infrastructure, it is going to be Linux, it is going to be Ubuntu, it is going to be
Red
In
Hat.
some cases AIX, and in some cases
Well,
Red Hat.
and that's
That
not even
you
always true though, because you have a lot of shop.
what
I mean, look, Azure AWS is the number one cloud service
what
platform in the world,
what
but
well, Ken,
Azure,
Ken, this is what I'm saying. Let me break this down. They're the environment in which the cloud is built on is Linux, and then on top of that you drop a instance, which is a VM that may run Windows inside of it. For the most part, across the board, in any of these startups, in any of the things that I've seen, it is a big market share for Linux. That's just what it is. And you can look up DevSecOps and look up what the baseline is. It never, hardly ever mentions anything about Windows. The only thing it may mention about Windows is, oh, you need to have a Active Directory set up, and your box is going to authenticate to Active Directory. But that Linux is your baseline that you're going to find. It is very rare someone comes to me and say, "Hey, we're looking for a Windows person," and if they are, they're looking for an Office 365 person, or they're looking to migrate from Office 365 to Google. But it's very rare that somebody comes and says, "We're just strictly a Windows shop."
now
They're out there because the what you call it runs is a Windows shop. The VA is a Windows shop. They are an Azure shop. So they're
most all the government is Windows shops.
That's
no,
not
no,
true.
that's not
That's not.
true.
I work
That's
at a
not
large.
That's
true.
I
that's
work
not
at a
true.
large state agency, and we
That's
mostly
not true.
Linux. Now, our flat network where we got the workstations Windows, but when you go on our back end, because
Yeah,
we actually run in Linux containers with the Windows operating system in it
yeah.
because Linux is easier to control. I'm just where I'm at. I'm
Well,
at a
a lot
super
of
large government agency. Go ahead,
yeah,
bro.
I was gonna say a lot of the government sector still running on old IBM mainframes. So
Well,
up in Virginia,
Facts, facts.
well,
a
I
lot of them
work
haven't
in
even
Virginia,
upgraded there.
and I'm gonna tell you, most of the shops in Virginia, the background is Linux. Your desktop that you're working on may be Windows, but you're gonna connect to a VMware server that has a set of VMs on it, and all those VMs are Linux.
That is running Windows Server on it.
No, those VMs are Linux. Those VMs are Linux, and unless they need something like Horizon, and Horizon may need to have that or something of that nature. But for the most
And don't get me
part,
wrong. Listen, I'm well versed in all operating systems. I mean, I got a Linux kernel book sitting on my shelf over there.
hmm
Yeah,
You know what I
but
mean? Like
can
I know Linux.
facts.
But I guess I'm sorry. Go ahead, Quincy.
No, I think you're right. Mid-sized companies on down, I do a lot of side work. They run Windows, but my big clients I work on, I worked at DOD, I worked at Department
all
of Revenues.
DoD,
All those people running Linux.
FBI, NSA, all of
Yeah, all
them
those
Because
people
dudes
running
running
Linux.
Linux,
Well,
man.
because
But
also when you talk about DevSecOps, you got to also talk about what environment are we developing for? Because
facts.
I do.
you
Ken, you haven't been to none of my meetups. That's why I keep trying to tell you
I signed up for the Slack. I signed up for the Slack.
that you haven't been to none of my meetups. We talk about
I
this.
signed up for the Slack.
We talk, Ken.
I
I
was saying
talk
the thing.
about this. I talk about from startups. I talk about from a DoD perspective. I talk about. I even show. You go back and look at any of the shows from the past year or the past 5 years. I talk about everywhere that Linux exists, and I talk about DevSecOps and everywhere DevSecOps touches, from quantum computing to autonomous cars to space to even to satellites to space junks to the stratosphere. I even talk about embedded engineer. I even talk about hardware. I talk about all of that. I talk about everything you're talking about. We talk about it. I get to it. I break it down. I even say, hey, we should get some Adreno boards so we can start learning how to program embedded systems. I even talk about assembly. I talk about all of that stuff. So when you're saying where we're talking about it at, for 5 years, I've been talking about this. This ain't nothing new for us. It may be new to y'all. You and Eminem, I see his stuff. It may be new to y'all. We talk about it. We've been talking about it forever. I just decided last year to go live on YouTube just to see what we get. What kind of, because we were doing tech stocks and jobs, and I got tired of flooding Dion with all the information. But we talk about
But
all of this stuff.
let me debunk some of the people in the chat because again, 72% of servers worldwide run Windows Server. Less than 14% run Linux. So I just want to. So a lot of people in the chat,
Well,
say, or,
that's debatable because most of the servers that are existent, if we're talking about cloud platforms, behind the back end of the cloud platforms, it's all Linux. It's
I
not Windows.
we don't know what they run in the
But I'm
background.
telling you it is. I don't have to guess. KVM does not run on Windows. KVM is actually ran on Linux. And what they do, and you can go look this up, it's a Twitter space about this. For Google, they actually strip down the KVM and then they add in their things for it. When you go look at, and this KVM is a hypervisor, right? When you go look up the hypervisor for any of these clouds, I don't think DigitalOcean runs it, but I know for a fact DigitalOcean, not DigitalOcean, AWS, GCP, Azure, they all run KVM. KVM is ran, it's Linux based. They run it bare metal and they slap Linux on top of that for KVM. Then they put in all their other little tools and stuff, and then they run for that. But I'm telling you, that's what it is.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, Windows run. I'm just telling y'all, Windows runs most of the world
Windows
right
run.
now. Because
I'm gonna say this: Windows run most of the world when you
we
need to
we talking about the world. We talking about the
listen.
world.
Listen. We're gonna say if I had to walk into an office and power up my machine, it's probably a Windows desktop. But guess what? I'm clicking on when I get on that desktop. Putty, and I'm SSHing to another machine that's ran by Linux in order to get these applications deployed.
Like, I don't know what Kelvin talking about. He said Windows is putting in more Unix command. What are you talking about,
He's
Kelvin?
talking about the WSL, the WSL system underneath
Yeah,
for
but ain't
Windows.
nobody who's you. They just came out. That just came out like 2 years ago.
Everybody is using that. Everybody who's doing
Yes,
development.
everybody who wants to emulate Linux on Windows. But you talk.
No, just connect to other. If we need to connect to, I use it every single day. I have a Linux. I have a Windows laptop from work sitting on my desk right now. I install WSL. I link over and I connect to a Linux box in order to do everything. I SSH everywhere for Linux everywhere. Is there? I have not. I have never had. Or the only thing I need Windows for is PowerPoint. To be honest.
So okay, so y'all. I mean, it sounds like y'all are saying that.
We're saying we're
Wo-
saying we're saying you being duped and you need to come over to Linux.
I
That's what
don't. I
I'm trying
don't
to
know.
tell you.
We just telling you there's a significant amount of Linux run down. We're not saying it's all Linux. I'm not saying that. My smaller clients use Windows, but my bigger clients, because I use a lot of DoD, because I do a lot of federal work. Most of those guys run on Linux.
I've never heard that, Professor Black Ops. I listen. I
Uh,
worked in the government sector. I served in. I was in the military.
what was you connected to?
All of my time in working in the government sector through various contracts,
Mm-hmm.
everybody, even back in servers, we talking about
It
from
ain't it
desktop to
ain't
back end
it,
servers have been Windows. Because
Um,
listen, Windows
that
operating systems is in bed with the United States government. To be honest, Microsoft is in bed with the United States government.
we run Oracle. So Oracle always ran better on Linux. We did Oracle forms and reports in Java. I worked at deep. So maybe the certain clients I was doing, when you Java based, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna run that on Linux. So our work I did at the part time. I mean, I'm not telling you wrong. I'm just saying the work I've done. And I was actually playing civilian people that were married to soldiers, retirees. All that shit was done on
Yeah.
Linux.
No,
Yeah, man.
I'm sure there's probably
Yeah.
some
I don't know. I
systems of
don't
it
I
that
don't know what you looked at, but it says right here 96.3% of the world's top 1 million servers run Linux. Only 1.9% of the world use Windows and 1.8% use FreeSBSD. That was of August the 9th of 2021.
Yeah, because if she talks the world, Linux was free, so all the third world countries was downloading because it was free. Windows is expensive, man, especially if you talking about server. So I know all my foreign buddies that was overseas that did work. All their stuff was Linux because they could get it for free.
Kenjay, I'm gonna implore you to come to the dark side. I'm
now.
telling you,
Listen,
come to the dark side. I'm telling you, if you
well,
want to change your life, I think we're gonna start. I'm gonna do a one-on-one with you. Come
Well,
on.
listen, no, we talking about just server talk. I mean, look,
No,
that's
we
we
ain't
just.
talking about server
But
talk.
I
We talking about everything.
no, what I'm saying, like I've worked with I've worked with Linux. Like I work with Android. I know the Android operating system. Like I know, I work with RISC-V. And something the up and coming systems there.
Yeah,
Free RTOS, all of them.
but you do know risk V and embedded engineers are pulling down 200 plus, right?
Absolutely.
Right,
It will.
right.
Depends on where you are. Listen, listen.
It ain't no
Don't get me
depending on where
started.
you. It ain't
Don't
depending
get
on
me
where
started
you
on
are.
embedded because
It,
That's your thing. What's
well,
your
well,
normal
well,
tech stack? If you can say it, what you normally program in?
well, right now I work with a lot of companies out here, so they use .NET. So we using C
Okay.
Sharp, .NET, working on ASP.NET applications. But that's we're talking about a lot of the enterprise environments
Yeah,
here,
connected to SQL Server on the back end.
yeah,
Okay.
that's the typical here.
Hmm.
But I mean, typically, I use like I said in the chat. I'm working on a project. I'm working on a feature adding the ARM parser for the YASM assembler. So I've been
Oh,
working on that open source project for about 6 months. I know the creator of the project, Peter.
so
I spoke with him.
I'm gonna employ you to go work at an AI machine learning company that
No,
handle.
I've done it. I've done embedded work. Like
Yeah,
I work with.
no. What I'm saying is, those are the ones that are paying for that, and even the space companies are paying for that because they're looking for people because they can't find them. And
Look,
those companies are paying 200. It don't care about your location.
yeah, no, look, Northrop Grumman, they're one of the premier
right.
aerospace companies in the country,
Yeah, I work for
and
LMCO.
and I've seen their job boards. There's not too many 200Ks over there. There's some,
Yeah, see, you got so
but it's again, it's
you got to
curious.
go. You got to go with the smaller companies. See, you're looking directly at them. They probably not gonna pay. Who they subcontract to is the ones that pay. The subcontractors are the ones that they pay.
Well, yeah, that's a good point about the subs, but not a lot of subs are going to be shelling out that kind of money for
That's not true.
unless you are doing corp to corp
No,
with some of these companies. As
no.
are we talking about W2?
Yes.
W2, Tam?
You got that arm. You got that arm experience, man. You got that arm
Tam,
experience,
Tam,
man.
we talking W2?
Facts, man. Don't be scared, kid. Come
Let me
on, man.
Tam,
man.
on top of the benefits you're already getting,
I'm trying to tell you.
because
Stop.
we
You
talking
are
W2. Your
okay.
Yeah.
salary is
I,
gonna
I'm
go
not.
in.
You right. You right.
No, I can't. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And kid, you know this company. It's in Texas. It was 10 years ago. I worked with a contractor from Oracle who just moved to Texas. I shit you not. We had a conversation. His bill rate was $300 an hour. I used to follow
Yeah,
this dude the name around, and he said, "Yeah, man, they only paying me half of that. I'm only making $150 an hour." I'm like, with benefits. I'm like, you making what? But now, granted, he was one of the top guys in the Midwest. But he was getting it, Ken. He was getting that, man. But
right.
like you
No,
said,
absolutely. Look, and but again, you say his bill rate, so that means
no, he
there is
got half
somebody.
of that though. He got 150 an hour for his person, so he's making 300,000.
No, I get it, but then a lot of times you're gonna have to scale that down because $300 an hour is a lot. That for and what was he doing, by the way?
Scale
He
it
was
down to what?
he was an Oracle DBA. We working at DoD. I shit you not. We had 100 people from Oracle charging that shit.
So
I was
Ken, what we
Kevin
scaling
said he
down
was me.
to?
Okay, I want to know how Kevin was me. What about me was you, bro? I want to know this, man. Come on, bro.
Kelvin was one of the ones. He's like, now she lying.
So Kelvin making
She-
200K a year now.
no,
let me
I
get
think he said
Kelvin
he
went from
went to
six.
100. I think he said he went to 100. It was in the chat earlier.
Well, he not where I am. So I
What,
don't
what,
know. We not there yet, Kelvin.
He
where you
just talking about you didn't believe. That's what
believe?
he
You didn't
talking about,
believe.
Oh,
kid.
okay.
You
Well,
didn't
look now.
believe.
But we not saying everybody's making it, Ken. Let's be complete. We ain't saying everybody's making it. What you making, I think, is a killer salary. I mean, because you know, you right there. I just think we just saying there's more out there to get, and we got the job boards to show you the skill set you need to get that. Now, like you said, it's not everybody. Hell, we only got 6% of people in IT now.
Right.
I,
And
I
that's
just
and we just trying to show you if you put in the work and the dedication, here's where you can end up. We're not saying, hey, I in a month I'm gonna have this. No one, I've never preached that, right? People been asking me to make curriculum, and can I do it in 6 months? And I'm like, I don't see that. I see maybe a year, and they're like, no, we need for you to teach people and do that in 6 months and get them out the door in 6 months. I can't set people up for failure like that. I give people, here's what the blueprint looks like. Now, what order you do this blueprint in, that's on you. What time you put
DevSecOps.
in, that's on you.
They say
But here's
DevSecOps too,
here's
Tim.
what the numbers are looking like. I don't have to lie to you. Here's Indeed. Let's go look at a mid level. Let's go look at a senior level. Let's go look at what they're asking for. Period. Let's look at the numbers.
Hey, Ken, let me be
That's it.
perfectly clear. I ain't there yet either. So I ain't there yet either, kid. So I'm not saying it's easy. I mean, you got to put it work. But let's be true. Security's super hot now, right? So
Yeah,
And
no,
even the cloud security people are they're looking for those people in abundance, and those jobs. Let's be clear. Company dependent can start at 160, can start at 210, can start at 300. Again, depends on the job. It depends on how you look at yourself. If you're looking at yourself like, oh, I'm only going in here for the 160, you'll get the 160. But if you go after the 210 or the 300 and you have the skills to back it up, and you may even need to use your network, you could do it. But we can't sit up here and say that we can't do it. We don't never try.
no, I'm
We
not
don't even
saying
get
that.
in there. I'm
I'm
just
not
I'm
saying
just
that at
saying
all.
we
Yeah.
could do it. Ken, come on over to the black side. We're gonna
No,
go on and put your embedded on.
no,
We're gonna
listen,
get you in embedded Linux. Let's go.
listen, and Tam, I just want you to admit that you are a unicorn. That's it. I
I'm
just
not.
because
I
I'm
agree.
listen,
not.
because
Ken,
I'm not.
listen, Tam, listen.
I'm
First of
not.
all, you
Ken,
said you
I'm
also said the you also said the I think you said the hard work and dedication, and that alone, especially in an industry that requires superior superior acumen.
facts.
You talking about
But
self study.
yeah, but
Facts.
you're
A
gonna
lot, a lot, a
be.
lot of us don't even don't. A lot of us don't have that.
I
But
agree with
but the
Ken on that.
but
I'm
but
on
that's why I
Ken's
talked
side on
about.
that. Go ahead, Tim. I'm
No,
on Ken's
no.
side.
This is why we meet every week. It's the every week we meet is the accountability, right? It's the accountability to say that we're going to go through this chapter, we're going to ask questions, you're going to learn. Did you learn? And every week I do this. I go even show people GitLab. I've shown people Terraform. I've even had people come in for Terraform. We have training. We've done all this stuff. It is just a matter of the dedication that you're willing to put in to get to this. And I think everybody has that ability. They just have to find what that looks like for them.
I disagree, Tim. I'm with I'm with Ken on this
You
one.
gotta find out what it
I'm on
looks like for
Ken's
you.
side on this one.
Look,
No,
it's a reason why these companies are paying for for people like us in that in such small numbers because a lot of those people don't exist. And
But
that's
you
just
gotta
a fact. And
create them.
I'm not saying not to preach the gospel
But I'm
and
saying
not
we
to
gotta create them.
you know what? You're right. You're right,
That's
Tam.
and so that's
You
that's
have
what
to
we
that's a
do every week.
unicorn.
We gotta we
I'm
gotta
with Ken.
create them.
That's a unicorn.
But
Go
why
ahead,
we can't
Tim.
have a bunch of unicorns?
We only got 6% in the game,
Why we
Tim.
can't have a bunch of unicorns?
No,
people
hold
have
on.
to want that, but
No, I'm interrupting Ken because I got to get you a plate. That's why we can't get no damn unicorns up in here. We talking about the wrong shit, Dale.
Well,
That's why.
I don't do that. That
Yeah,
ain't
but
my
the
thing.
rest of the sphere is. So we talking about the wrong shit. That's why we can't have a lot of unicorns. But go ahead, Tail. That's my
I,
two
I,
cents.
I all I'm simply saying is, look, if you want to get to it, the numbers are out there. I ain't lied about no numbers. I don't fabricate numbers. I go to Indeed and I pull these numbers up on Indeed, and then I talk about, hey, this says it requires 5 years. You may have 3. That don't mean not apply. That just means that's what they want. They ain't necessarily what they gonna get. But you don't know until you apply for the job whether or
Okay.
not you gonna get it or not.
Well, let's throw this out. I'm in security. You talking about this? There are half a million security jobs that are open, and I'm sure probably 80% of those are making at least 100.
Yeah. And I'm
Yeah.
just saying, look, at the end of the day, if you not gonna grind, if you ain't gonna work it out, if you ain't gonna get in here and hump, if you ain't gonna ask no questions, if you just gonna fall off, then yeah, you ain't gonna make that money. That's just what it is.
But also going back to what Professor Black Ops said earlier, and I'm gonna drop down here a little bit, but
Okay.
you spoke on being able to communicate
Hmm.
the lingo,
Mm-hmm.
to being able to communicate with the customer,
Yeah.
being able to communicate with these companies and let them
Facts.
know your skill work. That is a skill in and of itself,
Yep.
Facts.
and
And we
and
talk
Facts.
about
and
that.
and negotiation is a subset of that.
And we
But
Facts.
and it's I
actually
got
being articulate in these meetings,
yep,
actually being able to convey your thoughts
yep.
properly with the knowledge to back it up, that takes a lot. And it just could, because it's I've worked with a lot of people
Facts.
in the tech industry who are master's degrees who don't have that,
Just because
so
No,
you're a
facts.
master degree don't mean you know how to communicate.
right,
No,
right. You
facts.
know what I'm saying? So,
Like
but I'm saying
that's what that means.
that's a skill that
Facts.
people should understand, that
Facts.
needs to be worked on. You have to be able to
Soft
communicate your
skills.
thoughts to people.
Ken, you
So,
got to
Soft
come to
skills.
the meetup so you can hear
Soft
the talk.
skills. Yeah, but
But
Ken,
you can
soft
go
to
skills,
back and
right?
listen. You
Exactly.
can go
yeah,
back and listen to the other talks. I'm
facts.
talking about all this where
Facts.
you
But
can
Ken,
where you have to have. I talk about this. I talk about when you get into it, when you get into a job, right? You need to do a daily journal of everything that you're doing. You need to make sure you use you some numbers and quantify what you're actually doing.
facts.
What was the problem and what the results and how what was the and how did that change the bottom line of the company? The next thing you need to make sure that you're doing when you're talking about doing interviews, every question that they ask you, you need to write it down. You need to write that question down and set up you a whole list of questions and give an answer to those, so that way when you start going on interviews the questions start to sound the same. They start
Facts.
to ask the same questions over and over again. So when they start answering no question, it's not like the fact that it's rehearsed, it's the fact you understand and you can talk in depthly about those questions. And the
Facts.
last but not least, practice, study,
Facts.
understand who you're interviewing with.
Facts.
Study the people that you're interviewing with and study the company and where they're
Facts.
headed so you can know if that's something that you want to do. I talk about all this religiously. I know the people in my group get tired of hearing it, but I
Facts.
talk about it.
Facts.
You're not gonna make no money sitting on the sideline being a mute. It's just what it is. If you want to sit here and have the charts keep looking like this, keep doing what you're doing. But if you want to have a chart where it starts to sway to the right some, where we can get past the 200, then we can start having some conversations. We
Facts.
can't keep sitting in chambers talking about, oh, I wonder what it's gonna look like if I made 200. No, I wonder what it's gonna look like while I got this 200 in the bank. And oh, by the way, I'm a 10x this 200 so I can
We
have X, Y, and
Facts.
Z. So we gotta have a different type of conversation. And those
Facts.
conversations gonna start with you have to have the fundamentals. You need to learn how to talk. That's why I ask people to come on the platform and do talks, do presentations, so you understand how to talk at a conference. We don't go
Right.
to the conferences. We ain't there at the conferences. Me and D probably be the only ones black walking around.
Is
No,
D
you're right.
okay?
You're right about that.
Is D
We
okay?
so hit her in the chat. But at the same token, it's just we need to be at the conferences so we can see what new technology is going on, so we can see who's presenting, so we can see people that look like us on
Right.
stage, so we can be on the stage, so we can be the change that we want to see. Until
Facts.
then, we're just sitting here just talking, fluffing each other nuts. If you really want to be
Oh
truthful
my
about it,
God.
Right on.
What's going on,
if we want to
Tim?
be truthful
So
about it,
Oh.
Tam,
right?
so Tam, get real. But I agree with you, Tam, and you're 100% correct. We do need to do more of these conferences too. But real quick, I'm gonna drop down. But I just wanted to ask
Okay.
Tam. I think you answered this before. You a Linux woman. Vim or Emacs?
Oh shit.
D, drop him down.
Vim or Emacs, Tam? You got to answer the question. Vim or Emacs? Which
It's
one?
Vim. It's Vim.
I don't
You
even do
already know
Vim.
what it is.
Okay.
I'm so hold on. Where mine at, Ken? I'm so I do VI. I don't even do Vim. I do straight VI.
So he doing the original. Okay.
I do an original command line.
Good
Come
man.
on back, man. We enjoyed
Good
this
man.
conversation.
Yeah, I
We'll
will. I'll
and
come
give us
back. And
Slack,
Tam, I
man.
signed up for Slack too, so
Okay,
I'll be in and out of there and
Eminem
post
will
some stuff.
sign up too down there.
yeah.
Bring
We
Eminem with
post.
you.
I post every day. Jobs, everything. We post every day. So
Definitely will. All right, appreciate you guys. Appreciate you
Thanks,
for having me.
man.
All right.
appreciate you.
I still do VI. I don't even do Vim. That's how old I am.
Well, this is our end. D's back
We
is
ended.
acting up. Yeah,
I'm
D's
just
back is
playing.
acting up.
I know. Shout out to her. I
Shout
took
out
a
to
break
D.
and she didn't knock me out. So
Let me shoot a super chat to myself for D.
Shout out to I was worried about D. I took a little break and she didn't knock me out, take me down. I was scared she'd have blacked out or something, man. Shout out
D she done dropped. Look at
D. See how D treat me. See how D treat me. So I'm glassing myself. I'm doing cyber forensics tomorrow, Sunday at 3. I'm gonna do it for an hour, and we all gonna come to Tam's class at 4. So
yep.
we're gonna do something
It's
light.
not posted. It's in Slack. So
No, it's in Slack. Okay.
Yeah, if you want it, it's
Everybody,
in Slack.
I'm gonna do an hour tomorrow, then we're gonna come over to the Slack.
Yep. But I do want to say I appreciate everybody. I wish you would have came up so we could parlay, talk it over with you, see what it is. Ken J, thank you for coming up. Come on over to the dark side. You you over there in Windows land, you getting lost in the sauce. Come on over here and make a little more money. And when it comes down to engineering cannabis, we'd love to see more of you on the platform. I know you posted how much you made. I know you posted that. If you are looking for other YouTubers that are doing and talking about tech, Professor Black Ops is one. If you want to link up on Erica Williams on Tuesdays, she does her things on Tuesdays where she brings different people in. Black Heights, he talks about sales and he talks about 500,000 in sales.
Facts.
As far as the salary, when we start talking about pre-sales and also sales engineering, we have people from Red Hat that we brought on to talk about sales and sales engineering. We also talked about people from Netflix as well too, to talk about their salaries at Netflix. I have brought people on to talk about salary ranges from 100,000 all the way up to $1 million. I have not brought anybody in to talk about 2 million, but it is the same person who posted the job for $1 million. So again, if you want to get into tech, we are here to help you. I talk about DevSecOps, but I know a lot of people to talk about a lot of other things and a lot of other ways. Please like and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification button. We need more people in tech. That's just what it is. If you're not willing to grind, you ain't gonna be willing to shine. All right, we'll take y'all next week.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Get well, D.